food before the statues and temples of the wayside gods, that poor and starving wanderers might refresh themselves. Here and there trees were planted by the side of the road, whose fruit was also common property to all who were thirsty. Nor was there any lack of shelter. "We Hellenes are fond of traveling," said Pericles to Aspasia. "Generous hospitality and joyous festivals lure us from place to place. And as you see, provision is made for the wanderer." Many a spring leaped from the mountain slopes along the road, and many a traveler resting beside the huge trunks of the poplars that shaded them, had carved, in token of his gratitude, a proverb or a verse, or hung an offering on them. Flourishing cities and hamlets, adorned with temples and columns, attracted the eyes of the wedded pair. First Eleusis, the sacred city of the mysteries, where at Pericles' suggestion a superb new temple for the celebration was rising under Ictinus' hands. Then Megara, the Dorian city, which awakened unpleasant memories in Aspasia's mind. Her fair face clouded, she was silent, but unforgotten sorrow and unavenged disgrace forced tears from her eyes. Pericles understood her and said, "Be comforted. Your enemies are mine. Megara will atone for her crime." On reaching crowded Corinth, Pericles went to the house of his friend Aminias, who received him and his wife with great honors. The height of Acrocorinthus, the Acropolis of the city of Corinth, a cliff densely overgrown with flowers, 82, and plants, sloping abruptly down towards the city, a watchtower of Hellas, beckoned alluringly to the newcomers. On its summit gleamed the famous temple of the goddess of love. As intellectual Athens was under the protection of reflecting Pallas Athena, the rich, pleasure-loving commercial city placed herself under the guardianship of joy-giving Aphrodite. Like Pallas Athena in Athens, Aphrodite was here the ruler of the citadel, and stood armed within her sanctuary. From the highest peak the pinnacles of her temple shone far over the sea, she too was a sign to mariners. 1,000 hieroglyphi, servants of the goddess, charming and complaisant daughters of pleasure, dwelt within the temple precincts on the mountain height, which by terraces, porticos, gardens, groves and baths had been transformed into a doubly charming Eden. From this height, standing in the center of the Hellenic countries and seas, Pericles and Aspasia overlooked all the oddly shaped peaks, glowing in a peculiar magic of tints. In the north they beheld the snow-capped summit of Parnassus, farther eastward Helicon, greeted the mountains of Attica, and with no little pleasure even saw the familiar cliff of the Athenian Acropolis glimmering through the pure air in the distance. Towards the south their eyes wandered over the heights of northern Arcadia. Amid the countless mountains and valleys they saw the sparkling bays and coasts, the sea islands, either green or with glittering white cliffs, all steeped in the charm of a peerless atmosphere. Pericles and Aspasia were somewhat disturbed in their enjoyment of this lovely scene, by the crowd of hieroglyphi wandering through the porticos and groves near the temple precincts. 83. "You have no such worship in Athens," said the Corinthian host, who had accompanied the pair, to Pericles, "and are perhaps not disposed to see in these priestesses sacred persons. With us such a priesthood has long been held in high and honorable esteem. These gay, hospitable girls, who, presiding over the service of Aphrodite, strive towards the spirit of the Mother of Love, are present at the sacrifices and other religious ceremonies, take part in the festal processions of the citizens, and while so doing sing the paean to Aphrodite. We apply to them for their intercession with the goddess, the guardian divinity of our city." You smile? Well, you Athenians may think you owe more to Pallas Athena. With you the community is rich and powerful, with us it is the individual citizen. Each is a Croesus, a king in himself, and enjoys the good things of life, obtained by trade and commerce. We do not strive for power and wealth in Greece, we do not lavish our treasures on building fortifications or navies and similar things, but live comfortably, and believe that after all only the individual exists, the community is a mere idea. Be this as it may, even though you Athenians still look down upon us so scornfully, you have entered the path that brings us nearer to each other. You love and foster the beautiful, with which a love for the pleasant things of life always makes its appearance. The Corinthians' words made a deep impression on Pericles, though he did not seem to heed them. He gazed across at the mountains of the Peloponnesus, and after a pause, turned with a fleeting smile to Aspasia, saying, "It is significant that here, on the threshold of the 84, grave, stern Peloponnesus, we meet Hellenic life developed to the climax of luxuriousness. Who would imagine, on coming from bright, art-loving, intellectual Athens, or standing in joyous Corinth on the summit crowned by Aphrodite's temple, surrounded by throngs of hieroglyphi, that so short a distance away, on the other side of the isthmus and yonder gloomy mountains, unspoiled shepherd folk live in primitive simplicity on the heights of Arcadia, that opposite to these abodes of beautiful, delightful leisure, on the farther side of those mountains, the rude Spartan and morose Messenian, like the fierce lions and wolves, destroy each other in savage conflicts amid the horrible ravines or dark forests. What a wrestling ground of fierce, heroic power that region behind the lofty mountains has been from ancient times. From citadels reared of rocks piled one above another, the Argive princes went forth against Ilium. Along the paths of the Peloponnesus, Heracles and Perseus went their heroic way, strangled lions, battled with the brood of serpents in the marshes, and the flocks of noxious birds in the air. Even at the present day, does not manly vigor strive for the prize on the meadows, on the isthmus at Nemea, at Olympia? Do not men, longing for the laurel that crowns heroic strength, flock thither from all Hellas? This Peloponnesus seems gloomy, rude, and threatening, and the waters of the Styx do not wash its dark mountain shores in vain. But we will defy its terrors, we will venture into the lions' dens, and if we have grown too effeminate, steel ourselves with fresh strength in these harsher airs. Since when has Pericles admired, nay even envied the rude and simple men on the other side of the isthmus? 85, asked Aspasia, smiling. Cheer up, my friend. Let them strive and fight as they choose. The victorious light of Pallas Athena does not shine on their mountain peaks, as on the Acropolis of Athens. The travelers left Corinth the next morning with a large escort, and set out in high spirits for the journey across the Argolian mountains into the land of the Dorians. Aspasia usually disdained the litter Pericles, with affectionate solicitude, had prepared for her use, and which could be carried by slaves or mules across the most rugged portion of the hilly region. She preferred to ride on a mule by her husband's side. Thus, engaged in familiar conversation, they traveled through the rustling mountain forests, following the course of the streams that rushed through the ravines, passing over steep ascents and wooded peaks to broad open plateaus, then through narrow passes and valleys, where the oleander and wild pear tree intertwined their shady branches over the dark path. In such gloomy ravines, Aspasia cast many an anxious glance into the bushes, in search of the dark form of some lurking robber. Pericles smiled, and glancing at the troop of well-armed men, familiar with every path, whom he had obtained for an escort through the mountains, said, "Fear nothing, Aspasia. The savage giants long since vanished from these defile, even the malicious tyrant Cenes, the pine-bender. We need only guard against the serpents that infest these hills and valleys, for you doubtless remember what happened close by the Nemean plain, when the nurse laid the little boy down to fetch a drink of water, at request of the 7 passing towards Thebes." 86. After a toilsome day's journey, the travelers reached the threshold of the plain of Inachus, and saw between the grey mountain peaks Agamemnon's city, famed in legend, the ancient guardian of this mountain road, the citadel of Mycenae, lying watchfully in its rocky nook, in the corner of Argos, according to the words of the Homeric song. At the right rose the bare cone-shaped mountain, with the ancient citadel of Larissa, the Acropolis of the city of Argos, which extended over a wide portion of the plain at the foot of the mountain, still flourishing and no less densely populated than Athens. Beyond the long sea beach sparkled the blue waves of the Bay of Nauplia, mountain chains, steeped in sunset hues, here towered in jagged peaks towards the sky, and yonder ran in sweeping curves to the sea. On the opposite side of the glittering gulf appeared the dim outlines of mighty mountains. A strange emotion took possession of the travelers. Their eyes rested on the grey height of Mycenae, seeking some traces of the royal palace of the Peloponnese, and all the other indestructible remains of the Cyclopean treasuries, graves, walls, and arches of former days. When they reached Mycenae itself, darkness had closed in. They stood on the rocky height, where the grey masonry, built of huge but regularly hewn blocks of stone, and overgrown with moss and ivy, produced a dismal, almost ghastly impression in the gloom. Yet they scorned to go down to the houses of the few Mycenaeans, who still lived in the ruined, deserted city of the Atridae. Pericles and Aspasia determined to spend the warm summer night in a tent near this venerable relic of the past. But the moon rose, flooding with her 87 white, radiant light the masonry, the height itself, all the mountain peaks of Argos and the plain between to the distant sea. Though weary, Pericles and Aspasia could not resist the temptation of this bewitching moonlight, and drew fresh strength from the strange excitement of their minds. A few days ago noisy Athens surrounded them, and now, in the starry night, they stood thrilled with awe on the ruins of Mycenae, amid the death-like stillness of the Argolian mountains. The spirit of Homer seized upon them. In the sighing of the wind, the rustling of the tree-tops, they heard a faint echo of the immortal heroic song. The full moonlight, shining upon the peaks of the mountains of Argos, reminded them of the fire that had once flashed from one summit to another, bearing the message of the Greek conquest of Troy over sea and mountain to Agamemnon's citadel, where the fierce Clytemnestra, secretly sharpening the murderous steel, with her lover Aegisthus by her side, awaited the return of the victorious Greek commander. And within the deserted ruins that lay before them, in the silent, night-shrouded solitude, that dagger flashed. Behind those walls echoed the death rattle of the ruler. Pericles and Aspasia walked along the mighty wall, which, with many turns and angles, followed the edge of the rugged mountain. They reached the famed Lion Gate, the ancient entrance to the citadel of the Atridae, above which rose the oldest piece of sculpture in the world. Through this gateway they entered the stronghold, and stood before the inner walls, behind which the Atridae lived in security, but only the foundations showed them the position of the royal apartments. They continued their walk, and farther on, not on the 88 summit of the mountain, but its slope, reached the venerable, still uninjured circular building, which was at once a treasury and the tomb of the Pelopidi. As Pericles and Aspasia approached this building, they were startled by the figure of a gigantic man lying before the door, who raised himself to a sitting posture as the strangers came up. He recalled the huge forms of Homer, that hurled blocks of stone, whose weight the men of later generations could not have raised from the ground. Pericles accosted him, and after a short conversation perceived that he had encountered one of the beggars wandering through the mountains of Argos. His limbs were scantily covered with rags, his bronzed face seemed worn by wind and weather. So perhaps looked the patient wanderer Ulysses, when he escaped from his wrecked ship to land, after struggling with the waves for days, while the salt tide gnawed his limbs. The weird, gigantic, gray-haired beggar said that he was guarding the treasure of Atreus, and no one should approach the door of the treasury without his consent. Then he began to babble of vast stores of gold, which still lay concealed in these rock chambers, and would make the finder the richest of all mortals, a leader and king in Hellas, the heir and successor of the Hellenic prince Agamemnon. Pericles smiled and said to Aspasia, "Mycenae was famed in ancient times as the richest of the Hellenic cities, but I think her gold has long since flowed to Athens, and we need not seek it here. Yet this wonderful rock tomb irresistibly allures me. Guide us into the treasury, you guard," he continued, turning to the giant. "We are Athenians, and 89, have come into the mountains of Argos, to show our reverence for the dust of the divine Atridae." He then ordered several slaves to light torches. The beggar, over whom Pericles' manner seemed to exert a certain influence, silently prepared to act as guide. Exerting his gigantic strength, he pushed aside with his strong hand a piece of rock that lay before the entrance, completely barring it. Even then it was not easy to make their way over the rubbish and stones, that almost choked the door, into the vault, which extended far into the earth. Through the entrance, formed of huge blocks of stone, Pericles and Aspasia reached the lofty, gloomy vault, whose walls were not erected in the usual manner. The layers of stone were placed one above another in ever-narrowing circles, and finished with a conical arch. Traces of a metal lining were on the walls, a favorite ornament in the days of which Homer writes. How the smooth, polished metal walls of the royal apartments must have sparkled in the light of blazing torches. But here the metal plates had been violently torn away, and the grey stone masses of the huge circles, piled one above another, stared nakedly down upon the spectators. Pericles and Aspasia passed from the circular room, through a narrow door, into a chamber hewn in a square form from the solid rock. They stood absorbed in thought. The dim light of the burning torches feebly illumined the gloomy stone vault. "It would be a bold idea," said Pericles, "to take shelter for the night in this stone vault, which seems pervaded with a strange horror. 90. Aspasia shuddered, but the next instant smiled, and could not resist the spell exerted by the terrible, yet tempting thought of spending a night in the tomb of the Pelopidi, which had endured 1,000 years, resting above the dust of Atreus and Agamemnon. Many objections were raised, but at last they resolved to execute the daring idea. The slaves spread carpets and prepared a couch on the stone floor of the smaller rock chamber. The gigantic beggar stretched himself out in the vaulted room to sleep. The servants lay around the outer entrance. Pericles and Aspasia now found themselves alone in the awful, rock-hewn chamber. The uncertain light of the torch, fastened on the floor, flickered with a ghostly glimmer over the grey, windowless walls. A death-like stillness reigned. The repose of a sepulchre surrounded them. On this night and in this place, said Pericles, the thought of corruption and annihilation confronts me almost in bodily form, with titanic power. How delicate, variable and perishing every living thing appears, and how stubbornly and tenaciously that, which we are accustomed to call dead, defies the teeth of time. Atreus and Agamemnon perished long ago, and we are perhaps inhaling the invisible atoms of their dust with every breath we draw. But the lifeless walls, which towered above those men, surround us now, and will perhaps rise over those who will absorb our dust 1,000 years hence. I do not think, like you, Pericles, replied Aspasia, that this fleeting human existence has any reason to envy the indestructible life of the dead. The falling block of stone buries the flowers, but they return with 91 every spring and twine their shoots about the rock, which after centuries crumbles away, but the flowers are always here. So life lies buried under the ruins of cities, but secretly creeps forth again and surrounds the masonry that boasts of its duration. Its shoots even grow through and burst the rock, and thus at last only what is apparently fleeting and perishable becomes eternal. You are right, said Pericles, life would soon become weary and disgusted with itself, if allotted the changelessness of the dead. Changelessness is synonymous with death, and change is life. Is not the heroic soul of Agamemnon renewed in 1,000 heroes, said Aspasia. Does not the love of Paris and Helen live on forever in 1,000 lovers? Yes, life comes and goes, replied Pericles, and returns in perpetual transformations. But are we sure that in this coming and going some portion of its original strength is not at last lost? Must not the grandeur in the world slightly resemble the stone circles in the arch of this vault, which it is true repeat themselves towards the top, but constantly grow smaller? Agamemnon's heroic spirit seems to have returned, and we have defeated the Persians. But it seems to me we have shriveled a little in comparison with Homer's heroes. Many things may become weaker in returning, answered Aspasia, but do you not perceive that many are still more vigorous and beautiful? The art that perished with these ruins has returned, and carved the sculptured marble ornaments of the Parthenon. But, said Pericles, when these sculptured marble ornaments have also some day crumbled into ruins, if perhaps Pallas' magnificent team of 4 horses, falling, 92, from the pediment of the Parthenon, is shattered with a thundering crash upon the rocky slope, are you sure that art will only return in a more glorious form? Or will a time come, whose glory will merely exist upon the reflection from the immortal ruins? Let later generations trouble themselves about that, replied Aspasia. You have also spoken of the love of the handsomest couple of ancient times, continued Pericles, and how it is revived in countless pairs. Do you doubt it? Said Aspasia. No, cried Pericles, and I believe that love, and love alone, always returns with the same power, the same freshness, the same bliss. Love and pleasure, said Aspasia smiling. Even so, repeated Pericles. True, I must wander through this place with shame, and perhaps am not worthy to rest even one night above the dust of Homeric heroes. But if, with sorrowful envy, I must renounce the heroic fame of Achilles, I share the happiness of Paris, the possession of the fairest Hellenic woman. The expression with which Pericles said this was not wholly in harmony with the words themselves. He looked as if he doubted whether it was seemly for a man to renounce the fame of Achilles, and be content with the happiness of Paris. But Aspasia understood how to soothe the thoughts stirring in Pericles' mind, by exerting the spell at the command of the most beautiful woman in Greece. Her eyes shed a magical light through the gloomy rock chamber, the rose hue on her cheek seemed diffused through the whole vault. The torch, which but now, 93, had flickered so dimly, perhaps like those that had once burned here at the interment of the buried Agamemnon, suddenly appeared to blaze up cheerily like a hymeneal taper. The light of beauty, shining in the gloomy tomb, seemed to transform the dark vault to a bridal chamber, and the eternal freshness of life and love gained the mastery over the horror of death and corruption, the dust of the Atridae that had lain moldering for 1,000 years. When Pericles and Aspasia left the sepulchre and emerged from the rock-hewn vault, the dewy light of morning was shining on all the fields and slopes. Yet, even in the brilliant radiance of day, the ruins of the citadel of the Atridae were no less lonely and silent. Only a vulture, with outspread pinions, hovered high in the blue air above Mycenae. While the travelers breakfasted on the provisions brought with them, and some wine carried by a slave in a skin, Pericles asked Aspasia if she had had no dream during her slumber in the tomb of the Atridae. "Yes," replied Aspasia, "a dream really did transport me to the camp before Ilium. I saw Achilles in bodily form, and he still hovers before my eyes, a youthful figure, fiercely beautiful, of almost unearthly aspect, tall and slender, the face of the purest oval, framed by dark waving locks, the eyes, black as coals and almost circular in shape, which, despite the nobility of the features, gave the face a somewhat Gorgon-like, terrible expression. The mouth was unusually small, but the lips wore an impressive power. Everywhere youthful beauty was blended with fierce, almost superhuman, heroic strength. So I saw him standing on the ship, 94, his battle shout alone spreading terror within the walls of Ilium. A dream bore me also into the Homeric world," said Pericles, "but strangely enough, not among the heroes. I saw Penelope, yet stranger still, not as Homer describes her, the faithful wife waiting for Ulysses, but as the youthful bride in the light of a legend, which charms me more than all Homer has sung of her. You surely know the story of Ulysses' courtship, how the Spartan king Icarius consented to give his daughter to Ulysses, hoping to induce the latter to settle in Lacedaemon, but when he did not succeed in this, sought to estrange his beloved child from the suitor. Nay, when Ulysses took away his bride to Ithaca, followed the carriage with his paternal pleadings, until Ulysses asked the maiden to say whether she accompanied him willingly, or would rather return to Sparta with her father. Penelope made no reply, but timidly veiled her face, upon which Icarius let her go and erected a statue of virgin modesty in the spot where this occurred. What a charming picture is this silent, blushing Penelope, veiling her face in maidenly embarrassment. And in that virginal form I saw her last night in my dream." Thus Pericles and Aspasia related the visions that had fallen to their lot, while resting on the dust of the Atridae, and wondered half in jest, half in earnest, whether they concealed any omen or secret meaning. Casting one more glance from the ruined citadel of Mycenae upon the plain of Inachus and ancient Argos, they continued their journey, and began to cross the Argolian mountains into the Arcadian chain. Pericles and Aspasia enjoyed walking for long distances, 95, over the paths of the wooded heights, engaged in familiar conversation. Aspasia had hitherto been accustomed to rest only on cushions and carpets. She now learned that it was possible to recline on green turf, moss, herbs, and pine needles. Sometimes, when they sat down in a pleasant spot, a slave, at a sign from Pericles, brought one of the rolls of MS, containing Homer's poetry, and Aspasia, at her husband's request, read aloud to him in her clear, sweet voice. They had not wished to visit the remains of the ancient kingdom of the Atridae without the poet, and indeed, since seeing these ruins, the bard appeared to them in all his reality. From time to time a passing difference of opinion arose, when Pericles praised the patriarchal heroic days too enthusiastically, while Aspasia preferred to seek the ideal of human life in the present or even the future. "I find a remarkable lesson in Homer," Pericles said, "namely that men were once animals, and gradually became human beings. We see in his writings, especially in the Odyssey, how the transformation gradually took place. Everywhere he lays special stress upon the victory of humanity over what is rude and animal. Everywhere we see this struggle of humanity against the still unconquered remnants of brutishness. He shows us in the savage Lastrygons and Cyclopes what we once were. He describes these fierce barbarians in contrast with noble human feelings, compares the cannibals with the hospitable Phaeacians, and to guard mankind from any relapse into brutishness, associates it as closely as possible with the divine nature. Pallas Athena, the goddess of wise human judgment, energy ennobled by humanity, is the constant companion and guide of his heroes. 96. Humanity is what he preaches, humanity in contrast with brutishness. With him pure humanity is coined into pure poesy. Every object floats in a pure, clear atmosphere. Lofty simplicity never spoke more eloquently from any lips. Here Aspasia interrupted Pericles' praise. "Pardon me," she said, "a word has escaped you, which I cannot let pass, and you perhaps will gladly retract. Homer is neither plain nor simple, at least not in the sense that some of the sculptors were, who preceded Phidias. With Homer, to use an old comparison, poetry sprang fully matured from the brain of Zeus. His language is broad, rich, sonorous. His descriptions are sometimes as pompous as they are vivid, and there are passages in the Iliad and Odyssey whose rhetorical magnificence of expression no later poet will surpass. And his eloquence. Are not the speeches with which the angry Achilles is persuaded to return to the battle, and the answer he makes, masterpieces? Not merely in consequence of their vigor, by their arrangement and striking force of demonstration they will remain models of perfect oratory. What you say is true, said Pericles. Yet Homer, in a certain sense, possesses what I call sublime simplicity. Perhaps it is the secret of the highest art, to permit this lofty simplicity to echo through the cultivated magnificence of style, and blend primeval freshness with the maturity of the present. After a journey of several days, the travelers found themselves in the midst of the rough mountainous portion of Arcadia. They were accompanied through the hilly region by native shepherds, who not only acted as guides but, armed with clubs and spears, served also for 97 guards. Amid the solitude of the mountains they saw eagles circling in the clouds above them, beheld other birds with sharp talons and crooked beaks fighting and screaming on the jagged rocks, saw flocks of cranes, starlings, and daws flying before the hawks that darted down upon them from the peaks. Here and there the blows of axes and the crash of ancient trees, falling under the hands of woodcutters, resounded from the forest depths. Not one of the carnivorous animals, which usually only emerge from their dens at night, crossed their path, but they found the ground in the Arcadian woods covered with bright-eyed tortoises, creeping clumsily among the plants and stones, or basking in the sun. Thus Pericles and Aspasia wandered through the quiet country, and while supposing that they calmly regarded everything new and strange as a temporary and chance event, all these things had a momentous secret influence, fitted into their lives like a previously ordained link, and without perceiving or suspecting it, they were going forward to meet changes, transformations, decisions in their future destiny. Passing over lofty plateaus near the clouds, the travelers often obtained wonderful views of Hellas, and sometimes saw the peaks of snow-clad mountains glittering on the most distant horizons. One day they set out before dawn, and traversed summits still veiled in darkness. "Are you shivering in the chill mountain air?" Pericles asked the shuddering Aspasia. "No, I am trembling in the presence of this dark, dreary, mountain solitude," she replied. "It seems as if we were no longer on Hellenic soil, and had been deserted by all the Hellenic gods." 98. At this moment Pericles' eye rested on a tiny golden cloud visible in the extreme north. He directed Aspasia's attention to it. The cloud grew larger, but remained in the same spot and stood forth in wonderful relief against the monotonous gray of the rest of the night sky. Gradually the upper surface gained remarkable distinctness and firmness of outline, which no longer resembled a cloud. It looked like a far golden meadow, where happy gods wandered. Indeed, when morning dawned and the lines of more distant mountain ranges appeared, this light spread downward, and the travelers perceived that they had beheld no motionless cloud, but the snow-clad peak of a distant mountain in the north, illumined by the rays of the still invisible sun. "That, I believe, is the summit of the Thracian Olympus, the mountain of the gods," said Pericles gaily. "Do you see, the Hellenic gods have not abandoned us. From the spot, where they sit throned in endless bliss, they send through a cleft in the mountain a greeting to this cheerless solitude. They want to tell us not to forget them and all other beauty in the gloomy Dorian country," replied Aspasia smiling. The travelers soon passed from the bare lofty plateaus into the tree-shaded western portion of Arcadia, filled with bubbling springs. Here countless little streams, now dashing swiftly, now murmuring gently, flowed down from the wooded slopes. Even in the heat of summer, the luxuriant vegetation on the meadows was always fresh and unscorched. Elms, beeches, plane trees and oaks towered towards the sky. The valleys resounded with the lowing of cattle. Everywhere the travelers perceived that they were in the domain of the 99, rude god, who flung about his shoulders the red skin of the lynx, and to whom on all these heights, the sacrificial blood foamed from the shaggy breasts of rams. Everywhere his statue, carved from the wood of the elm tree, was erected, everywhere traces of him appeared. Here they saw a shaggy wild boar skin, hung on a plane tree in his honor, yonder the antler of a stag, nailed to a beech tree, in token of gratitude. Beside the springs were statues of nymphs, erected by the shepherds, offerings hung near them. Pericles and Aspasia wandered through lofty oak forests, flooded with golden light by the rising or setting sun. Sometimes a sunbeam glowed through the boughs of a tree like a carbuncle, scattering around it long shafts of light, that seemed as if they might be grasped in the hands. All this was new and strange to them, they had never seen anything like it. One day the pilgrims, while passing through a forest that shaded their path for miles, noticed an unusually loud rustling in the branches. I remember having heard of an Arcadian oak forest called Pelagos, the sea, on account of the loud rustling of its countless treetops, which resembled the surges of the ocean, said Pericles. Perhaps it is the very wood through which we are walking. But the native guides replied that this rustling in the heart of the forest was unusual, and predicted a storm, at the same time pointing to the sky, which a short time before had been perfectly clear, but had now grown lustreless, like tarnished steel. The travelers quickened their pace to reach the spot where they intended to spend the night, before the tempest burst. But the rustling of the trees soon changed into a wild roar, and the 100 tops began to crack. A few small black clouds, heavy with rain and lashed by the wind, swept over the misty gray sky. The sun, a short time before so radiant in its golden light, stood like a sulphurous yellow ball above the mountains, whose peaks ever and anon were illumined by a livid glare. The hurricane bowed the trees almost to the ground, sweeping leaves, sand, and little twigs whirling before it. Single drops began to fall, and a few minutes after a torrent of rain, mixed at first with hailstones, came pouring down. The travelers hastily took refuge under the branches of a mighty oak. Suddenly a peal of thunder shook the mountains, flash followed flash, clap followed clap, and the winds from all quarters of the heavens seemed to meet. The blue flashes of lightning appeared to cross each other over the heads of the terrified travelers, and the thunder found an echo in 100 valleys and ravines. Meanwhile the rain poured incessantly, the wind raved, birds of prey shrieked, and from the distance the howl of a wolf was heard. The travelers gazed anxiously from their shelter under the leafy roof of the oak out into the tempest surrounding them on all sides. Suddenly a flash of lightning, darting from a black cloud that hung over the crest of a jagged mountain, struck one of the tallest trees in the forest. In terrible splendor, the giant trunk burst into a red blaze, and in an instant was wrapped in flames from top to bottom. A shower of sparks flew from the crackling boughs, and a smell of sulfur pervaded the air. From the burning oak the flames leaped to other trees, and already threatened the travelers' shelter. The Arcadians promised to guide the fugitives to the nearest settlement, where they, 101, could spend the night, and hurrying over the pathless ground, they followed them downward. After a time the force of the rain abated, but they heard the dull roar of the swollen torrents rushing from the heights into the valleys. Pebbles, sand, broken boughs, and fragments of rock were washed away by the waters and hurried down into the depths. Meantime evening had closed in, but while the travelers hastened through the wooded region, the storm ceased. The clouds were soon dispersed by the wind, and the moon smiled calmly above the forest, where the fierce battle of the elements had just raged. The fugitives now reached a large opening in the trees, a hill covered with vegetation, stretching down over a gentle slope. A singular panorama was disclosed in the stillness of the night. On every side the jagged mountain peaks towered upward in the light of the moon, which sometimes shone brightly from the clear sky, sometimes dimly through floating clouds. The eye had a wide prospect to grasp, and the weary pilgrims walked on as if in a waking dream. In the center of the clearing were the enclosures and buildings of a shepherd's farm. As the travelers approached, an armed man, dressed in skins, who evidently guarded the premises against the attacks of wild beasts, came forward to meet them. two huge dogs ran barking by his side. The Arcadian guides quickly explained matters to him, and asked hospitality for the Athenian travelers. The watchman, driving away the barking dogs by throwing stones at them, led the strangers behind a wall, protected by a hawthorn hedge, which enclosing the farmhouse formed a spacious courtyard, where a fire, 102, was burning. The owner of the farm, a simple shepherd, came out, welcomed the guests without asking their origin, names, or the goal of their journey, and ordered a wether to be killed and roasted for their entertainment. After thus refreshing the travelers, he gave the slaves quarters for the night in the barns, but he and his wife resigned their own chamber to Pericles and Aspasia, preparing a fresh couch for them by strewing small branches and dried herbs on the floor, and spreading soft fleeces over them. For coverlids he gave them several goatskins, and his own cloak. The changing incidents, little adventures, and even the discomfort of a journey increase instead of lessening the enjoyment of travelers. The mere change of scenes and occurrences charms, and the pure breezes of heaven bestow on the weary not only strength and refreshment, but cheerful spirits. Pericles never felt happier than in the shepherd's hut, before the wretched couch. Aspasia's silvery laughter blended strangely with the idyllic lowing of the cattle from the stalls. "How many wonderful things the gods, in whom we trust while traveling, bestow," said Pericles. "A few days ago we had an ancient royal sepulchre for a sleeping room, and today it seems as if we were about to experience the adventures of Ulysses. Homer's spirit has hovered around us since we crossed the isthmus. I believe we shall become transformed during our wanderings, and when we return never suit the refined, almost effeminate Athenians." When Pericles and Aspasia, roused by the barking of the dogs and the prolonged lowing of the cattle, rose, 103, from their couch and went out into the spacious courtyard, they saw the rude shepherd lads going to the stalls. A large shaggy dog was playing with a tortoise he had found in the wet grass. Barking and leaping, he seized it sometimes by the paw and sometimes by the snout, and dragged it around until it lay dead. Another dog was fighting or rather playing with a ram. The ram struck at him with his horns, but the dog snapped at the ram's beard or tried to bite his muzzle. A naked child sat by the spring, throwing pebbles at the sun's disk, reflected in the water. The herds of cattle now came out of the stalls, first, rejoicing in their strength, the draft oxen, the calves bounded bleating around their mothers. 2 men, bearing crooked shepherd's staffs, followed them, accompanied by 2 powerful dogs. Then, driven by boys, came the bleating goats. A shepherd caught the he-goat at the head by its long beard, and caressed it. "This good fellow," he said to Pericles and Aspasia, "always gives warning on dark nights when a wolf or lynx creeps into the farmyard, even if the dogs are asleep and neglect to drive the creature away." The lambs gathered around a brown-skinned girl, whose face was shaded by a broad-brimmed hat, and who held a crook in her hand. There was something about this maiden, which even at the first glance attracted attention, produced an impression which could not instantly be understood. But on looking more closely, scanning her figure and the miserable dress in which she was clad, she seemed like a shepherdess, scarcely distinguishable from any other, save by her braids of fair hair and the strange expression of her eyes. They were remarkably deep and dreamy, and, 104, seemed to be gazing, with a sort of childish surprise, even at the familiar world which surrounded her. The lambs pressed bleating around and leaped upon her. One of the youngest, a snow-white little creature, licked the young girl's outstretched hand. When the flock of lambs, led by the girl, had passed out through the gate of the courtyard, the hospitable shepherd approached Pericles and Aspasia, who learned from him that she was his daughter, his only child, and was named Cora. Then, assisted by his wife, Glycana, he set before them various provisions from his country store. Pericles asked his host if he would allow him and his party to remain a day in his house, as they greatly needed rest after the exertions of the last week. The shepherd gladly consented, ran to his wife and said mysteriously, "Glycana, I shall always believe that the 2 strangers, who have come to our farm, are no common mortals. In their dignity and beauty of form, they seem like gods in disguise, as the divinities have often come to poor shepherds. Besides, they scarcely touch the food set before them." "And the slaves," said Glycana, "do you take them for gods too?" "No," replied her husband, "they eat and drink like human beings. But those 2, well, no matter. Only entertain them as well as you can." The shepherd returned to his guests, led them about everywhere, showed them his stables, his storerooms for fruit, his smoothly polished milk pails, bowls filled to the brim with whey, and hampers bursting with cheeses. Then he took them to see the white-toothed 105 sows and sucking pigs, praised their flesh, and fed them with acorns and cornels. When Aspasia looked as if she were tired and would like to sit down, the shepherd was instantly at hand to spread a spotted chamois skin on the ground for her, smiling slyly meanwhile, as if he wanted them to perceive he knew what treatment disguised goddesses expected from mortals. Skins and heads of slaughtered wild beasts hung on the enclosure of the courtyard and the trees surrounding it, and after Pericles and Aspasia had looked at these, they went out into the open country and were left to themselves, breathing more freely in the spicy air of the hillside. The mountains glittered in their robes of green, as if washed clean by the rain. The dewy blades of grass sparkled in the sun like polished swords. A flock of crows flew over the meadows as if absorbed in business, alighted on a solitary tree, and in a few minutes hastily rose again and were lost in the blue air. Shepherds with their flocks were seen wandering over the distant mountains. The valleys between were filled with white mist and vaporous fog, that floated like the waves of the sea, and in which the flocks descending from the heights seemed to plunge and vanish. Lambs and cattle were grazing in all the lowlands, and nimble goats climbed the rocky slopes. Ever and anon the music of reed pipes and song, the shepherd's pastime, echoed from the distance. The two loiterers heard from a certain spot sounds whose sweetness allured them. They turned in that direction, and found a group of shepherds listening to the best performer on the shepherd's flute. But soon someone emerged from the circle of listeners to cope with him. As Pericles and Aspasia approached, the rival musicians took the 106 reed pipes from their mouths and almost dropped them, while all the shepherds looked amazed at the appearance of strangers. But when Pericles kindly invited them to continue their contest, and told them that he and his wife were Athenians, detained by a violent thunderstorm on their way to Elis, the shepherds resumed their contest with still greater zeal, and begged the Athenian and his wife to act as umpire. Pericles and Aspasia were delighted with the music of the shepherds' flutes, and wondered that among such rude, untaught people as these mountaineers, any art, however insignificant, could have been cultivated to such perfection. Aspasia asked the shepherds if they did not understand how to vie with each other in pantomimic dances. They pointed to the youngest, a slender boy, who, at Pericles' request, came forward, and with blended drollery and grace executed a rural dance, in which he imitated various occupations of country life. "Couldn't you try a dance in pairs?" asked Aspasia. "If Cora would," he answered almost sadly, gazing mournfully into the distance. "Cora," cried the other shepherds laughing. "Foolish boy! Why do you talk of Cora? Cora cares nothing for you." The boy sighed and slipped away. Walking farther on, Pericles and Aspasia reached the lamb's pasture, a pleasant forest meadow surrounded with trees. Here they found Cora sitting among her flock. Some of the little white-fleeced ones forgot to graze, and preferred to rest, with their heads lying on her lap. Cora herself sat with bowed head, absorbed in gazing at a tortoise, which lay on her knee and, 107, seemed to answer the glance of the girl's beautiful eyes. "Where did you find that creature?" asked Pericles, who had approached with Aspasia. The girl had been so absorbed in her dreamy reverie, that she did not notice the two strangers until they stood before her. Then she looked up, measured them with a glance from her round, childlike eyes, and said, "These creatures come creeping up to me of their own accord from the neighboring woods. This one, in particular, always returns, and has so little fear, that instead of hiding its neck and head when I touch them, it stretches them out as far as possible, and looks at me with its bright eyes. Old Babo says Pan sometimes conceals himself under the form of a tortoise. I think," the girl softly continued, "there is something mysterious about this one, for since it has constantly come out of the forest and spent the day with me and the lambs, the herd increases and thrives in a wonderful way." After being induced to talk, the Arcadian girl was easily led, by Aspasia's questions, to continue her strange, childlike prattle. Charming to hear was her story of Pan, the woodland and shepherd god, how wonderfully the music of his flute echoed from the distance in the lonely mountains, how he was sometimes gracious, sometimes malicious. She also told of the goat-footed satyrs, who wandered through the woods, teasing with their mischievous pranks not only the nymphs, but the shepherdesses. One of them had once laid in wait for her, but she drove him away with a brand snatched from the watchfire lighted in the forest. Then she spoke of the nymphs, who like the satyrs lived in the 108 forest, and sometimes met mortals in the moonlight, which was a great misfortune, for whoever met a nymph in the depths of the woods was seized with madness, and could never be cured. The young girl's mind was filled with the marvelous legends and tales of her Arcadian native land. She spoke of wild swamps and horrible ravines, lakes cursed by the gods, in whose waters no fish thrived, of caves where evil spirits lurked, of strange sanctuaries of Pan on lonely mountain heights. The more horrible the girl's stories became, the wider she opened her childlike, frightened eyes. In Stymphalus, she said, under the temple roof, hang the dead Stymphalian birds the hero Heracles slew. My father has seen them himself. And behind the temple stand marble statues of maidens with birds' feet. The dead Stymphalian birds are as large as cranes, and when they were alive flew at men, hacked their heads with their beaks, and eat them. Their beaks were so strong that they could bite metal. From the lakes cursed by the gods, in which no fish could live, and into which even the birds that chanced to fly over them fell dead, Cora went on to the horrible waters of the Styx, which drip from desolate rocks in the most terrible mountain ravine of Arcadia. From the dreadful waters she spoke of the wild beasts in the mountain forests, and the hunts of the Arcadians for them. Then her eyes lost their timid, childlike expression, and a brave spirit sparkled in their depths. She told them how the shepherds, when a wild beast appeared near the farm, were compelled to watch out of doors through many a rainy night, how bright fires were kept burning in the yards, how the hungry roars of the 109 beasts were heard from the forest in the stillness of the night, how all set out to follow its trail, or lurked in some hiding place, and when it tried to leap over the wall of the enclosure, suddenly rushed out upon it with spears, fragments of rock, and firebrands until it succumbed, overpowered by the number of its assailants. Pericles and Aspasia were surprised at the expression of daring courage that flashed in the shepherdess' eyes while relating these tales, though her mind seemed to have no room for anything beyond the legend-fostered superstitions of her native land. "It seems as if you yourself would not be unwilling to take part in such conflicts," said Aspasia. "Oh, I would do so gladly," cried Cora. "Besides the malicious satyr, I have twice driven away with firebrands a wolf that endeavored to approach my flock." "This girl reminds me," said Pericles, as she stands before us at this moment, "of that famous daughter of Arcadia, Atalanta, who cast off by her father when a child, because he wanted sons only, was nursed by a she-wolf, reared by hunters and then, armed with spear and bow, lived in the Arcadian woods, a terror to wild beasts, a bold virginal huntress, who would yield to no tender emotion." "Are you always alone here with the lambs?" asked Aspasia. "Is there nothing you love, and would gladly have with you always?" "Oh, yes indeed," said Cora, looking into her questioner's face with the old expression of childlike wonder in her eyes. "I love the tortoise, that always gazes at me with its bright glance, and will perhaps suddenly be transformed and speak to me, for I sometimes dream of it at night, and then it always talks. I love 110, the lambs too, and these well-known rustling trees, to whose murmur I listen for hours. I love the sunshine, but I also like the rain that comes plashing on the leaves, and the thunder that rolls so beautifully among the mountains. I love the birds, the larger ones, the eagles and cranes that fly over my head, as well as the smaller which sing among the branches. But most of all I love the mountains, especially in the evening when they glow with crimson hues, or at night when all is still, perfectly still, and their peaks stand so calmly in the white light." Pericles and Aspasia smiled. "We were mistaken," said the former, "in supposing a shepherd maiden, who loves so many things, incapable of all tender emotions." Aspasia drew him aside, saying, "How this simple Arcadian girl, who sits with the tortoise in her lap, waiting for it to change into the god Pan, would stare if she were suddenly transported to Athens. How drolly she would behave, if I placed her with the two young maidens I have adopted, and whom the Athenians have already begun to call my school." "She would appear like a raven among doves," replied Pericles. Yet they were both attracted by the girl's prattle, which revealed an unusual degree of imagination and a peculiar phase of feeling. But Aspasia soon began to change places with the Arcadian, becoming narrator, instead of listener. She began to tell the shepherd girl about Athens, until Pericles broke off the conversation by asking her to continue their walk. They soon lost themselves in the forest. Noonday had come, the sun had dried the morning dampness and warming the depths of the woods, released all their spicy odors. In the 111 meadows and clearings stood tall blooming plants, whose fragrance, blending with the aroma of the resin, made the mountain air refreshing, almost intoxicating. Cicadas chirped in the thickets under the scorching sun. When they sat down to rest in the seclusion of the forest, the tortoises Cora loved crept up to them also, the large birds flew over their heads, and the smaller ones sang in the branches. The rustle of the leaves to which Cora listened for hours, murmured above, and Cora's beloved sunshine played around them. The deep rustle of these Arcadian mountain forests, said Pericles, which seem to come from an infinite distance and die away again in endless space, fills me with strange awe. I never felt anything like it. I have never listened to the voices of a forest, carelessly passed by things which now suddenly seem to wish to say something to me. Look at the delicate threads shining in the sunlight, stretched from the tip of the wild oats to the top of the blue bellflower. Have you noticed the wondrously fine silvery work of the spider? This Arcadian girl teaches us that we can admire and learn to love things usually scarcely noticed, and which we enjoy unconsciously and therefore ungratefully, as we breathe. Your mind opens too easily to new impressions, Pericles, replied Aspasia. An Arcadian child has infected you with a novel and unprecedented kind of love, a love for trees, passing clouds, and flying birds, and the perfume of the Arcadian mountain herbs perhaps already seems sweeter than the fragrance of the Milesian rose hedges. Only admit, said Pericles, that this aromatic forest fragrance invigorates the heart, but amid the heavy odor of roses the mind at last becomes enfeebled. 112. I really feel a breath of renewed life. When we once stood in the grotto of Pan on the Acropolis, and you despised the shepherd god, we did not suspect he would afterwards receive us so kindly as his guests, entertain us so hospitably. Peaceful happiness surrounds us here, and when I mentally transport myself from this primeval solitude to noisy Athens, the impetuous haste and restlessness of its citizens seem almost frivolous, compared with the divine repose of these shepherds on their lovely mountain slopes. I only half share your enjoyment of the pleasures prepared for us by the hospitality of the shepherd god, replied Aspasia. These people are plain and coarse, the distant snow-capped peaks of the mountains chill me, and the nearer ones make me timid, as if they were about to fall upon me. The solemn, monotonous rustling of these lofty firs affects me unpleasantly, and seems adapted to awaken a gloomy, thoughtful, fanatical spirit in the human mind. I love open sunny plains, blooming meadows, shores with a wide view of the sea. I like the places where a cheerful spirit develops in beautiful maturity. You would apparently like to stay here with these shepherds. I on the contrary would fain take them all away with me, to make men of them. Well, do as Apollo did, when he once took a fancy to join the shepherds and tend flocks. Stay here. You can live like a cicada, be wise, passionless, bloodless. If you sometimes long for activity, you can weave snares for crickets, or push lime twigs through the trees to catch birds, or drive the starlings and cranes from the grain fields, with stones hurled from a sling. Or, you can watch the lambs for Cora, who will accompany me to Athens. 113. Pericles smiled. So you really mean to take Cora away with you? Of course I do, replied Aspasia, and hope you will not refuse your consent. Pericles was surprised. My consent will not be withheld. But what is your object in the matter? A jest, replied Aspasia. This comical Arcadian will serve to amuse me. It makes me laugh, whenever I look into her big, round, timid eyes. It was precisely as Aspasia said. She wanted to amuse herself with the young girl, see how oddly the superstitious, inexperienced shepherd maiden would behave, if suddenly transported into the midst of the superrefined life of Athens. The illness of one of his slaves induced Pericles to remain the shepherd's guest another day. This was spent principally in the society of the brown-skinned shepherdess. Again Cora prattled, told shepherd tales, nay even sang some strange childish songs, composed by herself, like the following: down from the cliff the little brook plunges in merry play, casting the while a laughing look, where the deer, grazing, stray. Sprinkling the flowers with its foam, the beasts it doth entice to slake their thirst. Let winter come, and it is pure, clear ice. She also related the story of the lovesick Daphne, who pined away in sorrow and melancholy, and for whom all the animals mourned. But the sad tale did not find favor with Aspasia. She listened with a scornful smile on her rosy lips. 114. If in walking they came to one of the springs, surrounded by luxuriant herbage, which formed a clear crystal basin, and Aspasia wanted to look in, Cora anxiously pulled her back, saying that a person who looked into a spring sometimes saw the reflection of another image, that of a nymph, looking over her shoulder, and was then hopelessly lost. When the sun stood in the zenith, and the notes of a reed pipe were heard in the brooding noontide stillness, Cora said, "Pan will be angry again. He doesn't like to be roused from slumber at noon, when he is resting, by the sound of a pipe or other instruments." The music came from the shepherd lad, who, requested by Pericles and Aspasia, had performed a rural dance the day before. He was well aware that Pan did not like the notes of a pipe at noon, yet always played when he saw Cora near, because he hoped to please her. But she reproached the poor fellow. Still, she had a kind heart, for she compassionately rescued a cicada that had become entangled in a spider's web. The young girl listened earnestly when Aspasia began to tell her about Athens. During the conversations the former held with Cora, she intentionally described the life of the Athenian city in the most tempting colors. She disturbed the peace of this idyllic nature, awakened discord in the harmonious world of the child's heart. Finally she invited her to accompany her to Athens. Cora made no reply, but seemed absorbed in thought. Aspasia appealed to Cora's estimable parents, and told them she would take their daughter to Athens, where she might expect a happy fate. "If it please the gods," said the honest shepherd. 115. If it please the gods, replied the shepherdess. But they did not say yes. No matter how often Aspasia renewed her request for their consent, they only said, "If it please the gods." The father and mother could not easily resolve to part from their only child, even if she had the happiest fate. On the evening of the same day, Cora was suddenly missed after returning with her flock of lambs, and they searched for her a long time in vain. At last Pericles and Aspasia, who were standing near the entrance of the courtyard, saw the young girl coming up the slope. Her attitude and bearing were very singular, for she held both hands pressed firmly over her ears. A group of Pericles' slaves stood outside the courtyard at some distance. When the girl had approached very near them, she suddenly removed her hands from her ears, seemed to be listening to their words, then started back, pressed her hand on her breast, and stood as if rooted to the earth. The Athenians approached and asked the cause of her confusion. "I asked Pan whether it was the will of the gods that I should go with you to Athens," she replied. "How did you do that?" both inquired. "Down in the valley," said the girl, "is a grotto sanctuary of Pan. The god statue, carved from oak, stands in the cave. All the shepherds go there, when they want to ask anything secret. They whisper the question in the god's ear, cover their own with their hands until they come near people who are talking together, and then suddenly remove them. The first word heard is Pan's reply, the god's answer to the question whispered in his ear." 116. And what word did you hear first among those slaves? asked Aspasia. "Athens," replied Cora, trembling with excitement. "So it is Pan's will that I shall go to Athens," she continued sighing. "He will permit you to take your favorite tortoise," said Aspasia smiling. Cora's parents came up. "Pan wills that I shall go to Athens," said the young girl in a sorrowful, but resolute tone. And she repeated the story of the oracle, for which she had gone to Pan's grotto. The shepherd and shepherdess heard the tale, looked at each other in perplexity, and then repeated, no less sadly than the young girl, "Pan wills that Cora shall go with the strangers to Athens." Then they went up to the weeping girl and kissed her. "Cora will be rewarded for her obedience to the god," said Aspasia. "She will often send messengers to bring you news and gifts, and when you have grown old, summon you to spend the rest of your days with her." "An omen happened in the house yesterday," said the shepherd. "A snake that stole into the swallow's nest on the roof, fell down on the hearth through the vent hole for the smoke." Aspasia continued to speak encouraging, consoling words, and the father and mother at last yielded to the will of the gods, though with sore distress. Mournfully the notes of the shepherd lover's pipe echoed from the distance, while the shadows gathered more deeply around the quiet paths across the country. 117, all went into the courtyard together, to spend the night, which to Pericles and Aspasia was their last among the Arcadian mountains. They intended to set out at daybreak and continue their journey to Elis, where more important events awaited them, than in the quiet country of the shepherds. Contents, Chapter 5, The New God and His Lightning. Pericles and Aspasia had not wandered to Elis, to see the Olympian racers dart towards the goal, the wrestlers and pugilists struggle over the sand, or to hear the loud shouts, with which the Hellenes greeted the victors. Their hearts yearned towards their friend Phidias, when amid the radiance of a dewy morning, they reached the famous plain of Olympia, watered by the waves of the sacred stream Alpheus. They found all the roads leading to Elis from the Arcadian mountains, the south of the Peloponnesus across Messenia, or the north across Achaia, crowded with travelers, but especially the so-called Sacred Holiday Road, that ran along the Alpheus. Even across the western sea they saw garlanded galleys coming from the Italian and Sicilian coasts. They mingled in the throng of festal caravans, festal embassies, which no large community in Hellas neglected to send to the great, peaceful Hellenic contest in Olympia. Wherever such a caravan passed, the stream of other travelers on foot and horseback divided, and all, 118, gazed at the members of the procession, who, clad in festal robes and crowned with wreaths, sat in garlanded chariots, at the chariots themselves, which were not unfrequently adorned with paintings, gilded, and hung with tapestry, the magnificent beasts for sacrifices, costly sacrificial vessels, and numerous attendants. Not far from the rows of shops and booths, almost opposite to the entrance of the sacred grove, was a sculptor's studio. Here Phidias had toiled for years, here with Alcamenes and some of his other pupils he had labored in the seclusion of the lowlands of Elis, whose quiet was interrupted only once in 5 years by the gay tumult of the Olympic festival, to complete the noblest and most magnificent of all his statues. Having escaped the spell of joyous Athens, shaken off all the influences that sought to bind his sublime thoughts to earth with flowery chains, he created in this solitude, fanned by mountain breezes and soothed by the waters of the sacred stream, his Olympic Zeus. 2 men came out of Phidias' studio and walked up the bank of the Alpheus. One was the impetuous Alcamenes. His companion might be recognized as the much-praised Polykleitos of Argos, whose statues in bronze and marble vied with the great Athenians. Yet, with the quiet, sober temperament of the Peloponnesian, he endeavored to comprehend humanity solely as such, especially the masculine sex, which he liked best to embody in statues of athletes. His school was Olympia. Here he trained and saturated eyes and mind with the living contours of harmoniously powerful figures. The difference between Phidias' art and that of his Argive rival caused a secret hostility. While the 119 Athenian thought people were beginning to value the Argives' unaspiring art too highly, the latter was secretly offended because, passing over the Peloponnesian artist, the Athenian and his pupils had been summoned to execute the largest and most superb piece of sculpture on Peloponnesian soil. This was one of the Athenian triumphs Aspasia had predicted, when she tried to prove to Pericles that a community can surpass its rivals by fostering the beautiful. Therefore Polykleitos, during his stay in Olympia, had held no intercourse with Phidias and his companions, except Alcamenes, whose frank, cheerful, vivacious temper always triumphed over petty scruples, and who had now on the occasion of a chance meeting, entered into an unembarrassed conversation with his Argive brother artist. Polykleitos, a sensible, circumspect man, who even in his hostility to Phidias and his school felt no passionate bitterness, inquired for Agoracratus, and asked why he had not accompanied his master to help finish his glorious work, as he did on the Acropolis. "You may well wonder," replied Alcamenes, "that the master's favorite pupil is absent, while I, who since the victory won over him by my Aphrodite, can scarcely venture to boast of Phidias' personal regard, followed him here and continue to work by his side. When people live and labor together, it doesn't depend upon whether they love each other more or less, but whether they have peaceable dispositions. I could have endured Agoracratus' companionship, though he is ill-disposed towards me, but he could not bear mine, and since the completion of the Parthenon has gone his own way merely to escape the sight of my hated face. Meantime, 120, he undertook to carve a Zeus for Coronia. But, as when he intended to make an Aphrodite he produced a Nemesis, so people supposed his Zeus, when finished, to be a god of the nether world. Thus he becomes more and more absorbed in melancholy, and as my style of art constantly progresses in the contrary direction, we have reached a degree of opposition, in which we are certainly no longer fit to labor side by side at the same task. Your impetuous spirit, Alcamenes, replied Polyclitus, urges you to take long strides in your art, which your companions cannot easily follow. I could move more freely here, than among the works on the Acropolis, said Alcamenes. There the master's mind held everything created in strict unity, according to a fixed plan. Here he left the external decoration of the temple entirely to Paeonius and myself, while he remained completely absorbed in his Olympian ruler of the gods. As Alcamenes uttered these words, he suddenly fixed his eyes upon a distant part of the crowd surging along the bank of the Alpheus. He seemed to have recognized someone, and his manner betrayed unusual excitement. Turning to Polyclitus, he said, "Do you see that stately, dignified man, trying to make his way through the throng, beside a closely veiled woman with a charming figure? That is Pericles from Athens, accompanied by his wife, the beautiful Milesian, Aspasia." "I recognize Pericles," said Polyclitus. "I saw him years ago at Athens. But the beautiful woman is a stranger to me." "A woman as dangerous and crafty, as she is beautiful," 121, replied Alcamenes. "You cannot love without hating her, or hate without loving her." When Pericles and Aspasia saw Alcamenes and Polyclitus, they approached each other, and after the Athenians had exchanged cordial greetings with the two sculptors, Pericles instantly asked for Phidias. "We arrived at Olympia late last evening," said he, "not to witness the games, which for me have long since lost the charm of novelty, and my wife as a woman is prohibited from attending, but merely to see Phidias and his god, about which marvelous things have been told recently. We are just looking for the master, and you, Alcamenes, will doubtless gladly direct us to him." "He is in the sacred grove," replied Alcamenes, "in the newly finished temple of Zeus. He shut himself up there with his assistants and workmen, and will admit no one, partly in order not to be disturbed, and partly because he doesn't wish to expose his statue to the eyes of spectators until it is in its place, erected in its full splendor. The temple will not be opened until the games are over." Rigidly as the reserved and almost misanthropic man secludes himself from every one, I will try to enter the closed temple and announce guests, whom he surely will not fail to receive with joy. "Never mind, Alcamenes," said Pericles. "Phidias ought not to be disturbed in his occupation, even by us, and will not wish us to see his work, except in the full splendor of completion. We will have patience for a time, but I don't intend to wait with Aspasia for the formal opening of the temple. We should not care to enjoy that spectacle for the first time amid the countless throng of Hellenes. I hope Phidias will conduct us, 122, at least a day before into the lonely sanctuary, and allow us to gaze at his completed statue of the god in silence." "That wish certainly will accord with the master's desire," replied Alcamenes. "Then, if you intend to leave Phidias undisturbed in the temple, content yourselves with my society and Polyclitus, who is more at home on the soil of Olympia than almost any other Greek, and whose bronze and marble statues are gleaming yonder amid the branches of the plane and olive trees in the sacred grove." Pericles and Aspasia, with cordial thanks, accepted the guidance of the two famous men. They walked together through the vast crowd in the wide, open plain that extended between the tree-shaded bank of the Alpheus and the sacred grove of Attis, where the new temple of the Olympic Zeus towered amid a forest of bronze and marble statues. They passed the houses intended for the numerous persons who belonged to the service of the temple, the inns, which could not contain half the strangers, the buildings where the war chariots were kept, the stables where noble steeds and mules were neighing. The larger portion of the multitude had encamped in tents in the open air. After walking a few steps, they came to the superb tent of the embassy from Sicyon, somewhat farther on to those which sheltered the envoys from Corinth, Argos, Samos, Rhodes, and others. Around these tents thronged many persons, especially those connected with their owners by the ties of nationality. Then they were told, "This magnificent tent belongs to the rich Periander from Chios, that to wealthy Euphorides from Orchomenus, 123, the third to Pauson from Eretria. The occupants of the tents stood at the entrances, talking and gesticulating eagerly together, greeting their friends and inviting them to rest under the shade of the purple linen. Strangers, sunburnt youths, approached, endeavoring to prove themselves the sons and relatives of former guests, by showing one half of a broken ring, whose other half was in the hands of those whom they accosted. Booths of every description adjoined the gay city of tents. The populace surged to and fro. All the various Greek dialects blended confusedly together. People did not always understand each other. Beside the harsh tones of the Peloponnesian, the broad accent of the Theban, the heavy one of the Megarian, echoed the soft Ionian and Aeolian tongues. Amid the crowd of Hellenes, the eager, bright-eyed Athenian and grave, gloomy Spartan were especially conspicuous, and were often seen to measure each other with hostile glances. The gigantic forms of the athletes also moved to and fro. People pointed them out, and mentioned their names and victories. Before the tent of the embassy from Chios, Pericles saw a boy weeping bitterly, while an old man, perhaps his grandfather, vainly strove to console him. Pericles asked the cause of the tears, and learned that the lad had been excluded from the contests of the boys on the charge of effeminacy, because he had come to Olympia with long hair and a purple robe. Aspasia, in tones of mingled scorn and anger, without fearing those who might hear, blamed the gloomy, old-fashioned strictness of the Elis inspectors of combats, then caressingly stroked the boy's dark curls, saying, 124, "Don't cry. Pericles from Athens will intercede for you with the Hellenodici." The wide space became more and more densely crowded. Pericles and Aspasia, in passing along, saw groups thronging around sculptors, who publicly exhibited their works, or rhapsodists, or a clear-voiced man, who mounted a sort of orator's platform, to read aloud to the listening Hellenes the histories he had composed of Greek cities and islands. Or they pressed around some excellent musician, or men of haughty bearing clad in magnificent purple robes, sophists who sought here in Olympia to increase the renown of their name, and were ready to declaim to the throng on any subject, or some insignificant little man, on whose bald crown the perspiration, under the burning sun of Elis, glittered like morning dewdrops, and who offered for general examination an astronomical chart, a work of great ingenuity and toilsome calculation. An aged, white-haired Spartan gazed at the eager bustle with a gloomy, dissatisfied expression. "I like the time, when Olympia was nothing more than the place for testing the manly strength of the Hellenes, while now it is abused as a spot for exhibiting effeminate arts. When I was a boy, nothing was sold here except necessary food, and articles especially required for the festival, such as ornaments, fillets, wreaths. Now the booths bristle with useless trash. We have a great fair here, at which the tradesfolk from all the cities and islands wish to offer their most tempting wares. The place swarms more and more with rhapsodists, musicians, sculptors, sophists, and other people of that sort, and soon the great purpose of the Olympic festival will disappear amid exhibitions and displays of unmanly rivalry, with 125, which the Athenians and other Hellenes of the lowlands, the islands, and the Ionian coast try to press forward. Ambitious fools! Each wants to parade in some way, make himself conspicuous. See, yonder are some Megarians scrawling their names on the bark of the poplars, to do something to secure immortality. And I see some people gathering the beautiful, bright-hued pebbles from the sand of the sacred stream," replied his companion. "I must get some too, to take home to my boys." At these words the Spartan's friend disappeared among the poplars on the banks of the Alpheus. The former looked after him, shaking his head. At this moment, drowning every other sound, arose the loud voice of the herald, who passing through the city of tents from time to time, succeeded in fixing the eyes and ears of all the Hellenes upon himself for a moment. He was the universal mouthpiece of the Greeks, and announced the most diverse events. The Panormitans and Leontines solemnly inform all the Hellenes of the treaty of peace they have concluded, after the settlement of their quarrels. Then, the Magnesians announce to the Hellenes, that they have formed a perpetual defensive alliance with the Larisseans and Demetrians. Again his sonorous shout echoed on the air. The Lycians, in the presence of the whole Hellenic nation, thanked the Pleiadians for the assistance rendered in the conflict with the Centrines. "That was worthwhile," exclaimed a Centrine. "Do the Lycians really suppose we feared them and the Pleiadians?" By Heracles. They'll hear a different proclamation from the herald, at the next Olympic festival. 126, Admirable bragging, replied a Lycian who stood near. Never mind. We still have arrows enough to cover the whole centrine city. And we spears enough, retorted the centrine, to spit all the Lycians. Be off, cried the Lycian furiously, or you won't recognize your own face in the mirror tomorrow. He raised his clenched fist. The Athenian caught his arm. What does this mean? Let the centrine alone or you'll have to deal with me. Why, just see, said a Samian in the group of spectators who crowded around the pair, the Athenians even want to ingratiate themselves with the centrines, and we know their designs, when they sneak into favor. Yes, indeed we do, cried several Spartans and Argives. For some time, exclaimed one of the Argives, the Athenians have been making extraordinary efforts to win friendship on the isthmus and at the entrances to the Peloponnesus. Have they time? Asked one of the Spartans, grinning. Has the great Pericles, the Olympian, finished his magnificent temples, propylaea, and gold and ivory statues of Pallas? And does the Hera of the Athenian Olympian desire to extend her domain beyond the pine forests of the isthmus? She has already sent her friends and champions in advance, cried the Argive, pointing over his shoulder towards Phidias' workshop. The Athenians would not submit to be laughed at, and the wordy war threatened to grow fiercer and more general. 127, Suddenly a man's voice was heard. Powerful, melodious, and wonderfully impressive, it instantly gained a hearing from all. Whose is the Hellenic tongue, cried the speaker, that derides the new temple and statues of the Athenians? Whatever praiseworthy thing has been created at Athens, has been created for the honor of the whole Hellenic name. Remember that for centuries our forefathers, no matter of what race, have always maintained peace in this spot, where the sacred waves of the Alpheus flash in time to the festal Olympic songs of the whole Hellenic nation. We have ever met here for peaceful contests, this was sacred soil, here dwelt divine peace. The Panhellenic festival within the temple precincts of our common god, Zeus, unites us. Keep the peace, Hellenes, on the Pisation meadow. No weapons must clash, no clang of metal be heard here, save the tinkling of broken house of rings fitted together, by which Hellenic guests from every land affectionately recognize each other. At these words the shout Pericles rang through the crowd. Pericles of Athens! Pericles, the Olympian! Fathers lifted their sons to show them Pericles. He had at first been recognized only by a few. Now that he had spoken, now that the thunder of his Olympic oratory had resounded, he was known by the whole Hellenic nation. Shouts of applause echoed across the Alpheus, and the waves of the stream seemed to plash in harmony. Pericles withdrew from the crowd by entering the sacred grove Altus, accompanied by his friends and Aspasia. Here they wandered amid temples and sanctuaries of every kind, statues, tripods, monumental, 128, columns, beneath the rustling foliage of olive, white poplar, plane, and palm trees. A gilded goddess of victory, placed between two gilded prize vessels, flashed with dazzling luster on the summit of the new temple of Zeus. They examined Alcmene's sculpture on the rear pediment. He had represented the battle of the Lapithaean centaurs, and in so doing given freer rein to his predilection for animated life and manifold variety of attitude and gesture, than at the Acropolis of Athens. Guided by Polyclitus and Alcmenes, Pericles and Aspasia examined the countless wonders of the sacred grove. At last they ascended a flight of steps, leading northward from the Altus to a wide terrace. This terrace extended along the southern base of the hill of Cronus to the stadium. Upon it stood a row of so-called treasure houses of different cities, in which they deposited the offerings intended for Olympia. Ascending the hill of Cronus from the treasure houses, Pericles and Aspasia saw the sanctuaries that adorned it. From the summit they had a most beautiful view of Olympia. Below lay the sacred grove Altus, with its temples and statues. Beyond it the majestic river Alpheus flowed through the plain. On the right was the river Cladius, flowing from the Pisation mountains to mingle its waters with the Alpheus. On the left was the stadium, and farther down, bounding the sacred grove, the hippodrome, the scene of the Olympic contests. At the right of the hill of Cronus, nearer the northern exit of the Altus, they saw the buildings which formed the center of the government of Olympia, and where the umpires, as well as the athletes themselves, swore to observe the laws of the contests before the 129 statue of Zeus Harchios, armed with the double lightnings. Beyond, nothing was to be seen on all sides except the circle of towering mountains, beneath whose shelter lay the sacred plain of Olympia. The men of the party gazed at the scene with delight, but Aspasia began to complain of the burning heat, and the numerous gnats that tormented them. "How does it happen," said she, "that the Hellenes chose for their athletic contests the season of midsummer, and this sultry, marshy lowland?" "Their founder, Heracles, didn't mind gnats," said Alcmene smiling. "Nor we men until now," added Pericles. "But since our attention has been called to it, I must agree with you, Aspasia, the countless tiny bloodsuckers are certainly annoying." Returning through the Altis, Pericles and Aspasia lingered near Polyclitus statues. Meantime the throng and bustle between the Altis and the Alpheus had constantly increased. Countless victims were offered towards evening at the flower-wreathed altars of the gods in the Altis. The athletes were seen watching for omens of their success in the entrails of the slaughtered animals. The largest throng of spectators gathered around the festal burnt offering on the famous ancient altar of Zeus. The performance of these sacred rites lasted until far into the night, amid the sound of music, by the light of the moon, which was approaching its full. Everything was done in magnificent style, and yet in perfect order, amid a silence that commanded reverence. Not until midnight were the torches in the sacred grove extinguished, while the last flames on the sacrificial altars died, 130, glimmering away. Then no small part of the throng hurried to the racecourse, to secure places and wait for the grey dawn and the commencement of the games. The next morning Pericles and Aspasia ascended the hill of Cronus. Pericles' eyes rested upon the crowded stadium, of which he had a distant view, with the interest such a spectacle always obtained from the Greeks. He had only renounced the pleasure of mingling with the spectators for Aspasia's sake. The Milesians I did not turn with the same satisfaction to the spot where physical strength, excited to almost murderous eagerness, was struggling in the dust and sun. "Why does your glance wander almost contemptuously to those rejoicing spectators?" asked Pericles. "Does it not seem," said Aspasia, "as if the Hellenic nation, which has become so eminent in many things truly beautiful and magnificent, reserves the highest of its crowns of glory for the athletes of Olympia? Ought strength of arm and nimbleness of foot to be considered the highest of all excellencies on Hellenic soil?" "I understand," replied Pericles, "you are the champion of womanhood, and everything that refines, ennobles, and beautifies life, but here the rude masculine nature celebrates its triumph. Such wrestling and pugilistic contests, where men fight each other till the blood streams from their mouths, is a true Dorian spectacle," replied Aspasia. "You are right, I hate these games, for where virility goes beyond its mark, barbarism does not seem far distant. I fear the rude charm of this spectacle will ensnare, 131, the minds of men more and more, and at last lead them again to barbarism." "You go too far," replied her husband, smiling. The conflict of opinions between Pericles and Aspasia was destined to receive a still greater stimulus by a little scene of which they became witnesses. The evening of that same day, accompanied by Polyclitus and Alcmenes, they were strolling near the stadium, Aspasia gazing at the places so new to her, when it happened that just as they sat down to rest on a stone bench, a party of athletes, who had taken part in the contests of the day, met another group, and all entered into an animated conversation. The battles of the first day were fought over again in words, and each success underwent a severe scrutiny. Those who were vanquished explained by what accident their opponents had become conquerors, and how the victory had merely hung by a hair, or accused their foes of having violated the laws of the games, but this was usually of little avail, and they were sometimes compelled to hear the jeers of their companions. "No matter, worthy Theagenes," one said, "you must bear the thumps you received from Nisostratus. You look very pitiable with the oil-soaked rags around your broken head, and diffuse the odor of a lamppost." "Scoff on," said the person addressed, a youthful wrestler and pugilist, who had received a good drubbing, and therefore wore a cloth soaked in oil wrapped about his head. "Scoff on," he continued, "I've tried now what flesh and blood can bear. I received blows on the head, which I believe, would have crushed a block of stone. Yet do you suppose I feel any discomfort except a little heat? At the utmost, a few harmless, 132, bumps have swollen. But my spine is beginning to ache a little, very possibly from the violence with which I fell backward on the ground in the wrestling match. It's evident you are a novice, said the others, since you don't yet know that the head is the least, and the spine the most sensitive part of the body. Your spine will recover in 3 days, said one, but look at me, where shall I get back my teeth? If I had spit them out, when a blow from Meleager's fist struck me, I should have confessed my loss, so I preferred to swallow them. It's disagreeable to carry one's teeth about in the stomach, instead of in the mouth. You'll digest them, said Neman the Boeotian. An athlete's stomach must digest teeth. I shall hardly get as much flesh on my limbs from them as you have, replied Theogenes. Neman was really an elderly coarse fellow, who had absorbed the juices of many cattle, calves, and lambs. His ears were crushed by numerous blows, the flesh on his broad-arched breast and back seemed like brass, he resembled a hammered bronze statue. The muscles on his arms stood out round and firm, like the pebbles in a river bed, which have long been rolled and rounded by the waves. Do you suppose, he cried, that I'll yield to any of you because I'm a little clumsy, and not so light-footed? I'm no racer, but a man who can no more be overthrown than an iron column. If the earth itself trembles, I stand firm. Neman laid a disc on the ground, and continued, well. Is there any one of you who can push me down? 133, the athletes, one after another, vainly tried their strength. Neman moistened the disc with oil till it was very slippery, but still stood his ground. Then he stretched out his right hand, holding the fingers, also extended, pressed firmly together. Now try to separate the little finger from the rest, he exclaimed. They attempted to do so, but the fingers seemed soldered to each other like metal. That's nothing, boastfully exclaimed Sthenelus the Argive. I can stop a team of 4 horses at full speed, by grasping the spokes of the wheels. And I, said Thermios the Elean, once seized a stallion by the hoof at Pylos, and when he tore himself free, I held the hoof in my hand. These are feats of strength, said the Thessalian, Anaxagoras, but equal what I once did at Larissa. I stole the sandals from the feet of the famous runner, Chrysales, in the midst of the race. What, cried the Spartan enactor, does the light-footed Thessalian boast in the presence of boxers? What will your swift legs profit you, if I hurl you face downward on the ground? My fists are no worse than my legs, exclaimed the Thessalian, and if I should touch you, you can gather up your bones from the sand. Silence, cried the Spartan, or I'll crush your eyes out, as a cook mashes a cuttlefish. I'll tear you to pieces, replied the Thessalian, till the ants carry you away in crumbs. You fight with words, exclaimed Neman the Boeotian. That is not the custom of athletes. Put it to the test. 134, that we will, cried both. Very well, said the burly Theban, but what do you mean to do? Will you race together, or belabor each other with your fists? They are trials by no means to be despised. Meantime, do you know the athlete's best test, in which all, be they runners, pugilists, or anything else, meet on common ground? Well, asked the Spartan and the Thessalian at the same instant. The athlete's best test, said the Theban, stroking his stomach, is the power of digestion. Think of Heracles, he killed lions by dozens among the mountains, but he also consumed a bull at one sitting. Here is Rhodas, men, fight here. I won't say an ox, for what would Heracles be, if he did not remain the only man of his kind, but have a large fat whether roasted, divided into 2 equal parts, and eat it at one sitting. He, whose stomach first refuses its service, must admit himself conquered, for he will be the weaker of you 2. Quite right, ran through the group, Enactor and Anaxagoras must undergo the great test of athletes before our eyes. We'll bring the wether at once and roast it on a spit. Enactor and Anaxagoras agreed. At the same time several went away to get the largest wether they could find. The scene had progressed thus far under the eyes of Pericles and his companions, when Aspasia rose from her seat, saying, Let us go, Pericles, I no longer have strength to witness these Olympic games. The rest of the group smilingly rose, and set out on their return. Aspasia's feeling towards these athletes, said Alcamenes, 135, seems to me neither more nor less than the right and natural impulse of a woman, who is thoroughly healthy in body and soul. What real use are these immensely powerful men? Are they more effective in war than others? Do they mow down the ranks of the enemies, like the Homeric heroes? No. Experience opposes it. Are they adapted to be of service in improving the human race? No. Experience contradicts that also. They are good for nothing, except the feats they perform in the stadium, amid the approving shouts of the spectators. Yes, replied Pericles, the usefulness of the profession the athletes practice is not realized in their own persons. Yet the advantage derived from that exhibition of strength, and the undue honor paid it, is great and priceless, in so far as it vividly reminds the Hellenic nation that the powers of the body are no less capable of being increased and developed than those of the mind. There is more danger that man will neglect his physical than his mental training, for he is constantly urged to intellectual activity by a secret impulse and the pressure of necessity. The cultivation of the body he leaves to nature, unless stimulated by some external spur. As Pericles uttered these words, the party had reached the sacred grove and were nearly opposite to some statues of famous victors, from the hand of Polyclitus. Aspasia, fixing her eyes upon them, said, "In looking at these works of Polyclitus, the sculptor seems to me to be of my opinion in these disputes. He has not vouchsafed to represent the excessive strength or the unyielding bulk of the limbs, but places before us, 136, images and types of just proportions, the harmonious, fully developed figure. It always appears to me that Polyclitus is to be commended, because he does not, like Phidias, despise human nature, but gives it the honor that is its due, and as Phidias represents divine nature in its most sublime form, he most clearly realizes unpretending humanity." This eulogy produced a less pleasant impression on Polyclitus' mind than Aspasia expected. "The artist," he replied, "is dependent upon the wishes and needs of those who claim his skill." The Eleans also seem to believe that Phidias alone can worthily represent the gods, since they summoned him to Olympia. Not so the Argives, who wish to try me, their countrymen, and have commissioned me to make the gold and ivory statue of Hera for their great temple at Argos. Aspasia could not succeed in soothing the visible ill humor of the sculptor, who, in a short time, on some trivial pretext took his leave. "You have now served as a spur to stimulate Polyclitus to do his best, and make the Hera of Argos worthy the Zeus of Olympia," said Alcamenes smiling. "He may execute an admirable statue in emulation of Phidias," replied Aspasia. "But as Phidias, after once stooping to earth with his Lemnian palace, quickly soared back again to Olympus, and since then has done penance at the feet of the Olympic Zeus, Polyclitus, I believe, will speedily return from Olympus to earth and his own peculiar domain." True, the imaginative Peloponnesian suggests in his statues little of the activity and depth of the soul, but do not Athenian artists also leave something to be, 137, hoped for and desired? "May I confess that I sometimes see in dreams visions of the gods no Phidias, Alcamenes, or Polyclitus has yet realized with the chisel. Last night, Apollo, dearest to me of all the divinities, the god of light and music, appeared before me. He made himself manifest under the guise of a marvelous, slender, youthful figure, victorious and bewitching, moving with a bold yet graceful stride. The dragons of gloom, mortally wounded by the mere sight of him and the bow in his outstretched hand, writhed before him. Who can chisel the god as I beheld him? Not you, Alcamenes. Yet you are the most ardent of all our sculptors, and with ever youthful mind devote yourself to life and its charms. That is why life reveals its mysteries to you, and in your statues its mighty breath ruffles the too level surface of pure form." Alcamenes' eyes sparkled enthusiastically. "The Arcadians have long intended to build a temple to your favorite god, and applied to Phidias to adorn its frieze with sculpture. The latter sent them to me. But the Arcadian mind is circumspect, and they will doubtless wait many a year until the god, with his fatal darts, causes them to fulfill their vow. If they then remember their plan and me, the carving on that frieze shall bear witness, for all futurity, of the flame to which you encourage me to give free course, Aspasia." "Be holy yourself," said Aspasia, "do not heed the words of the cold and stern, and you will create something at which even the fault-finders will gaze with wondering admiration. From this moment, the last spark of ill will towards Aspasia vanished from Alcmene's heart. The following day some trifling accident led Pericles, 138, to go out without Aspasia, leaving her in the society of Alcmenes, Polyclitus, and some other friends he had met at Olympia. After a long interview, all took their leave except Alcmenes, who continued the conversation with his usual vivacity. More and more ardent became the young sculptor's words and looks. But Alcmenes not only displayed his admiration of Pericles' wife, now that he found himself alone with her, but, apparently unconsciously and involuntarily, adopted a tone which had a shade of familiarity. Was he justified by the courtesy with which the art-loving Milesian had once admitted to friendly intercourse Phidias' most talented pupil? Aspasia noticed this touch of familiarity with a feeling of offended pride. Impetuous Alcmenes began to make comparisons between the contours of her mature and youthful charms, speaking of them as people discuss things with which they are thoroughly familiar. This also offended the high-spirited Aspasia. Alcmenes took her hand, scanned it with the eye of a connoisseur, praised its beauty, and said it was an inexhaustible source of artistic instruction to him. Aspasia withdrew it, reminding him that Theodota would be no less inexhaustible in instructive charms. "You are angry with me, because I have praised Theodota," cried Alcmenes. "Have I ever made you suffer for it?" replied Aspasia coldly. "Did you find me hostile, when we met each other here again? Have I ceased to cherish expectations that do you honor, and urge you, as the most talented sculptor, to the attainment of the highest goal? 139. I knew you hated me, but to me Alcmene's art and Alcmenes himself are wholly separate. I have returned neither your love nor your hate." "Your words may seem cold and sensible," replied Alcmenes, "but secret emotion gives them a keen and bitter point. You are still angry with me on Theodota's account. Forgive the sin I committed. What you call my hate was the vengeance of love. Long before your hatred became apparent to me, I told you what I have just recommended to your consideration, that there is a line between the interest a man's mind takes in anything, and that felt by his heart." "Is it so with women?" asked Alcmenes, smiling insolently. "I repeat, you are angry with me on Theodota's account. It was perhaps also a deed of vengeance, that you have rekindled the same old fires within me. Once more, forgive, and do not condemn the ardor you yourself have usually praised in Alcmene's nature." With these words the impetuous fellow suddenly embraced Pericles' wife. The proud beauty measured the aggressor with a look that recalled him to his senses. At this moment Pericles entered, and read what had happened in the expression of Alcmene's face. The latter took his leave in great embarrassment and rushed away, his heart filled with fresh wrath against Aspasia. Pericles looked very pale. "Is explanation necessary?" said Aspasia. "You read in Alcmene's features, it seems," replied Pericles, "that Alcmenes treated you as people treat a woman, who, 140, say no more," cried Aspasia. "I know," continued Pericles, "the line you draw, according to Protagoras' meaning, between your beauty and yourself. I know the precept, according to which woman's veil might be shriveled to a fig leaf. You see he has a different opinion of the sacredness of the fig leaf. He is wrong, you say, but his view of the matter, not yours, decides his manner of treating you. You know the man's ardent, but not ignoble nature. He will now be doubly incensed against you, and increase the number of your open enemies. He will apparently find an unexpected ally in this hostility," said Aspasia. After a few more bitter speeches and retorts, Pericles left the room. Aspasia stamped indignantly. "This accursed Peloponnesian soil is bringing me misfortune," she murmured. But fresh courage soon returned. "This is only a passing cloud," she thought, "which will sail harmlessly across the clear sky of love. The fire will blaze more brightly after the new heat than before the chill." Aspasia was not disappointed. But does not an uncomfortable residue of old ashes linger in the breast, beneath those brightly blazing flames? Does love forget all it forgives? Pericles and Aspasia were Phidias' guests at Olympia. He had lodged them in one of the spacious apartments of his workshop, though he himself remained invisible. He was constantly engaged in the temple, superintending the completion and erection of the huge gold and ivory statue, and refused to see them, but had promised, through Alcmenes, that they should be the 141 first of the whole Hellenic nation, to whom he would reveal the greatest work of his hands. The eagerly anticipated hour was approaching. A glowing summer day was followed by a sultry evening, with a threatening thunder shower. Dark flying clouds had gathered around the lofty mountain peaks. After darkness had closed in, one of Phidias' slaves came to Pericles, saying that he had been ordered to conduct him and Aspasia into the temple of Zeus. The Arcadian girl, at Aspasia's request, accompanied them. They passed through the sacred grove of Altus, which lay in deep shadow under the clouded night heavens. The place was deserted, only a faint rustle echoed through the treetops. They reached the temple. The slave opened the doors, led them into the inner hall, conducted them to a raised platform at the end where they could sit down, then withdrew, closing the doors behind him, and left the three alone in the darkness. A faint glimmer of light fell through the opening in the roof from the dark, clouded sky, but did not reach far into the hall. They waited silently, almost timidly. Suddenly the veil of gloom before their eyes was rent asunder, and they started, dazzled by an indescribable vision of light. The curtain that divided the back of the hall from the front had been drawn aside, and the three spectators beheld, in the bright glow, the colossal gold and ivory statue of the Olympic god. He was represented seated on a glittering, richly ornamented throne, yet touching the temple roof with the august head, whose nod, according to the singer's words, shook the heights of Olympus. Around the ivory limbs of the ruler of the gods, 142, hung a golden mantle, enveloping the left shoulder, arms, and lower portions of the body. This golden cloak sparkled with bright enamel, a decoration of tiny figures and blooming lilies seemed embroidered on its surface. The olive wreath on the Olympian's locks was of gold enameled with green. In the left hand he held a scepter, which artistically wrought of various precious metals, and sparkling brightly, inclined slightly forward, and was supported by the floor. The outstretched right palm held a goddess of victory, formed of the same materials as the statue of the god himself. Four pillar-shaped feet, between which stood small columns, supported the superbly decorated throne, gleaming with gold and marble, ivory, and ebony. The flap front was colored dark blue, a background well suited to display the luster of the gold and ivory. Beautiful, significant carvings surrounded the god and the throne on all sides. An eagle perched on the scepter, golden lions adorned the supports of the stool, on which rested the feet of the ruler of the gods, sphinxes emblems of the fathomless counsels of Zeus, upheld the arms of the throne. On the sides, painted by Paeonius, glittered, in bright hues, the deeds of the famous son of Zeus, Heracles. Other heroic forms appeared, and also representations of all the contests of Olympia. On the wide surface of the socle, above which rose the throne itself, the fairest of Zeus' daughters, golden Aphrodite, ascended from the foam of the sea. The Olympian's face was divinely gentle, yet full of indescribably sublime earnestness. The mild benevolence was wonderfully blended with stern power and grave wisdom, but the expression of supreme power was the predominant and prevailing one. 143, Aspasia, almost terrified, hid her face on Pericles' breast. This luminous vision inspired her with a sort of awe. Here there was nothing womanly blended with the divine nature, as in the figure of the virginal Pallas Athena. The grave, stern, lofty power of the ruler of the gods was here raised to its summit. Aspasia felt something like a sudden pain in her breast at the spectacle. The Arcadian girl was also greatly startled, but instantly recovered herself and gazed up at the god with the confidence of a child. The storm had slowly risen. Through the opening in the temple roof, they saw the lightning flash across the sky and heard the roll of distant thunder. Aspasia wanted to draw Pericles away with her, but he remained absorbed in silent contemplation. He, too, was accustomed to receive a pleasant impression from sculpture, but now saw himself confronted with the sublime in a form never before imagined. There was something like a new revelation in this statue. The thunder rolled nearer and nearer. Suddenly a flash of lightning darted through the opening in the temple roof. Pericles and Aspasia were blinded for a moment. When they recovered their sight, they saw a marble tablet, on which the 12 Olympic divinities were carved in relief, cleft and blackened by the thunderbolt. Zeus' countenance had shone for an instant with titanic majesty in the glare of the lightning. It seemed as if his hand had hurled the dart that shattered the inferior Olympic deities. Now his face beamed with such quiet dignity that the terror roused by the lightning melted at the sight. 144. The god appeared so great that even the lightning played around him like faint, feeble sparks. This god of Phidias, said Pericles, absorbed in thought, has grown above the temples of the Hellenes. His head towers towards the unattainable, the infinite, half-constrained. Pericles at last yielded to Aspasia's urgency, and both went in search of Phidias. The latter, unseen, had watched the pair, while they stood gazing at the god. Then, to avoid speaking, he disappeared and remained concealed. When the husband and wife thoughtfully returned to their lodging, Aspasia shook from her mind the impression produced by the solemnly sublime spectacle, as a bird shakes the glittering raindrops from its light wings. Not so Pericles. But Aspasia did not rest, till she had banished the Olympic sternness from his brow. At last the supernatural, solemnly sublime spectacle, beheld amid lightning and thunder, receded into the background, and admiration of the peerless sculptor obtained mastery in his soul. Even with closed eyes, the Arcadian girl saw herself in her sleep that night surrounded by streams of light, the sparkle of gold, the gleam of ivory, and the flash of lightning strangely blended together. Pericles started restlessly from sleep several times. He had dreamed that Phidias-seated god had risen to his full height, and shattered the temple roof with his head. Aspasia had another strange dream. She saw Zeus' eagle fly down from the scepter to the socle, and peck out the eyes of golden, smiling, joyous Aphrodite's doves. 145. Contents, Chapter 6. The Child of Light and the Priest of Darkness. The Peloponnesian journey of Pericles and Aspasia formed a strange contrast to their Ionian honeymoon. On the gay strand of Miletus, victorious womanhood with soft arms drew the Athenian hero into her magic circle. Here, amid towering mountain peaks, the manly Dorian spirit approached Pericles, accompanied by many things well suited to awaken serious thoughts. Here nature herself filled his soul with solemn awe, here the ancient relics of a heroic past, compared with which later generations could not help feeling themselves a feeble race, accosted him. Here amid scenes, whose legends were inseparably connected with the old heroic world, a worship and rivalry of virility was fostered, well suited, as Aspasia felt, to rouse, sustain, and develop opinions in the soul of the Greek, which would rather injure than aid the victory of beauty and womanhood in every department of life. In the shepherd's lonely mountain meadows Pericles had beheld a simple, idyllic existence, untouched by the breath of the new civilization, and which fostered views, feelings, presentiments, that perhaps only awaited the decline of the true Hellenic spirit, to weave a grey, formless mist around the bright Greek world. Even the Athenian's art, placing his last and noblest work in the temple of the Olympic ruler of the gods, seemed to seal forever the triumph of lofty sublimity over graceful beauty. 146. These emotions and influences affected Pericles differently from Aspasia. Their minds were not wholly alike, and the nature of their relation to the outside world also differed. Aspasia was working, giving, active in all directions. Pericles, without impairing his manly vigor, was receptive, allowing every external influence to act upon his noble Greek soul. Like the Hellenic nation itself, he was placed, with his extreme susceptibility, between the opposing powers, and, like the Hellenic nature and Hellenic mind, experienced, by the constant transition of these influences and contrasts, a development, a mental history, whose limit and issue were not yet to be seen, while Aspasia stood immovably and changelessly firm in the inmost depths of her nature, as the powerful champion of the gaiety and beauty of Hellenic life. Was there not reason to fear, that through this trifling contrast, hitherto concealed by the rose garlands of love and happiness, the exquisite harmony of the love life that united the handsome, noble pair on the very summit of human existence, might some day be shadowed? Doubtless the peril was imminent, but the roses of love and happiness now seemed fadeless, gifted with a magic, eternal perfume. Pericles still remained susceptible and receptive, Aspasia active and expressive. They often attacked each other's opinions in conversation, and Pericles frequently believed he had drawn his beloved wife into his views and mood. Finally, however, he usually perceived that it was she who had converted him, that it was impossible wholly to resist the potent spell in the hands of this peerless woman. He constantly allowed himself to be led back from the summit, 147, of free, wide views of life. The beautiful harmony between the two souls was constantly restored. They continually realized afresh the ideal of Hellenic life at its highest summit of development, and afforded a spectacle on which the Olympians looked down with satisfaction. Aspasia admirably understood how to manage her husband's moods. Whether she would always be able to stifle the newly budding germ of his inner life, check the progress of his mental development, it was as yet impossible to determine. This only is certain, that Aspasia always understood how to blend the mirthfulness of Anacreon's songs with the earnestness aroused in Pericles by the hymns of Pindar, and between these two the real Greek spirit always maintained its ground. The past had cast a fleeting shadow over Pericles' conjugal happiness, in the little incident connected with Alcamenes. Aspasia breathed more freely when, on their return from Olympia to Athens, they left the soil of the Peloponnesus behind. She did not suspect that still more unpleasant events awaited her in Attica, just before reaching the desired goal. While Phidias was creating his Zeus at Olympia for all Hellas, as he had formerly at Athens created Pallas Athena for the Athenians, his old associate and friend, Ictinus, had been employed in Eleusis, the Attic city of mysteries, where he had been summoned to erect a new temple to Demeter for the celebration of the great ceremonies. As the time for this celebration was close at hand, Hipponicus, who at this festival held the office of a Deducus, long hereditary in his family, had just moved to Eleusis, occupying a country villa, which, like many, 148, other rich Athenians, he possessed in the neighborhood of the beautifully located city, which was situated near the sea, opposite the ford and island of Salamis. The hillsides were covered with the houses of the residents and vast temples, surrounded by extensive grounds. During his stay at Eleusis, Pericles became Hipponicus' guest. The first day was devoted to the inspection of the large new temple completed by Ictinus, and which, being intended for the celebration of the mysteries, contained numerous subterranean halls and labyrinthic passages of vast extent, the scene of the secret rites only the initiated were allowed to behold. The subject of the Eleusinian mysteries was one against which Aspasia resolutely directed the sharpest arrows of her mind and wit. Everything that shrank from the light, sought the darkness, surrounded itself with the veil of secrecy, seemed to her connected with superstition and fanaticism, and she thus perceived in these ceremonies peril to the free, aspiring spirit of the Hellenes. When she blamed the Athenians for the reverence and holy awe felt for these mysteries, Pericles said, "Perhaps the awe experienced by the Hellenes is the natural timidity the human mind feels in the presence of the secrets slumbering undeveloped in its own depths. Who knows how many revelations of the human intellect will yet be brought forth from the sacred abyss?" "I wish to hear nothing about the revelations of the future," said Aspasia. "The revelation of the present is the revelation of beautiful humanity, and everything that might follow would be only a degeneration. Let 149 us cling with mind, soul, and every fiber of our being to the beautiful, bright present." Pericles referred his wife to the Deducus Hipponicus, asking whether this man, whose body constantly grew more corpulent, whose cheeks constantly glowed with a deeper crimson, showed any trace of fanaticism? Yet he was not only one of the initiated, but even the holder of a priestly office at Eleusis, one of those who consecrated the mystics. Aspasia replied, that those who led others into the domain of superstition and fanaticism were rarely free from the sentiments they inspired, though it sometimes happened that the holders and transmitters of holy secrets were like the mules, that here and there, according to ancient custom, were used as bearers of sacred temple vessels or statues of the gods, but received no part of the divine blessing they carried on their backs and gave to others. Harmless Hipponicus, Aspasia added, seems to me to belong to this latter class. Hipponicus was proud of his office of Deducus because the Hellenic nation regarded it as an honor. But he really felt attracted by no secret impulse, no personal inclination, towards the other things associated with and required by this dignity, only by the circumstance that he belonged to the family from which the Deduci of Eleusis were chosen, and the choice had fallen on him. He defended the mysteries against Aspasia's attacks as a cause he represented, but without growing excited over it. Averse to philosophical discussion, he contented himself with showing Aspasia a painting that adorned his dining room. The picture was executed by Polygnotus, and represented Ulysses' visit to the realm of shades. 150. Hades was depicted in all its terrors, and the living prince of Ithaca walked fearlessly amid the pallid ghosts. As Pericles looked at the picture with Aspasia, he noticed, as one of the initiated, that its details contained many references to the mysteries of Eleusis. Hipponicus assented to the remark, and said to Aspasia, "It is allowable to betray this much, that the way to the holy light of Eleusis leads through Hades, through the terrors of Erebus. As for the uninitiated, and those who obstinately disdain to allow themselves to be consecrated, their fate in the netherworld is very easily shown in this very painting." Hipponicus then earnestly advised Aspasia to allow herself to be initiated, reminding her that, according to the universal belief of the Hellenes, those initiated into the mysteries of Demeter at Eleusis walk after death through the fields of the blessed, while the unconsecrated were destined to languish throughout eternity in horrible darkness and desolation. "I have often heard so," replied Aspasia, "and it always sounded like the jarring notes of a tuneless cithara, or the noise of a sharp iron instrument drawn over glass. It is marvelous to what things even Hellenic ears can become accustomed. I know there are people who, when they feel the end of life drawing near, quickly have themselves initiated, and many hasten to have their children, even at a very tender age, made sharers in this salvation." "I have myself been initiated, like almost all the Athenians," said Pericles, "and would gladly share these secrets with you, as well as all others." "I understand," replied Aspasia, "that superstition affords a sufficient motive for the foolish to be initiated, 151, and curiosity for the wise. But, as a woman, I have a double right to curiosity. What must I do, Hipponicus, to share the consecration?" "It is a very easy matter. You must go next year to the minor Eleusinian festival at Athens, receive through the intercession of someone already consecrated the minor initiation, and 6 months after proceed in the Eleusinian procession from Athens to Eleusis, to be initiated into the great consecration and behold the real mysteries." "What?" cried Aspasia, "must I restrain my curiosity so long? I must wait for the minor Eleusinian festival, and then see 6 months elapse, before the mysteries are revealed to me? Are you not one of the Deduci, Hipponicus, and, as such, can't you procure me the favor of receiving the minor initiation at the same time with the great one?" "Impossible," replied Hipponicus. "What prevents you?" asked Aspasia. "The interval between the 2 consecrations is appointed by sacred custom," replied the Deducus. "You can help me evade the sacred custom, if you only choose to do so," replied Aspasia. "The Hierophant is a stern, severe man, like Diopithes at Athens," said Hipponicus. "Shall I bring down the wrath of the chief priest upon my head?" Aspasia persisted in her request, but the Deducus repeated his impossible. He was a foe to unpleasant complications, and felt no inclination to rouse the whole Eleusinian priesthood. He liked peace and comfort. The next day the Eleusinian procession came from Athens to Eleusis. Pericles, Aspasia, and Hipponicus, 152, were among the spectators, as the throng, numbering thousands, passed along the sacred road. While Aspasia's eyes wandered over the sacred relics borne in the procession and the throng of mystics themselves, all garlanded with myrtle and ivy, and carrying in their hands ears of corn and farming utensils in honor of Demeter, giver of the fruits of the earth, suddenly, by the light of the burning torches, for the arrival of the Eleusinian procession took place in the darkness of evening, Telesip's dull eyes and flabby cheeks appeared amid the motley throng of faces. Telesip's husband, who through Pericles' influence was the newly elected Archon Basilius, who had the charge of overlooking the Eleusinian mysteries, marched in the company of the Athenian priests and superior magistrates. Telesip, with head erect, walked by his side as Basilissa, the sharer of his religious dignities and functions. The wife of the chief archon looked very stately, and as her glance, roving haughtily to the right and left, fell upon her former husband and the Milesian by his side, she raised her head still more proudly, while a contemptuous expression appeared on her pouting under lip. Her countenance was as solemn, as if she were standing at the Lenaean festival as the mystic wife of the god, in the temple of Dionysus, at the head of the inferior priestesses, performing the mysterious ceremonies, rites no masculine eye was permitted to behold, and concerning which she received from the participators a vow of silence. When Aspasia beheld this woman, so proudly supported by the consciousness of her priestly dignity, and hurling the arrow of scorn from disapproving eyes, the 153 old hatred and sharp-tongued ridicule stirred in the Ionian's breast. "See," she said to Pericles smiling, "see how proudly the estimable Telesip walks along, her well-rounded limbs covered with sleek fat. After being wedded to two mortals, she has now become the mystic wife of the god Dionysus. But I should be surprised if the youthful god did not soon yield her to another, nay to Silenus, his round-bellied comrade, for whom she seems exactly created." Some of this sharp-edged ridicule reached Telesip's ears. But it was still more distinctly heard by Elpinus and the seer Lampon, who walked behind her in the procession, and had also looked the Milesian sharply in the eye. Glances of ill-suppressed indignation were cast at the insolent speaker, and a silent vow to hasten a long-resolved vengeance was taken at the same moment in 3 wrathful souls. During the night the festal dancers rioted on the coast of the Eleusinian Bay, led by the god Iacchus with a blazing torch. The light shone over the flowery meadow, and the enthusiastic chorus whirled around the god, stamping on the ground in the dance and shaking their waving locks, crowned with myrtle wreaths, amid which were ripe berries. The ranks, swinging their torches aloft, crossed each other in manifold curves. One mystic frequently handed a torch to another. This mystic glare was considered sacred, and the sparks showered from the torches were supposed to purify the souls of those they touched in falling. With the closing in of the evening, that ended the preliminary festival and preceded the mysteries in the temple, the mystics prepared for the sacred rites by 154 various purifications, libations, sacrifices and other sacred customs. Meantime Aspasia had repeatedly renewed her entreaty that Hipponicus would use his influence to have her initiated into the mysteries. Hipponicus reminded her that the celebration of the mysteries took place under the direction of the Archon Basilius, Telesip's husband, and as he had the control of the Eleusinian priests, his wife, as Basilisa, commanded the priestesses of Eleusis during the time of the mysteries. All this seemed only to stimulate Aspasia's obstinacy, but she would scarcely have overcome his resistance, had he not finally fared like Alcamenes at Olympia. He did not keep in the house for days, in vain, the firebrand that had already once scorched his heart. Mindful of the incident with Alcamenes, Aspasia would probably otherwise have guarded against fanning this flame afresh, and thus conjuring up a danger that appeared momentous on Pericles' account. But she had resolved to thoroughly investigate what she must combat, in order to fight with greater success. She noticed with satisfaction the ardor of Hipponicus, whom she usually despised. It was a guarantee that he would fulfill her request. It was even so. The Deducus at last consented to give Aspasia the minor consecration she ought to have received 6 months before at Athens. He knew how to win over the mystagogue, whose duty it was to introduce and prepare the novices at the minor illusion festival at Athens. The Deducus, after certain preliminary ceremonies of purification, ordered Aspasia to step on the fleece, 155, of a lamb sacrificed to Zeus, and the mystagogue then taught her various customs and formulas, which she required in the temple to prove that she was initiated, in order not to be refused admittance with the mystics into the interior of the sanctuary. Finally he made her swear that she would forever maintain inviolable silence about everything she would hear and see in the temple of the great consecration. All the mystics were not introduced at once when the days of the consecration came, but one division followed another. Pericles and Aspasia were among the first throng admitted. A smile hovered around Aspasia's lips as, guided by the mystagogue, she entered the inner hall of the sanctuary with the throng, and saw the Hierophant with the rest of the chief priests and assistants, arrayed in glittering emblematic garments, with diadems resting on the waving locks that floated freely over their shoulders, tall, aged men, of venerable aspect, displaying mysterious symbols, among them the Deducus with a torch in his hand. Still more charming was the fair Milesian's smile, when this sacred herald raised his voice before the assembled mystics, summoning every one who had not received the consecration to retire, as well as every one whose hands were not free from guilt, and who was not worthily prepared to behold the sacred light of Eleusis. Lastly, all took a solemn vow to maintain eternal silence about what they would see and hear, after which a question was whispered into the ear of each mystic, which only that particular individual could answer, and which he answered in an equally low tone, 156, in the questioner's ear, while the solemn hymn to the goddesses of Eleusis was sung by an invisible chorus. The subtle smile still hovered on Aspasia's lips when the mystics were led into the interior of the temple, where certain holy objects, remnants of primeval days, emblems of the blessings and mysteries of the Eleusinian service of the gods, were shown them, and then offered to be touched and kissed, while being explained by the Hierophant. With the same smile she watched the pantomimic representations of the holy legends, vivid and affecting when seen in the mysterious, dusky light of the temple, accompanied by the music of stringed instruments, flutes, and songs. The throng of mystics was now conducted down flights of steps into subterranean vaults and passages, where they were soon surrounded by total darkness. The pilgrimage began, a long, toilsome, aimless wandering in nocturnal gloom. Only the Hierophant's voice, uttering in grave, dignified tones significant maxims and exclamations, served as a guide through the dark labyrinth. Suddenly a dull roar was heard, as if the foundations of the earth trembled, amid which blended wails, groans, rushing water, rolling thunder. Timid surprise, awe, and fear now succeeded the quiet gaze of the crowd of mystics. Drops of perspiration stood on their foreheads. Terror constantly increased, for horrible shapes, monsters of the nether world, were momentarily illumined by the glare of lightning-like flames, whose tints were red, blue, white, or livid and awful, flashing alternately from the ground. There were gorgons with horrible heads, echidnae crawling like serpents, strange, 157, chimeras, blending the forms of the lion, goat, and snake, harpies with huge jaws and protruding teeth, pale, bloodthirsty Empusi, barking silly with dogs' heads, and the horrible figure of Hecate. The terrible apparitions grew still more awful, until at last, surrounded by a livid glare, Thanatos, god of death, appeared throned on dead men's bones, clad in a black robe, his brow garlanded with asphodel, in his hand a reversed torch, beside him a pale steed, on which he traversed vast distances. Around him were his faithful followers, Eurynomus, the demon of corruption, one of the spirits of Hades, whose office was to gnaw the flesh of corpses to the bones. He sat on carcasses like an eagle or vulture, and greedily closed his teeth on the moldering flesh. Farther on, grouped around pallid Thanatos, were the plague, pale, emaciated hunger, the fury of war Inio, sickly love madness, and 8, the furious demon of folly, blindness, and sin. Aspasia still smiled, but the smile was no longer charming, and her face was pale as marble. At a sign from the Hierophant, the Deducus lighted his torch at one of the livid flames flashing from the ground, and, while the music of flutes and the invisible chorus sounded still more terrible, a gloomy cave, filled with mephitic vapors, received the throng. A dull roar, like that of a torrent, echoed from the distance, blended with a loud barking, which seemed to come from a triple-headed dog. As the mystics traversed the long, horrible way through the cave, they saw, as if in a dream, a wide, monotonous, gloomy domain, dripping with the dews of sleep and encircled by mournful streams. 158, the baying of the triple-headed dog of Hades was silenced by the sacred herald's staff, and the throng of mystics beheld, with horror, Persephone's grove of the dead, where, in the livid light, stood willows and silver poplars, pallid and motionless, with drooping boughs. Then came the field of asphodel, overgrown with the mournful flower of death, whose pale blossoms swayed dreamily on their lofty stalks. Above this field the shades, the souls of the dead, hovered to and fro, like visions of a dream, or smoke, intangible, destitute of human speech, but filling the wide space with a low, monotonous hum. They were only half-conscious, as if sunk in dreamy, waking slumber, only aroused by a proffered draught of the fresh steaming blood of a victim. Nightbirds whirred through the air, but these too were shadowy and ghost-like. Shadowy also, with transparent bodies, the fish glided noiselessly to and fro in the streams of the netherworld. These streams, which surrounded Erebus, were Acheron, the river of eternal woe, Cocytus, the river of tears, Pyriphlegethon, the river of fire, and the night-black waters of the Styx. The mystics, conducted by the sacred herald, walked dreamily through the twilight of the floating, wavering world of shadows, until, with a noise like thunder, a huge brazen door crashed open before them. Across the brazen threshold they entered Tartarus, the abode of souls, who were not permitted to float over the field of asphodel in a half-slumber, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, but were dragged by the avenging Erinyes into the deeper gulf of Hades, filled with lamentations. To be bound forever to a rolling wheel, to be forever, 159, threatened by overhanging rocks just ready to fall, to eternally stretch out the hand with unfulfilled longing towards boughs laden with fruit, that constantly escaped, to perpetually roll up a mountain a stone that continually rolled down again, to toil with desperate energy to dip up constantly escaping water in a pail full of holes, to expose entrails continually renewed to a vulture's bite, and the limbs to the lashing of the Erinyes. Serpent scourge, to be forever a plaything in the hands of these Stygian shapes of horror, this was the lot of those, whom the throng of the initiated beheld with a shudder in this realm of anguish. The images of these tortures of the nether world were various, but most numerous of all were the symbols of vain perpetual striving and aspiration. Thus those summoned to the consecration were led, with souls filled with fear, through the horrors of the abyss, the sufferings of life, and the terrors of death. Through all these apparitions and scenes of horror, the Hierophant's voice was heard, raised in solemn tones of warning and interpretation. Still more horrible grew the subterranean darkness, still louder the wails and groans of the tortured. The rivers of the nether world began to roar, the whole realm of darkness seemed to groan in a heart-rending death gasp, in which the upper world appeared also to unite, and the voices of all living creatures to blend in a prolonged wail of agony. Suddenly a wondrous light burst from the bosom of the most intense darkness. Pleasant scenes appeared, meadows strewn with golden flowers, sweet voices resounded, happy groups of dancers hovered over the bright fields. 160, here Persephone's palace beckoned invitingly in the brilliant glow. On its threshold, holding a lyre on his arm, stood Orpheus, the ancient sacred singer of mysteries, his lips proclaiming mysterious tidings. Behind him the boy Demophoon smilingly greeted the mystics from the midst of the purifying flames, with which his divine nurse, Demeter, had surrounded him, to the terror of his mortal mother. Above the golden doors of the temple hovered, illumined by the most brilliant rays, the emblem of the winged Psyche, no longer brooding, shadow-like, in Hades, but soaring upward above fields of asphodel, out of Tartarus and Elysium into the kindred divine ether. The pilgrims from the netherworld were conducted through the temple gates. Here the unuttered part of the mysteries was revealed. Here glowed before them, according to each individual's power of vision, the full sacred light of Eleusis. The day succeeding Aspasia's initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, found the Milesian in a bewildered, strangely altered state. Her excitement almost rose to the height of fever. In an eager conversation with Pericles about what she had seen and heard by his side, she strove to restore the lost harmony of her mind. As there are night birds and other creatures of darkness, whose eyes love gloom and cannot bear the light, there are also children of light, who are only at ease in the golden rays of the kindred and familiar element, and whose pupils cannot endure to gaze down into the black gulf of night. Aspasia was one of them. This pilgrimage seemed to her a look into the darkness, a glimpse of the black night, and what was called the holy light, 161, of Eleusis did not appear to her like light, but a different kind of obscurity, for it was gloomy and led to gloom. She could only imagine the light as cheerful. To her light was only that which brightened and made glad. The livid, cold, ghostly, and then glaring, dazzling rays the Hierophant of Eleusis had cast into the depths of life, appeared to her a base counterpart of the real roseate light. The fantastic arts, bordering upon magic, of the Eleusinian priests, she called jugglery and confused symbolical nonsense. She was agitated, seized with an oppressive restlessness and urged to opposition in a way never felt before. Meantime it had remained no secret to the strangers, especially to the Athenians who thronged Eleusis, that Aspasia had been allowed to be initiated into the mysteries by her husband's side. Even the minor circumstances of this initiation were soon learned by those who followed the Milesian's acts with the sharp eyes of disapproval. The worst of her foes, whom she had just again insulted and roused to vengeance, remained in Eleusis, among them Lampon, the officious Lampon, who had won a still higher place in Telesip's confidence and favor since she became the wife of a man high among the priesthood, and was exactly adapted to be the tool of the revengeful wife and her intriguing friend. Lampon soon wrested from the unsuspicious mystagogue the secret of the bold expedient, in defiance of the sacred law, to which Aspasia owed her initiation. Through him the news reached her enemies. The Archon Basilius, as guardian of the holy laws, was speedily informed of the sacrilege, and a storm gathered over the heads of Aspasia and her accomplice, 162, Hipponicus, who against priestly rule had helped her obtain the consecration. Aspasia as yet knew nothing of the impending trouble, and ere she obtained tidings of it, an unpleasant event of a different nature occurred in Hipponicus' house. She was seated with her husband and their hospitable host at the morning meal. Sacred usage required a certain degree of abstemiousness during the celebration of the mysteries, and Aspasia therefore took still greater pleasure in urging on the old reveller, Hipponicus, by gay toasts and songs, until he was more mindful of the inspiring god Iacchus than of stern Persephone. He applied himself industriously to the beaker, and his eyes sparkled more and more brightly as the charming woman took the field against the mournful solemnity of the mysteries, nay against all melancholy, even the gloomy idea of duty, to which she opposed the bright claims of life and joy. Pericles withdrew to visit one of his colleagues, and Aspasia went to her room. Suddenly Hipponicus, much intoxicated, appeared before her and began to load her with reproaches. "Woman," he stammered, "your name is ingratitude. Didn't I release you from evil complications at Megara? What was my reward? Haven't I again plunged heels over head into danger, by smuggling you, contrary to all sacred customs, into the mysteries? And am I to have no reward for that either, not the smallest? Why, if your mind is so free, are you so reserved towards me? Do you fear your husband? He is absent. Or the gloomy idea of duty? You have just made it ridiculous. Am I not young and handsome enough for you? 163, then take this ring with its precious gems. It cost 2 talents in cash. Do you know whether Pericles will always love you, whether he may not some day cast you off, like Telesip? Everything in the world changes and varies. Rely upon nothing. Seize the present. Take the ring, fair woman. Take the ring with the gems, that cost 2 talents. Do you know how long you will be charming? You are beautiful still, but the time will come when you will be old and ugly. Take the ring, fair woman, and give me a kiss in exchange." The drunkard shrank back for a moment before Aspasia's wrathful eyes. Then he grew angry, and muttered, "Who are you? Who are you?" "A hetaira from Miletus, by Demeter." "Since when have you attempted to be a Spartan wife, an austere matron?" "Oh! You prude, who once, without coyness, served the youthful Alcamenes as a model." Aspasia trembled, and turned pale with rage against the insolent drunkard. Again she pushed the staggering man back, hastily threw her upper garment around her and rushed out of the room, out of the house, to meet her husband, Pericles. She had scarcely left the villa, when Diopes' pliant friend, Lampon the seer, entered. He was sent by Diopes, who had arrived in Eleusis the day before. When those inspired by mortal hatred towards Pericles and Aspasia first heard the news of Aspasia's unlawful initiation, they instantly determined to accuse her and the Deducus before the sacred council, and most of them rejoiced that they could plunge the much-envied Hipponicus into ruin, as well as the woman they hated. 164, but Diopes himself, the real head of this hostile party, was of a different opinion, and devised a plan that did honor to his cunning. He would gladly have exposed Hipponicus to the accusation and sentence of condemnation, but calculated that, if not accused and condemned, he might be more useful to the party. "If we accuse him at once," he said, "the powerful Pericles will aid him with all his influence, and even if he does not escape wholly unpunished, he will receive a much milder sentence than we desire. Perhaps he may get off with a fine, easily paid by the richest man in Athens. He will pay it, and remain precisely as he is now. It will be quite different if we do not call him immediately to account, but let the indictment for the present hover as a perpetual threat over his head. We will let him know that we possess his secret, and have the power to ruin him as soon as we choose. This will render him yielding in everything. A man like him, who values his ease above all else, and for whom no price is too high to escape an annoyance or entanglement, will become a helpless tool in our hands from mere anxiety. His influence at Athens and the power of his riches are great. It will be better to conduct this water over our wheel, than our enemies." After addressing these words to his companion, the crafty, malicious priest sent Lampon to Hipponicus' house. The seer found the deducus in a strange condition. He was intoxicated, and at the same time violently excited by rage at what had just passed between him and Pericles' wife. Nevertheless, Lampon entered into a conversation with Hipponicus, and frankly told him it was known, 165, that, contrary to one of the sacred rules, he had initiated Pericles' wife into the mysteries. Hipponicus was so greatly startled by these words, that he became almost sober, but his anger against the Milesian burst forth with double fury. He began to curse her as a temptress and corrupter. "Seize her," he exclaimed, "break her on the wheel, put her in the pillory, spear her, do whatever you choose with her, she deserves it." Lampon heard these expressions of wrath with delight, and after craftily increasing to the utmost the man's rage and fear of the ruinous indictment, he made the disclosure that those who could arraign him were ready to secretly enter into an agreement with him, and asked if he would accept their invitation to an interview. Hipponicus breathed more freely, and promised in advance everything that could be asked. The time and place for the meeting were instantly arranged between him and Lampon. During this conversation, Aspasia was hurrying through the streets of Eleusis. Her rapid pace was soon checked by the crowd, and she could not fail to notice that she was recognized. She found herself the object of attention that perplexed, confused, and alarmed her. The throng of people assembled in Eleusis had been excited against Aspasia by her enemies in every possible way. The rumor of her unlawful initiation went the rounds of the populace. There were some who ventured to say loudly that Pericles' wife had once been a hetaira from Miletus and Megara, had been driven from the latter place with insult, and, on account of this past, her initiation was a sacrilege. Exaggerations and tales, 166, of the most foolish kind, as usual, ran from lip to lip, arousing contempt and anger. The crowd through which Aspasia pressed, with anxious haste, was animated by these feelings. There was no lack of insolent persons who curiously followed her, nay, walking behind her, even uttered insulting words that could not fail to reach her ear and wound her. "What is the news in Athens?" "Nothing, except a woman there carries spear and shield, and the men are womanish." "It can't be denied that Athens is ruled by a woman." "By Pallas Athena, you mean?" "No, by a Milesian hetaira. It is said that Pericles is going to have her statue placed on the Acropolis." "Poor Pericles. He never could resist women. He was Elpinus' lover too, and it is known that she bribed him with her elderly charms." "Is the Milesian the same person he wandered with in Asia Minor several years ago?" "Yes, indeed, they say he made a pilgrimage with her to the under petticoat of Omphale, the hero-conqueror, which is hung in the temple of Diana at Ephesus. But how could it have entered his head to take this same woman with him into the rude Peloponnesus, where she can't possibly feel at home? Kittens, says a proverb, like a soft place to sleep. It is said the gnats at Elis were very uncomfortable to her, and I'll wager the gadflies of Eleusis will please her still less. In truth, their buzzing seems to suit her very badly. 167. Ah, these tender chickens from Paphia's nest, who have slept on purple cushions from childhood, these Ionians, with the melting eyes and pliant arms, without a bone in their bodies, full of gentleness and love, what do they seek in battling Olympia or grave Eleusis? Such were the malicious taunts that echoed from the crowd, constantly increasing behind Aspasia. When this had lasted for some time, she suddenly stood still, threw back the covering that veiled her head, so that her face was wholly visible, and calmly gazed with radiant eyes at the throng around her. Then her lips parted and she answered the staring populace. "Years ago, I once stood a helpless woman in the streets of Megara, surrounded by the crowd, guiltlessly insulted, guiltlessly persecuted with looks and words. I was watched with eyes that glowed with hatred, for the hostile Dorians pressed upon me. I was mocked with unjust words, grasped with rude hands, for the rude, fierce Dorian mob surrounded me. Today a crowd encircles me in the streets of Eleusis. But I raise my head quietly and calmly, for I think most of those who encircle me are Athenians. It is no Dorian throng, but an Ionian one, whose worst shaft, I believe, is the insolent glance of the eye, and the heedless word that always springs readily from the keen-edged tongue. But why do you crowd around me? Why do you stare at me? I have intruded unbidden into the mysteries of Eleusis, you say? Do not be paltry in your thoughts, clear-minded Athenians, and do not too readily follow the hints and words of those who hate the light and love the darkness, those who would fain sell you into the gloom. Men of Athens, pay not too much honor, 168, to the gloomy pair of goddesses at Eleusis, and remember your own Pallas Athena, the goddess of light, the true and worthy protectress of the Attic land and nation, whose statue, in its brilliant radiance, dispersing all the brood of night, towers on your citadel. As Pericles' wife uttered these words, with her bright face fearlessly raised to the throng pressing around her, the men looked at each other, saying, "By the gods, this Aspasia of Miletus is a beautiful woman, and we must forgive her many things." Then they separated a little, and allowed her to quietly continue her way. The friends of Diopithes, who chanced to be among the crowd, were still more enraged with the Milesian, went to the priest of Eurystheus, and reported that Aspasia had boldly uttered contemptuous words about the sanctuaries and venerable goddesses of Eleusis before the assembled populace. The hour for the interview with Diopithes, to which Hipponicus was invited, had arrived. A number of men, with sullen faces, declared enemies of Pericles, were assembled with the priest. The trembling Dideucus consented to everything. Relying upon his declarations and the outbursts of his anger against Aspasia, which Lampon had witnessed, Diopithes henceforth numbered him among his allies and accomplices. For his sake, they said, the accusation against Aspasia in a matter very dangerous, according to the Athenian laws, should be deferred so long as he showed himself worthy of consideration. The conspirators thought the bold, irreverent remarks made by Pericles' wife about the Eleusinian goddesses, before all the people, 169, would be sufficient to ruin her. The charge of impiety, contempt for religion, could be brought against her at any moment. There were present men belonging to the party of oligarchs, who said that they must go still farther, must not be satisfied with assailing the Milesian, who after all was nothing but a woman, but attack Pericles himself. They referred to the ruinous transformation in the community which had emanated from him, the unlimited authority of the people gained by his compliance, and held in check by nothing save the personal influence of the popular strategist. Thus Athenian affairs were exposed to the discretion and pleasure of a single individual. Others thought men like Anaxagoras, Socrates, and the sophists, were the real root of the mischief in the state. These would have taught the Athenians to think freely and speak audaciously of the gods and divine things, seek them above everything else. There were also, among the adherents of Diopithes, foes and enviers of Phidias and his school, who wished to see the persecution extended to them. Diopithes' eyes sparkled at the mention of all these names. All were equally hateful to him. "We shall understand how to seize them all," said he, "either successively or at once. But let us craftily watch for a suitable opportunity, wait for a favorable mood of the Athenians. Meantime let us quietly do everything according to a fixed plan, to prepare for the ruin of the guilty ones." Such was the speech made by the priest of Eurystheus. Many things were then considered and discussed among the assembled group. Aspasia did not return to Hipponicus' house that 170 night. The following morning, just before leaving Eleusis with his wife, Pericles went once more to the Dideucus. He spoke to him of the bold insult he had offered Aspasia. Hipponicus apologized on the plea of intoxication, for which Aspasia was herself partly to blame, since by Anacreon's songs and gay conversation she had encouraged him to Dionysian freedom. Then he complained bitterly of the embarrassment and danger, into which he had been betrayed by his complicity in Aspasia's unlawful initiation into the mysteries. Pericles deplored these embarrassments and promised his protection. But Hipponicus was not to be soothed. Yet when Pericles, shrugging his shoulders, took his leave, the Dideucus followed him to the door, glanced anxiously around several times, then whispered in his old friend's ear, "Be on your guard, Pericles. Evil things were planned by Diopithes yesterday evening. I too was present, forced to be so, for the rope was round my neck. Beware of Diopithes, and make him harmless if you can. They want to ruin Aspasia, Anaxagoras, Phidias, and yourself. The bloodhounds have me in their power." I was obliged to assent to everything proposed, but made dogs and ravens rend in pieces the priest of Eurystheus and all his followers. 171. Contents, Chapter 7. Aspasia School. Years had passed since little Alcibiades wounded one of his companions in the Lyceum, by a cast of his disc. The boy had grown into a youth and reached his majority, for he had attained his 18th year. According to Athenian custom, he had been introduced into the popular assembly with the other youths who became of age the same year, had been conducted, armed with spear and shield, to the sanctuary of Agraulos at the foot of the Acropolis, and there taken the solemn vow with which new Athenian citizens consecrated themselves to their native land. He had sworn not to use his weapons discreditably or desert his companion in battle, to fight for the sanctuaries and common welfare, that the Commonwealth should, if possible, descend to later generations with increased power and honor, to obey the laws given by the people, and not suffer anyone else to violate or cancel them. But for the present, the native land to which young Alcibiades vowed fealty by this oath, made very moderate claims upon his zeal and efforts. The Peribylline service the Athenian youths, who had just attained their majority, were called upon to render, consisted in little expeditions for the interior security of the Attic country, and these were considered a pleasure rather than a burden. The community allowed Cleinias' son ample leisure, 172, to enjoy the pleasures of the golden days of youth. Young Callias, who called his father a niggard, had also grown up, and Pyrolamp's son Demos, famous for his beauty, was also of the opinion that his father did not know how to make a proper use of his wealth. These three were inseparable. Xanthippus and Perillus were sometimes drawn in to help play some wild prank by Alcibiades, who grudged them the renown of virtue, but were forced to be content with a minor part. In the first place, Telesip's children lacked intellect and cleverness, and secondly their purses were not so full as those of the sons of the two richest men in Athens, or even Alcibiades, who on attaining his majority had come into full possession of his father's property. Alcibiades felt a peculiar affection for the young foreigner, whom Pericles had brought from the Samian War and reared in his own house, with his two sons and ward. But all the latter's efforts to draw the dreamy, taciturn, somewhat clumsy youth into his gay circle, failed. This same youth began to be the object of attention, not unmixed with awe, on account of a strange disease that attacked him. He developed the mysterious tendency known by the name of somnambulism. In the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, he rose from his couch, walked with closed eyes through the moonlit peristyle, then ascended to the flat roof of the house, wandered about there for a time, and finally returned to his bed as unconsciously as he had left it. The news of the sleepwalker in Pericles' house spread through Athens, and from that moment he began to be regarded with a certain touch of fear, as a person under the influence of evil powers. 173. If the boy Alcibiades had attracted general attention from the Athenians, he was naturally still more discussed when his chin became rough with the tender down of manhood. His whimsical conduct formed the daily topic of conversation, and after prematurely learning the charm associated with the reputation of an agreeable, good-for-nothing fellow, he not only imposed no restraint upon himself, but if he committed one wild prank, over which the Athenians shook their heads, made them forget it by inventing another still more outrageous. He knew that even the fault-finders secretly admired him. It often seemed as if he were trying to discover whether he could do anything to make the Athenians really angry with him. Vain effort. No matter how wanton his conduct might be, he himself was always lovable. Hipponicus still persisted in the idea that the fairest maiden in Greece, his daughter Hipparete, ought to become the wife of the handsomest Hellenic youth. He therefore made himself as agreeable to Alcibiades as possible, invited him frequently to his house, and treated him with almost a father-in-law's affection. Alcibiades made sport of him, as he did of every one else, and teased him with insolent jests. One day Hipponicus sent him a deliciously cooked fish on a gold platter. Alcibiades kept the platter, and thanked Hipponicus by saying, "You are too kind to send so nice a fish besides the gold platter." Hipponicus laughed till his stout frame shook, and praised the wit of his daughter's future husband to everybody. The lovely girl herself, whose father had constantly pointed out Alcibiades as her future husband, was secretly in love with the handsome fellow. She had seen him several times at the public festivals. But he, 174, scoffed at the fair young maiden and preferred the beautiful, clever hetairai, whose number was constantly increasing in the Athenian city. Theodota, in particular, initiated the youth into all the mysteries of the gayest life. About 10 years had passed since Alcamenes had asked the rich Corinthian for the beautiful woman, in payment for his admirable statue. She was perhaps no longer the fairest, but still the most famous of her companions. To Alcibiades she was the center of a seething whirlpool of gaiety and pleasure, only the center, however, while the circles constantly widened. Diopedes rubbed his hands contentedly, saying, "Theodota will ruin Pericles' promising ward for us." But real health, strength, and beauty are apparently sometimes incorruptible. The dissolute Alcibiades bloomed like a rose in the morning dew. His cheek had the bloom moralists think it their duty to give to virtue, while not unfrequently the virtuous go about with the sallow faces and lustreless eyes the moralizer generally depicts when, with flaming words, he paints the frightful picture of the sensualist. Theodota at first fulfilled her task towards the pleasure-loving youth with cheerful alacrity, but soon more passionate feelings began to stir in her heart. Poor woman! While it seemed the most enviable bliss to be loved by Alcibiades, it was certainly the worst misfortune to love him. Alcibiades attained his majority a few days after Pericles and his wife returned from their journey to Elis. Although the youth, on taking possession of his father's property, ceased to be an inmate of Pericles' house, 175, habit and affection, together with the charm Aspasia could not fail to exert over him, often brought him back to the threshold of the dwelling where he had grown up. Need it be mentioned that the spoiled favorite of the Graces thought he might even venture to approach Pericles' beautiful wife with a shade of the kind of homage learned in Theodota's school? But the lovely Milesian was still too young to find immature men attractive, too sensible to consider them desirable, and far too proud, in spite of the youth's remarkable beauty, to allow herself to be harnessed before the triumphal car of a stripling with a downy beard. She well knew that no woman, not even she herself, could really catch, bind, and rule this impetuous youth. Far greater than the equivocal satisfaction of increasing the number of hearts he had won, was the charm of the thought of avenging her sex on him, and punishing him for the inconstancy she gave him no opportunity of testing in her own person. Therefore it did not occur to her to adopt the tone of maternal tenderness, apparently justified by the difference in age, beneath which the wooing of an elderly woman often conceals itself, or to seek the role of confidant. She answered his civilities merely by entirely overlooking them, treating him with maternal severity rather than maternal tenderness. This bewildered the victorious, spoiled conqueror. He felt secretly indignant, but the high regard he paid the Milesian was not diminished, but on the contrary unconsciously increased. So he was constantly drawn back to Aspasia, and pressed upon her the role of confidant she was far from seeking. One day a rumor spread through Athens of a fresh prank of Alcibiades, better calculated to attract attention, 176, and employ every tongue than any of his previous ones. It was reported that during a trip to Megara in the company of his chosen comrades, to transact some business, he had stolen a young girl whom he now kept concealed as a prisoner in Athens, to the no small wrath of the Megarians, who were always hostile to the Athenians. Many already spoke of the open warfare, which would break out between Athens and her Dorian neighbor on account of this trick of an Athenian youth. Alcibiades, when questioned, by no means denied the truth of the affair, and at last told the whole story in detail, nay with delight, to his maternal friend Aspasia. "We had grown tired," said he, "of the wearisome Peribylline service in the country districts, though we sometimes obtained a little variety by carousing with the vagabonds and robbers we should have caught, and instead of these preferred to hunt a Thracian maid in the groves of Phelleus or a sturdy Acarnian. So I determined to take a little sea voyage of a few days, with my friends Callias and Demos. A long time before at our mutual expense, we had had a handsomely ornamented, roomy, pleasure boat built, which we sometimes used for fishing. We went on board this vessel with 3 pretty Ionians, who knew how to play and sing, a couple of hunting dogs, some nets and javelins, for we intended to row along the coast, landing here and there to hunt. We passed through the Straits of Salamis. Our boat, the Bacchante, danced merrily over the waves. Her gaily painted prow, which terminated in a Bacchante astride of a gilded panther, glittered in the sun. We had garlanded the mast with ivy and myrtle, as if it, 177, were a thyrsus. The bottom of the vessel was covered with carpets and soft cushions. We chatted, jested, and sang. One of the three beauties played the flute, another the cithara, a third clashed cymbals, till the sea echoed the mirth and singing, and we were obliged to drive away the inquisitive dolphins, by striking them on the head with our oars, to keep them from jarring or overturning the barge. Coasting along the shore, we passed numerous country houses and lingered a short time before one, to give the beauty who occupied it a serenade. We sang and played. The fair one was delighted to hear the music echoing from the sea, and see her young friends crowned with garlands. She stood smiling on the balcony of the house. We tossed up wreaths and kissed our hands to her, then went farther out to sea. The sun scorched, but we knew how to protect ourselves. Taking our upper garments, we stretched them over our heads like an awning. This made the barge look as if it were gaily supplied with sails and pennons, and the reflection of the purple in the sea dyed the waves. It seemed as if the clear, bell-like laugh of a siren must be heard. Those were halcyon days, during which calms prevail and the halcyons brood. We had left the Straits of Salamis behind, and the Megarian shore appeared on our right. Here the coast began to be lonely and monotonous. From time to time the sound of a shepherd's flute reached us from the mountain heights, and we saw herds of cattle, lambs, and goats grazing. We landed here and there, and enjoyed ourselves in many ways. We caught fish with hooks, lowered by long lines dropped from the rocks on the shore, and even caught some wild geese, ducks, and bustards with snares. 178. Just as we had entered our boat again to continue our way to Megara, we met a pleasure barge no whit inferior to ours in elegance and luxurious adornment. In this superb vessel sat an elderly man, and by his side a beautiful girl, at sight of whom my heart kindled. The meeting was only too short. The two barges glided swiftly past each other. The Megarian turned around a projecting cliff and thus vanished from our eyes. We again landed, in a spot that particularly allured us. Close by was a wood, which our dogs instantly rummaged. In a few minutes they started a hare. We seized our nets and javelins and, in the hope of securing the animal, followed it, leaving our friends near the barge. The hare was driven away from the woods into the fields and pastures, but as the dogs, baying loudly, pursued, they raised a great commotion among the shepherds and flocks. It happened that one goatherd's animals were scattered by the dogs rushing through their midst, and the startled goats ran down to the sea. Enraged by this dispersal of his herd, the fellow seized a sharp stone lying near, threw it at one of the dogs and wounded him fatally in the head. It was my faithful Phylax, endowed with all the qualities of an admirable hunter. When we saw the incident from the distance, we let the hare go and rushed furiously after the goatherd. But meantime the latter had summoned other shepherds to his protection, and we found ourselves confronted by a threatening band. At this moment a slave came running from a neighboring country house to ask, in his master's name, what this uproar meant. When we learned from the slave's words that the shepherds were, 179, in the service of the owner of this country house, we asked to speak with him to obtain satisfaction for the wounded animal. Following the slave we approached the country house, a handsome dwelling that seemed to be the property of some rich man, and were no little surprised to see, strolling in the garden near the mansion, the very same old man and lovely child we had just met on the sea. We told the old man the story, and said we meant to take vengeance on the shepherd. The greybeard, as a Megarian and foe of the Athenians, answered with sullen words. The shepherds, many of whom had followed at our heels, complained with loud outcries of the damage done their fields, the dispersal of their herds. Joined by the household slaves, who were encouraged by a sign from their master, they pressed upon us and amid violent abuse of the insolent Athenians, compelled us, by superior numbers, to retire without satisfaction. Greatly as the incident excited me, I had not neglected to cast a few glances at the youthful beauty, who had watched the conflict from the garden with mingled curiosity and terror. While returning with my companions, I told them of my resolution to avenge myself on the contemptible Megarian. I supposed the beautiful child to be some purchased slave. My plan was to remain concealed in the neighborhood with my companions for a time, watch for some moment when the country house was unguarded and the girl alone in the garden, then hastily seize and bear her away. The desired opportunity came sooner than we had hoped. Before the second day elapsed we had grasped the girl, stopped her screams by fastening a bandage over her mouth, and borne her swiftly to the barge concealed beneath the cliff. 180. under the protection of the gathering dusk, we fled, with our fair prize on board, from the Megarian coast. And the young girl? Asked Aspasia. Accommodated herself to her fate, replied Alcibiades, though she was no slave, as I supposed, but a freeborn maiden, the niece of the accursed Megarian. Her name is Samatha, and I call her the fairest of all Hellenic, not women, but maidens. Megara. The word had a strange sound to Aspasia's ear. She had listened to the bold youth's story with evident interest, and now asked numerous questions about the young girl. Alcibiades gave an enthusiastic description of her. Aspasia asked to see Samatha. The youth willingly acceded to the request, and brought the Megarian to her. The girl's beauty was so remarkable, that Aspasia marveled, but in character she was like an unpolished gem. Had she not been reared in Megara? It was time for her to be snatched away, if this pearl were not to fade in seclusion. The rich Megarian had received her into his house when a little child, and treated her better than a slave, but not like a daughter. He seemed to have intended to rear her solely to be the helpless tool of his pleasure. The old Megarian bore no resemblance to the noble Milesian, Philammon, whom Aspasia had so warmly praised in relating the story of her youth to Pericles. Samatha hated him, and declared she would rather kill herself than go back to his house. Aspasia's keen eye perceived the germs of womanly charms of the highest order, in the character of this young girl, who had scarcely passed her 15th year. Her eyes were as radiant with intelligence as her 181 features with beauty. Aspasia longed to develop the beautiful bud, and speedily forming her plan, said to Alcibiades, "This girl is yours, not so much by the robbery you committed, as her own firm resolve not to return to the Megarian's house. But you are not yet worthy of her. Noble maidens, nay even Hipponicus' affected little daughter, are far too good for youths like you. Women of Theodota's stamp exist for the striplings of your character, you can, so to speak, sow your wild oats with them. For the rest, you would not fully enjoy the possession of Samatha as she now is. You would soon weary of her, for the germs of those qualities which are necessary, if disgust is not finally to win the mastery over love, are not yet developed in her character. Leave the child to me for a time. Trust the treasure you have won to my care, put out your capital at interest, you will receive it in due time from my hands with its value enhanced tenfold." Alcibiades was too young and too fickle to find it a difficult task to deliver the young girl to Aspasia's care. "I am ready to put out my precious treasure at interest," he replied. "I know I shall be richly repaid for the short sacrifice, which will not be complete, since you will doubtless allow me to see the lovely child in your house." "Why not?" answered Aspasia, "you can be a constant witness of her progress." Samatha was brought to Aspasia. Pericles had at first refused his consent, but his disposition was wonderfully indulgent and, at Aspasia's repeated entreaties, he at last gave the desired permission, coupled with the condition, 182, that the young girl's stay in his house should last only until the question of surrendering her to the Megarians should be positively decided. Had not the Megarians been so bitterly hated in Athens, Pericles' compliance in granting the maiden an asylum in his house, out of love for Aspasia, would doubtless have been more sharply condemned than was really the case. People had long since began to talk of Aspasia's school, and the name was now better justified than ever. There were no less than 4 young girls in the earliest bloom of maidenhood, who lived in Aspasia's house under the immediate training of the Milesian. Her nieces from Miletus, who had already been with her some time, were joined by Cora, the Arcadian girl, and the young stranger from Megara. The name of school harmonized perfectly with Aspasia's secret plans. Her personal efforts to ennoble and free the women of Athens had been attended with very doubtful success. But the ardent longing of her soul gave her no rest. She thought she had convinced herself that it was vain to try to transform mature women. The influence, she believed, must begin in early youth. She did not wish to train hetairæ, but champions and allies, adapted by their intellect and beauty to gain influence as she herself had done. The school she established should keep alive what she transmitted, and diffuse it to wider circles. Through the operation of united powers, according to her belief, prejudices would at last be shattered, and the victory of intellect, beauty, and womanhood secured. Not in the foreground, yet not wholly alien to the thoughts of the aspiring though calculating Milesian, was the idea of the advantages which might arise from her. 183. School in other respects. Her pupils, like their mistress, might obtain for husbands powerful and influential men, who would strengthen Pericles' authority and oppose the efforts of his enemies. Did Pericles' wife feel no scruple about gathering around her a number of young and charming girls, under her husband's eyes? Nay, this proud, lofty soul, striving for a living influence, was elevated far above paltry considerations and petty feelings. She was not content with personal success like an ordinary woman, but lived and labored for a great idea. Besides, she knew that Aphrodite's girdle was still in her power, that it had lost none of its old magic in her hand. She knew she would long remain the mistress among her pupils, that the latter must become what she was. With regard to Pericles, she had a firm conviction that nothing in the world would break or weaken the power of the spell with which she had ensnared his heart, and custom only made the stronger. A caprice of nature had denied Aspasia the joys of maternity. She endured it without complaint. If she had not been permitted to train daughters into her own likeness, fate offered her a compensation in these promising girls, on whom she could try, to her heart's content, the magic power of her shaping hand. The Muses and Graces seemed to descend from Olympus and enter Aspasia's service, as teachers in her school. There was given the great lesson of how nature is refined by noble art, and art must again become nature. There the unity of everything beautiful was understood and realized, their music became a dance of the soul, and dancing a music of the limbs, their beauty became poetry, and poetry beauty. 184. Aspasia's endeavor was to rouse her pupils' intellect through and for the sake of beauty, and then free their awakened minds. But not only every kind of art served as a means of waking intelligence, many of the possessions of wisdom, knowledge, and science were borne like fructifying pollen, on the wings of Cupids, into Aspasia's school. Nothing, except sternness, severity, gloom, was excluded. Gaiety was proclaimed to be the chief law of beauty and life. The principal lesson Aspasia taught her pupils was the folly it would be to expect to win every success by their charms. She showed them that these would not long remain lovable, if dependent solely on themselves, and told them beauty was a virtue and must be learned, practiced, cultivated, like any other. She made them perceive that intellect was the spice which, blended with beauty, kept it fresh. A silly beauty soon grows old, she said, the charm that vulgarity surrounds like a dismal swamp, soon fades. Nothing so quickly destroys the bloom, as dull vegetation and mindless monotony. To be beautiful was not a condition, but an act. Beauty was the highest activity, and its efficiency depended upon the harmony of all the noblest agencies, upon a pleasant and harmonious activity of the body and soul. It was no dead object of admiration, no motionless light, but like the sunbeams, a living dance of rays, a shower of sparks. Beauty cannot be directly bestowed, she used also to say, but ugliness can be everywhere stifled, subdued, diminished. You cannot too frequently cast a glance into the mirror, not to see how beautiful you are, but to surprise yourself in some moment of ugliness. Only in that way will you learn that no one is always beautiful. 185. And no one is always ugly, that the flower of every beauty changes its form and color 100 times a day, that left to itself it wavers helplessly, destitute of support or firmness, that a beauty, who sure of herself, can venture to fold her hands in her lap, is a dream of fools, and that to be beautiful is a difficult art even for the loveliest woman. Let not ugliness approach you under any form. Its shapes and disguises are countless. Ugliness is a demon with which we must struggle every day, if he is not to gradually overpower us. But most frequently of all, he turns his deadly weapons against the bloom of the body, from behind the shelter of the soul. Aspasia did not content herself with warning words, but actively aided her pupils in the strife against the malicious, threatening demon, pursuing the germs and traces of everything ugly, as the bailiff follows the thief. As schoolmasters hold a staff or rod, she carried in her hand a little silver mirror, and held it before the culprit in whom a spark of physical or mental ugliness appeared. Thus she taught the young girls self-control, suppression of every disfiguring caprice or passion, calmness, cheerfulness, noble symmetry of body and soul. One of Aspasia's nieces, Drosis, developed a brilliant natural talent for dancing. Persina, on the contrary, showed principally skill in singing and music. But Aspasia did not permit either to devote herself exclusively to the cultivation of such one-sided dexterity. She desired each to seek to please, not by the exercise of any one art, but by a harmoniously developed personality. Devotion to a single art, she said, always led to neglect of the personality itself and its harmonious development. Drosus was naturally bewitching by her grace. Her 186 figure was tall and elegant, so ethereally light that she seemed, like a nymph, incapable of crushing a blade of grass or flower in walking over the fields. Her limbs possessed the slenderness, youthful delicacy, and graceful softness, which is far more alluring than voluptuous roundness. Procina resembled her, but had the advantage of the clear, silvery voice, with which she charmed every ear, while singing the songs of Sappho. Can there be anything sweeter than the voice of a girl of 16? Procina's sweet, melting, impassioned tones surpassed the songs of the nightingales in the valley of the Cephissus. But charming Drosus and ardent Procina were soon outstripped by the beautiful development of the budding maiden Samatha. The loftiest charm of Hellenic form was embodied in her figure and features. Even the masters of the art of sculpture had scarcely dreamed of such marvelous purity of outline. She possessed the indescribable clearness, the lustrous yet somewhat dreamy freshness of the eye, that sometimes appears with a bewitching charm in girls of very tender years. But Samatha most nearly resembled her mistress in mind and soul, as well as personal beauty. She seemed closely allied to her by the manner in which her thoughts and feelings were developing, and appeared destined to be no less perfect an embodiment of the real joy and beauty-loving Hellenic spirit than was the Milesian herself. She grasped Aspasia's thoughts with fervent enthusiasm, and her intelligence surpassed that of her companions. She loved the arts, and seemed to possess Aspasia's incomparably keen and appreciative eye for sculpture. She also resembled her mistress in placing no value on any single personal talent, but developed, 187, all her powers in beautiful harmony. Thus she was the pearl of the Milesian school. Aspasia loved her with almost a mother's tenderness, and fixed her fairest hopes upon her. And Cora, the Arcadian girl? It was hard to say whether she ought to be included in Aspasia's school. When the latter brought her from her Arcadian home, the very crudity of the material tempted her to exert her skill upon it. But this simplicity seemed to increase faster than the power of Aspasia's forming art. Cora was the butt of her companions, who degraded her almost to the level of a servant. Yet there was something in the girl's nature, which would not suffer her to sink entirely into a slave. She was not charming, possessed no symmetry of figure, was not even gay, but grave and thoughtful, and the peculiar traits of character she had brought to Athens remained unchanged. But she startled those who surrounded her by occasional flashes of intelligence and wit, which always bore traces of originality, and thereby aroused special interest. She seemed like a creature from some strange world, hitherto unknown. Aspasia found it advisable, contrary to Athenian custom, to allow her pupils, in spite of their youth, free intercourse with the world and society. Her house was visited by men of commanding intellect, whose conversation early roused the young girls' minds from the dull atmosphere of the commonplace. But feminine guests were not excluded. If any of these distinguished men wished to introduce a fair friend into this circle, the request was willingly granted. Among those who availed themselves of this permission was the young sculptor and architect, Callimachus, who had brought from Corinth, 188, to Athens an orphaned girl named Philandra, of remarkable beauty, whom he tenderly loved and intended to make his wife. Philandra, being of humble origin and still very young, lacked the culture requisite to make her worthy of him. How could she obtain this better than through intercourse with Aspasia's circle, and the latter did not disdain to extend the influence of her school beyond the precincts of her house. Philandra's beauty was nobly proportioned, but somewhat voluptuous. She revealed a passionate, impetuous nature, and her stately figure made her seem older than her years. Thus what might be termed a feminine Olympus was founded in Aspasia's home. Alcibiades called the young girls by the names of the goddesses they most resembled. Artists drew inspiration from them for beautiful pictures, poets for graceful verses. But wantonness and everything ignoble was banished from this circle. Aspasia's glance could hold even the bold Alcibiades in check, and the priestess of beauty always kept the reins of noble moderation in her hand. She was ever mindful of what she owed the honor of her husband's house, and knew how to avoid increasing his doubts about the school she had assembled around her, to the point of discord and strife. One day Alcibiades invited Aspasia and her young companions to take a voyage in his pleasure barge. The Milesian accepted, on condition that none of his wild companions accompanied him. On a fresh, bright summer morning Aspasia entered the vessel, with Drosus, Persina, Samatha, and Cora. Callimachus and Philandra joined them, the latter bringing a friend named Pasicampsa, who, like Philandra, 189, herself, had been introduced to Aspasia, and was considered by the latter worthy to be an associate of her pupils. No one else was in the barge except a few rowers. They coasted along the shore, and soon reached the beautiful bay of Salamis. On the left was the green island, sparkling in the morning dew, on the right the Attic strand, to which descended the Aegalean hills. Nothing can afford more harmonious and pleasurable excitement to the soul than an excursion on a sunny blue sea, and there could be no blue more exquisite than that of the Bay of Salamis. Thus the party on Alcibiades' galley were delightfully rocked by the sea and the waves of joy. Above their heads was the blue sky, beneath them the ethereal blue of the sea. They floated as it were between the heavens, swaying in a divine azure. Whether the blue of sky or sea was most beautiful they could not say, nor did they care to ask. They only saw that the birds sometimes plunged for a moment from the blue air into the blue sea, to taste its charm, while the fishes, on the contrary, sometimes leaped gaily a moment from the sea to dip their heads into the blue air, as if to obtain a fleeting draught of bliss. The party on Alcibiades' barge resembled these gay birds and fishes, rejoicing in the charms of sea and air. They absorbed all the bliss, yet gave it as little thought as the birds and fishes. Aspasia's charming young companions gazed down from the deck into the beautiful waves, but only to see their pretty faces mirrored in them. Cora alone, when gazing into the water, saw not her own face but the sea itself. In her mind alone the spell of the sea was vivid and conscious. 190. The other girls were reflected in the sea, but the sea was reflected in Cora. The impression produced upon her mind almost rose to terror, for she at last began to listen with a sort of dread for the sounds from the bottom of the water. When the others smilingly asked if she heard the voices of the alluring sirens rising from the depths, she assented, and the merry laughter of her companions echoed far over the waves. Perhaps tempted by the melody of these voices, a dolphin gliding along the surface of the water accompanied the voyagers. A little bird that had wandered too far from land perched on its back a moment to rest, without being noticed by the fish. Just as the silvery laughter at Cora again rang out from Alcibiades' barge, a large merchant vessel passed. As it came very near, the crew of the merchantman and the party in Alcibiades' barge could see each other distinctly. The former were rude and savage in aspect, and gazed sullenly, almost threateningly, from under their bushy brows, like hawks, at the flock of doves in Alcibiades' galley. But as the merchantman rowed much faster, it soon left the barge behind, and the gay company paid no farther heed. Callimachus thought it was a Megarian trading vessel. They stopped in a small bay, and determined to land to spend some time on the tempting shore. It was the very spot where people point out the rock chair of the Persian king, Xerxes, on the side of the Aegalean mountains sloping towards the sea, the rock chair on a lofty part of the shore the great king occupied when he reviewed his fleet before the decisive battle, and from which, first in the proud consciousness of victory, then, 191, with increasing terror, he gazed down at the battle tempest of Salamis. Callimachus and Alcibiades accompanied Aspasia and the young girls up to this seat in the cliff, and Alcibiades invited Aspasia, as the most honored guest, to seat herself in it. She accepted it, and Callimachus took his place by her side. The young girls and Alcibiades reclined around her in a graceful group. Clumps of seaweed and myrtle bushes, full of dark and light berries, grew between the cliffs. A wondrous atmosphere of peace brooded over the sunny land and sparkling sea. Seen from this elevated spot, Salamis looked doubly charming. Between the island and the mainland lay the motionless blue waves. Silvery, glittering streaks here and there furrowed the azure surface, like shimmering bridges. There was no sound save the low rustling and grating of the slowly advancing and receding waves upon the sand below, and from time to time the scream of a seagull hovering around the cliff. "By all the sea nymphs," said Alcibiades, it is as peaceful and silent here as on the Sicilian shore. One might think the amorous Cyclops Polyphemus must be sitting somewhere near, gazing out upon the water where the image of Galatea is reflected, as she wanders over the flood. The rude shepherd's dog runs barking down to meet her, but the nymph laughingly splashes the messenger of love with a rolling surge, so that he retreats whining. Indeed, a blissful stillness prevailed, which seemed as if it never had been and never could be interrupted. Aspasia cast a glance from her rocky seat towards the mountains of the Peloponnesus. 192, if it is possible, she said, to wash away from my soul all the peevish gloom I saw and experienced beyond those mountains, this hour will enable me to do so. The sea and air are too radiant for melancholy to gain any victory here. I boldly challenge you to battle, rude Peloponnesus. And I too, cried Alcibiades, clenching his fist at the mountains of Argolis. So do we all, exclaimed the young girls laughing. At this moment Aspasia's eye, wandering towards the right, rested on the Megarian vessel, which now seemed very small in the distance. It appeared to be motionless. Aspasia's proud, almost contemptuous glance roved quickly away. Her eyes flashed with a spark of the arrogance that filled the heart of the Persian king, when he sat on this rocky throne. At a sign from Alcibiades, a slave brought a skin containing a delicious cordial, and soon beakers clinked against each other and songs echoed on the air. The joyous melody sounded sweetly amid the beautiful sea solitude, and echoed far over the peaceful bay. Urged on by the Dionysian spirit of revelry, the young girls dispersed, some wandering along the shore, some among the cliffs, where fragrant plants grew amid the stones. They were like hovering butterflies, teased and caught by Alcibiades. Now they ran with merry shouts after some dead sea creature, a polyp or dolphin, which formerly, dashing through the salt waves, had terrified the smaller fishes and borne the daughters of Nereus on its back, but at last been cast by a foaming wave in some fierce storm on the rocky strand. Then they sat down and Alcibiades, 193, told marvelous hunting tales, for instance, how he had once caught on the seashore a large polyp and a hare at the same time. Drawing the polyp out of the water he hurled it on the land, where it chanced to fall upon a hare sleeping among the seaweed, which was instantly seized by the polyp's 100 arms. Meantime Callimachus was talking with Aspasia. The artist's relation towards Pericles' beautiful wife was of a somewhat singular nature. A cordial friendship bound him to Alcamenes, and being informed by the latter of everything that ever occurred between Agoracratus' rival and the fair Milesian, he had brought with him from Corinth a prejudice, nay almost a secret anger against Aspasia. After the violent scene between Alcamenes and Aspasia at Olympia, of which Callimachus had also heard, he had joined his friend in a sort of league of vengeance against Aspasia. At Athens he approached the Milesian and, attracted by her magic spell, half forgot the thought of vengeance. Aspasia herself turned the conversation upon Alcamenes, and praised the flight of his transforming imagination. You do well, she said, to be on friendly terms with this man, and it seems to me that a certain kinship of souls has drawn you together. For, like him, a desire to direct art into new channels seems to animate you. Aspasia in these words alluded to the fact that Callimachus no longer contented himself with the chisel, but worked with the auger, executing the details of his labor with a wonderful diligence, a brilliant perfection, never before witnessed. If people acknowledge that the art of sculpture has advanced by the industrious use of the auger, said 194, Callimachus, I might also prove the kindred art of architecture profitable. My mind has long been occupied with a matter apparently very easy and simple, but in which, you'll smile when you hear what it is, I cannot succeed. Progressive art seems to me to require a richer decoration for our pillars. The Ionian spiral is the utmost we have accomplished. That has satisfied us for centuries. Isn't it time to venture above it with some bold design? In the east, replied Aspasia, I saw the form of leaves and flowers applied with refined imagination to the decoration of capitals. We are timid, as you justly remark. Why don't you venture upon what you think necessary? Will you believe, answered Callimachus, that I have racked my brain about this matter? I have invented hundreds of forms, but hitherto not one has fully satisfied me. Why do you seek to invent, discover, and draw the new form entirely from your own imagination? Asked Aspasia. Nature is a great teacher, the architect as well as the sculptor must obtain his best designs by watching her. Keep your eyes open, and what you seek will meet you. Then you need only grasp it correctly and shape it to your wants. At this moment the pair were interrupted by the young girls, who said they had discovered a small monument in a pretty secluded nook of the rocky shore, and wanted to show it to Aspasia. Aspasia and Callimachus accepted the invitation, and allowed the girls to guide them to the spot where they had found the little monument. It lay concealed amid the rocks, and was almost hidden by an overhanging 195 cliff. It consisted of a plain narrow stone, on which a short inscription was carved. On the slab stood a dainty basket, filled with faded wreaths and flowers. Aspasia tried to read the inscription, and deciphered half of the name of a young girl, but the task was difficult, for a luxuriant acanthus had not only covered the slab with its large, exquisitely shaped leaves, but grown half over the basket. Its fresh, living green formed a striking contrast to the dead, withered flowers. Aspasia and her companions expressed their surprise at finding a gravestone in such a place. But Callimachus said, "The existence of this little monument was no secret to me." The young girls eagerly asked its origin, and Callimachus replied, "The man who placed this slab and basket here was my friend, and I am one of the few to whom he confided its history. The friend of whom I speak," he continued, "was an admirable Athenian youth, who earned his living by painting vessels and funeral urns with great skill. While living in Corinth he saw the fairest flower girl in the city, and fell in love with her. But a young Spartan, who was staying in Corinth with some friends, also loved the girl and wished to make her his own. He succeeded in intimidating her by threats and violence, and was on the point of bearing her away from Corinth. The Athenian, furious with rage, fought with his rival and killed him. Then, to escape the vengeance of the dead man's friends, he took the young girl, who returned his love and willingly accompanied him, entered a boat, and fled to his native Athens. 196. The lovers coasted gaily along the shore, the youth's heart was full of joy, and the young girl was radiant in the bloom of her bridal beauty. She had nothing except her loveliness, save the little basket filled with fresh flowers, just as she had carried it to market in Corinth on the morning her lover bore her away. The sea spray dashed around the boat, and wet the roses in the basket. But as the youth snatched a saucy kiss from the girl's lips, the basket fell over the edge of the boat into the sea. She hastily leaned forward to catch it, but stretching out her hand too far, lost her balance and fell into the waves. With a cry of despair, the youth flung himself into the sea, and after a long struggle grasped the maiden's body and swam with it to the shore. Climbing up the cliff, with her senseless form clasped to his breast with his left arm, he laid her on a level portion of the rocky strand. Her eyes were closed, her face was pale, vainly he called her by 1,000 loving names. He had saved only a corpse. All day long he sat motionless beside the lifeless form, then prepared to bury it. He hollowed a grave in the spot where he had brought her to land. What did he suddenly behold among the rocks? The basket of flowers had been carried to the shore, and was now wedged fast between the cliffs. He went down, and sighing mournfully, raised the little basket, still filled with fresh flowers, and placed it, bedewed with his tears, on the young girl's grave. He went to Athens and soon returned, with this simple slab, to the secret grave, around which murmured the waves of the sea. He placed it here, and again set upon it the basket with its now withered flowers. The seclusion of the spot secures, 197, it from profaning hands, and the acanthus, as you see, has undertaken the part of protector, by almost covering both slab and basket with the tendrils of its superb foliage. The young girls listened attentively to Callimachus' tale, and loudly lamented the sad fate of the lovers. But Aspasia, after a pause, said, "Spite of the sympathy awakened by your story, Callimachus, I cannot shut out the impression this flat, narrow stone, this monument for which nature has done far more than art, produces upon me, and will surely make upon all who behold it. How daintily the foliage of the acanthus twines above the white marble slab, around the graceful basket filled with withered flowers. Is not this one of the forms nature sometimes produces in a sportive mood, yet whose charm sculptors rarely equal by their inventive powers?" Callimachus made no reply, but a thought darted through his brain like a flash of lightning. He gazed a long time at the basket overgrown with foliage, then turning to Aspasia, exclaimed, "Yes, Aspasia, this basket with the tendrils twining gracefully around it, is one of those forms, for which as you said, the sculptor must keep his eyes open, because he can learn from them, and because," interrupted Aspasia, smiling, "he may find in them what he has long sought in vain." Callimachus now enthusiastically poured forth the thought which filled his mind. While he explained to the Milesian his idea of the new decoration for pillars, which was to step forth victoriously into the world of beauty, and whose renown would be forever blended with Callimachus' name, the 198 young girls disappeared to gather flowers, with which they intended to deck the Corinthians' grave. Soon they were again roving merrily along the shore like sea nymphs, among whom Alcibiades renewed his role of the teasing, pursuing Triton. Gradually, however, the simplicity and reserve of Cora, who was left behind on a lonely part of the shore, began to exert a stronger charm over the impetuous youth than the gaiety of her companions. The lovely Samatha noticed that he attempted to draw the Arcadian into gay conversation, jested with her against her will, but without any touch of jealousy, for she resembled Aspasia in having little room in her proud soul for such an emotion. She too seemed only capable of the love which does not disturb the cheerful repose of the mind. Besides, what a contemptible rival the shepherd's child appeared to the most brilliant pearl in Aspasia's school. Transported from the world of reality, the party enjoyed the charming silence of the bay, which nothing could apparently disturb. Yet hostile eyes were watching the group from a distance. When the Megarian vessel passed Alcibiades' pleasure barge, one of the men on board gazed keenly into it, and said, in a hasty, eager tone to his companions, "Did you see that Athenian youth roving about with the young hetairæ on the sea? That's the bold, worthless ravisher, Alcibiades. I know him. I've seen him several times at Athens. And among the young girls was Samatha, the stolen Samatha." "What?" cried the Megarians, greatly excited. "What? Is that the bold fellow who stole the girl, 199, from Samia's country house, and still rejoices in his spoil unpunished?" "Aye," said the other, "he still enjoys his spoil unpunished, for he is under powerful protection. As you know, all the efforts of Samias and his fellow citizens, who demanded the girl's delivery from the insolent Athenians, were vain. Don't these Athenian dogs always believe they can mock at the Megarian commonwealth? A time will come, to show them they were wrong in jeering at the Dorian city on their borders. But now, friends, as far as Samatha is concerned, we must take advantage of the opportunity offered. That pleasure barge, besides the beardless ravisher, contains only one unarmed man and the few slaves who are rowing. There are enough of us to capture the galley, if we choose to attack it, at any rate, to seize Samatha and carry her back to Megara." This proposal pleased the Megarians, but while consulting how to attack the barge, Alcibiades' party landed on the shore of the little bay. The Megarians perceived this from the distance. "So much the better," said their commander. "We'll hide our vessel near the shore and follow our prey on the land. Most of us will leave the galley, and while single ones steal nearer the group, others can lie in ambush in pairs along the rocky shore, where the party are scattered. It will be easy to rush out at the right moment, and seize the girl for whom we have watched. The Athenian youths and their slaves will be unable to prevent it, nay perhaps will not see it, for if we choose a moment when Samatha is separated from her companions, and the men's attention is directed elsewhere, we may succeed in carrying her off unperceived, 200, and shall then be safe from pursuit. They won't know what has become of the girl, until we have our prize in security. If we were compelled to use force, the youths might perhaps receive aid from some Athenian vessel passing this way, and rescue our booty before we could get back to our vessel, or put out to sea. So let us be cautious, and watch for a favorable opportunity." Such were the Megarian captain's directions, and the men obeyed them. They concealed themselves singly or in pairs on the shore, or among the rocks, and from their hiding places sharply watched the unconscious revelers. The favorable moment for the Megarians was long in coming. At last it happened that Samatha, Drosus and Procina, gathering flowers, unsuspiciously approached a rock behind which several of the crew were concealed. Alcibiades was a long distance away, absorbed in Cora, and Callimachus was still with Aspasia at the grave of the Corinthian girl. The Megarians rushed out to seize Samatha. The latter, on seeing the savage-looking men suddenly coming towards her, fled screaming with terror. Drosus and Prasina followed, also filling the air with loud cries for help. But Samatha far outstripped her two companions in their flight, and had already nearly reached the spot where Alcibiades lingered. The latter, as well as Callimachus and the rowers in the barge, heard the young girl's shrieks, and quickly hurried up. Alcibiades always wore a dagger, and drawing it from the sheath, prepared to rush upon the robbers with the slaves, who were armed only with oars. But the Megarians would not leave the spot without 201 some prize. As Samatha had escaped, they seized her companions, Drosus and Prasina, who in their terror, like frightened doves, had not so surely found the right path by which to fly. Perceiving the danger in delay, and avoiding open strife for the reasons already mentioned, they dragged Drosus and Prasina away with them to the shore, leaped on board their vessel, and were speeding towards the bay of Megara, ere Alcibiades and his assistants could enter his barge to pursue them. Yet the furious youth was about to throw himself blindly into the boat to follow the robbers. But when he prepared to do so, the young girls raised a loud outcry, lamenting that they would be left on shore and perhaps exposed to other lurking enemies. Yet he was prevented from taking them in the barge and thus pursuing the enemy, by their dread of being carried out to fall a prey to the foe. Callimachus, the rowers, and especially Aspasia, urged him to consider that pursuit was impossible, and plenty of ways and means would be found to chastise the insolence of the Megarians. Aspasia had turned deadly pale at the sight of the Megarians' deed, but the pallor was quickly succeeded by a vivid flush of anger. Yet she was the first to regain her composure, and almost smiled as she requested Alcibiades to return home without delay. All hurried to the barge, to hastily go back to Athens. "Vengeance on the Megarians," cried Alcibiades, standing erect in the vessel as it pushed off from the shore, and hurling a beaker against the steep cliff. "May the pygmy defiance of Megara and her allies be shattered against the rocky brow of the Athenian Acropolis, as this beaker is broken against the cliff." 202. Contents, Chapter 8. Callicrate's mule. According to Aspasia's supposition, it was an easy matter for Pericles to demand the restoration of the stolen girls by the Megarians, for at that time, from various reasons, the chastisement of the Megarians was the watchword of the day in Athens. But the Megarians answered that they would not fail to restore Drosus and Prasina, who for the present were placed as hostages in the keeping of a distinguished fellow citizen, as soon as Samatha, stolen by an Athenian youth, had been restored to them. But Samatha herself pleaded earnestly against this rendition, and found powerful support in Aspasia. The young girl from Megara had become the Milesians' favorite. The Megarians were as much hated at Athens as the Athenians at Megara. Pericles had more than one motive for procuring a popular decree, which prohibited them from entering the harbor or market of Athens, not only until they had delivered up the young girls, but also given the Athenians satisfaction in some other matters. This exclusion from the Athenian market was sensibly felt by the Megarians, and it was believed they would not long defy it. Yet, as it was to be feared that the Megarians would secretly apply to Sparta to seek her active mediation, while a somewhat serious quarrel with Corinth, and the revolt of the Attic colony of Potidaea aroused a certain 203 degree of uneasiness among the Athenians, the enemies of Pericles and Aspasia availed themselves of the opportunity to stir up the people against them. The public peace of Hellas, they declared, was threatened by the arrogance of this foreign woman and the licentiousness of her friends, and now, for the sake of two little stolen hetairæ, Pericles hurled among the Greeks, like a firebrand, the popular decree against the Megarians. Great and popular statesmen do not always oppose national laws, because they know that the people finally follow their guidance with a sort of blind confidence, and the peril of these laws is counterbalanced by their personal influence, at least while they stand at the helm. But the timid ask what will happen, as soon as men of this stamp, perhaps summoned from the world by death, no longer hold the reins of the community in their firm grasp. On the other hand, the friends of the people who are solicitous for the preservation of popular rule, perceive in this silent subservience of the public to the will and opinions of a single prominent man the greatest danger to freedom. So it happened that the omnipotent Pericles was secretly opposed by the champions of free popular government, as well as by the oligarchist party. Cleon, the tanner, Lysicles, the sheep dealer, and Pamphilus the sausage-maker, believed that the wisdom of an individual was more dangerous to the state than the folly of the multitude, and whenever they found an opportunity, renewed their warnings to their fellow citizens against the new Pisistratus. People of the stamp of Cleon, Lysicles, and Pamphilus already sometimes ventured to declaim violently against Pericles in the popular assembly. Pericles did not look indifferently upon the perplexities, 204, prepared for him by many things in Aspasia's conduct, and Alcibiades' wanton behavior. Aspasia was unassailable. The storm may uproot oaks, but not break down flowers. But Pericles gravely pointed out to Alcibiades the dissoluteness, by which in part this unpleasant Megarian difficulty had been caused, admonished him to emulate his forefathers by rendering service to his native land, and strive for the distinction of praiseworthy deeds. "That I will," replied Alcibiades, in a tone of mingled jest and earnest. "But who is to blame save you, Pericles, that I find no opportunity to distinguish myself by glorious deeds? How long must we drag out our lives in this wearisome peace? Give me a fleet, and I'll conquer Carthage and Sicily. But you even refuse the few paltry vessels with 3 banks of oars, necessary to restore the 2 bright-eyed little maidens, Drosis and Priscina, from their captivity in miserable Megara. There is nothing left, if I want to serve my native land, except to go to Sparta and carry off the king's wife, that I may blend the Dorian blood with Ionian for the benefit of the Athenians. Surely, Pericles, I don't lack the desire for action, mere gushing impulse, without dignity or earnestness of mind," said Pericles, "will never accomplish anything useful, but merely prove destructive. Your advantages, Alcibiades, are no hope, but a danger to your native land, so long as they are united with vices like yours." "Is it a vice," cried Alcibiades, "to love pleasure, and isn't youth the best time for enjoyment?" "You are mistaken," replied Pericles gravely, "youth is not the time for enjoyment, but the time to prepare, 205, body and mind for the pleasures of life. It is the time to develop the capacity for enjoyment, not to dull it. You think you are finding pleasure, youthful son of Cleinias. But your tasting of every cup of joy is nothing more than boyish wantonness, thoughtless sport." "The gods give us but one life to enjoy," said Alcibiades. "For that very reason," replied Pericles, "we ought not to squander, but to preserve it." Such was the tenor of Pericles' conversation with the youth, but the latter went from the statesman to his friend Theodota, smilingly repeated the words, and added, "I now see my old friend, my beloved Socrates, is really wiser than Pericles or any of the other wise men in Athens, for he alone understood long ago, that all warnings of that kind, addressed to Cleinias' son, were vain and foolish." Some time had elapsed since Pericles and his wife returned to Athens from Elis, and the priest of Syracuse secretly entered into a conspiracy at Eleusis with the enemies of the noble pair. Diopithes, however, had not failed to profit by the interval. The weapons for the first assault were already forged. He had availed himself of Pericles' absence from Athens, to come forward in the popular assembly with the proposition of a law against those who derided the religion of the Attic country, and the philosophers whose teachings were opposed to the belief in the gods, inherited from their forefathers. The priest of Syracuse stood before the multitude with the authority of one inspired by a god, and his language was, 206, so impassioned, so spiced with threats and prophecies of evil, that he actually succeeded in obtaining for his law the decisive majority of votes on the Nix. Since that day the sword of Damocles hung over Anaxagoras' grey head. Diopithes' shaft was first aimed at him, but his designs went still farther. He secretly courted allies and assistants, leagued himself with Pericles' enemies of every kind. The wrath in his soul daily found fresh food, for before his eyes the hated Callicrates still walked among the swarming crowd of workmen on the summit of the Acropolis, urging forward the magnificent Propylaea, under the direction of Nesicles, with the same zeal he had formerly bestowed on the temple of Pallas. Callicrates was an abomination to the priest, so too were the laborers, who by day pursued their hated work, but at night lay asleep in throngs on the piles of stones or sand. Another abomination was the old mule who, as has already been mentioned, could not endure the involuntary leisure of its age, but according to ancient habit, wandered about on the Acropolis, and to whom had been granted the favor of having all the injuries it might do by grazing and nibbling the property of others, made good at the public expense. Great results spring from small causes, says the proverb. Grown saucy by the public favor shown by the Athenian people, Callicrates' mule, wandering over the Acropolis, continued the unruly conduct by which it had long since exasperated Diopithes to the utmost, fearlessly approaching the sanctuary of the Erechtheum, and seeming to find nothing so dainty as the plants that grew within the precincts of the temple. It did not, 207, fear the venomous looks Diopithes cast at it, and scarcely heeded the blows with which the temple servants tried to drive it away. It sometimes snuffed at the cakes placed by the devout as offerings on the altar of Zeus, which stood in the open air before the Erechtheum. If Diopithes complained of the sacrilege to Callicrates, the latter, shrugging his shoulders, appealed to the animal's legal privileges and the willingness of the public treasurer to make good any damages it might commit. Thus, gaining little by his complaints, the priest had long since vowed vengeance against the bold creature. But the latter, running blindly to destruction and unconsciously filling the measure of crime, one day ventured through a door accidentally left open and unwatched, into the inmost sanctuary of the Erechtheum and Athenopolias. The horrified temple servants found it insolently snuffing at a fresh wreath they had twined, that very morning, around the ancient wooden statue of the goddess. The next day Diopithes secretly lured Callicrates' mule towards him, and flung the animal a cake. In the evening of the same day the creature was found lying dead on the steps of the Parthenon. One of Callicrates' workmen had seen the priest of Erechtheus toss the mule food, and all were convinced that it had fallen a victim to Diopithes' vengeance. Some vowed to punish him for it, gathered before the Erechtheum, and loaded the priest with loud invectives. Had not Nesicles come up just in time, Diopithes would have fared ill at the laborers' hands. The cup of wrath in the priest's breast was now full. He could no longer delay giving vent to it, commencing the great, long-plotted work of vengeance. 208, it was a stormy night, the sky was shrouded in darkness and rent clouds floated over the moon, when three men assembled for a secret interview in the dreary grotto of the Eumenides on the hill of the Areopagus. One of the trio was Diopithes, who had invited the other two to meet him there, for intercourse with his secret allies on the Acropolis was too much exposed to the keen eyes of Callicrates. The second of the three persons, who met on the hill of Ares, was the oligarch Thucydides, whom Pericles had overthrown. He and Diopithes were the first to enter the grotto, and the third now came gliding in, half disguised, like a nocturnal thief. The oligarch glanced at this third person with a certain shade of curiosity. Diopithes had not mentioned his name. But when the newcomer confronted the other two men in the secret grotto, and his face became visible in a ray of light from the moon, which chanced to shine out for a moment, the oligarch started back indignantly, while a scornful smile hovered around his lips. He had recognized the coarse features of the tanner Cleon, who was mortally hated by himself and the whole oligarchist party, whose rude violence was exerted on the Knicks in boisterous speech to carry far beyond all proper limits the popular rule established by Pericles, but curbed and directed by his wise judgment. Full of amazement and anger, the oligarch turned to Diopithes. "With what man," he cried, "do you bring me in contact?" But Cleon also put on an air of astonishment, and smiling derisively, cried in the same breath, 209, "You offer Cleon, the man of the people, a strange ally, Diopithes. I did not invite you here to fight out the old battle between oligarchy and the popular government," said the priest of Erechtheus. "I summoned you to a common warfare against common foes." "Shall I fight enemies for the benefit of a man worse than they?" said the oligarch. "Shall I destroy foes?" said Cleon, "with the aid of the very person most hateful to me among them all?" Such were the exclamations of the two men in the first moment of meeting. But, after an hour spent in secret conversation, during which the crafty, malicious priest of Erechtheus talked most, a keen eye, had one been watching the rocky hill of Ares on that gloomy night, would have seen the two men clasp hands, though hastily and without any real cordiality. Diopithes evidently did not meddle with political affairs. He stood on as good terms with the fierce demagogue Cleon, as with the oligarch Thucydides. He fought, at least so he declared, solely for the respect due the gods of the country and their sanctuaries. Neither the demagogue nor the oligarch had any scruples about supporting him in the conflict if, as they supposed, they thereby gained a by no means contemptible ally for the prosecution of their own plans. But in fact both were merely tools in the hands of the far more cunning priest, whose sole object was to ruin his personal enemies, Anaxagoras, Phidias, and Aspasia. To destroy them, he must entangle them in dangerous indictments, and in order to indict them had secured a law specially adapted to them. But to accomplish 210, their condemnation he was obliged to be sure of the people. He was compelled to gain influence over the votes of the multitude, but to do this needed confederates and allies. This was the cause of his friendships, his secret intercourse with persons of the most different character. His first, as it were preparatory assault, was to be directed at Anaxagoras, then a blow, which could not fail to also strike Pericles, would be dealt Aspasia. Lastly, the most difficult, apparently impossible thing, would be attempted, and all powers united to accomplish the overthrow of Pericles, beloved by the great majority of the Athenian nation. He traced out all the Milesians' foes in Athens, and secretly gathered them around him, divided and commanded them like a well-arranged army, and used each individual as a combatant and messenger in different circles. Through the priestess of Athena Polias, he stood in close relations with the feminine world of Athens, Telesip and Elpinus. He formed connections with gloomy Agoracratus, became the ally of Cratinus, Hermippus, and other comic poets, who were doubly enraged against Aspasia, since owing to her complaints, Pericles had at last determined to limit the lawlessness of the comic stage. His relations extended to Mad Menon, the ex-slave, the eccentric man known to the whole city and popular with the dregs of the populace, who willingly aided every intrigue, and cheerfully undertook to stir up the people by malicious, sarcastic remarks, rude jests, and coarse inventions against the philosophers and Pericles' wife. 211, scarcely a month had passed since the meeting of the three men on the hill of Ares, yet the larger portion of the Athenian populace was pervaded with a leaven of hostility towards Aspasia and Pericles' best friend. As for Anaxagoras, it was agreed that he was a denier of the gods. There was scarcely a person who did not remember some bold assertion he had heard from the philosopher's lips on the agora, in the Lyceum, or some other public place. What had formerly scarcely been heeded, nay received by some with applause, was thought suspicious by the fickle populace, now that their mood was changed, and hatred of the philosopher had been sowed among the people by Cleon, who was secretly in league with Diopithes. Late one evening, when the streets of Athens were deserted, a man walking with hasty noiseless steps, glancing round him in fear of being seen, and evidently seeking the protection of the darkness, which surrounded him from the clouded sky, came from the street of Tripods, in the direction of the Ilissus. He was not attended by the slave who, bearing a torch, usually walked behind a nocturnal pedestrian. When this man had reached the Ilissus, he crossed it and continued his way to the Itonian gate, where stood only a few insignificant dwellings. He knocked at the door of one of these unpretending houses, and exchanged a few words with the slave who opened it. The latter led him into the old man's sleeping room, a poorly furnished apartment, where he lay on a couch. This old man was Anaxagoras, and his nocturnal visitor, Pericles. 212, the philosopher looked somewhat surprised at the appearance of the friend whom he had not seen for some time, and by whom he supposed himself almost forgotten. "It is no pleasant message that occasions me to disturb your slumber," said Pericles, "but it may seem to you a cheering omen, that it is I who bring it. Nor have I come solely as a messenger, but also as counselor and helper." "If it is only bad news that brings Pericles to his old friend Anaxagoras," replied the old man, "that too is welcome. Say plainly and without reserve what you have to tell." "The ambitious Cleon, who as I know is secretly instigated by the priest of Euryctheus, has today accused you before the Archon Basilius of denial of the gods." "Denial of the gods," said Anaxagoras calmly, "according to Diopithes' law, is punishable with death. A slight punishment for an old man." "A venerable grey head threatened," replied Pericles, "awakens more sympathy than a youthful one. Yet I would answer for the safety of your life with my own. I would myself appear before your judges as your intercessor and, if it should prove necessary, offer my head for yours. But what I shall be unable to prevent is this, that you will be placed in prison until your case is decided, and this dreary, pitiless imprisonment may last a long time." "Let me be imprisoned," replied Anaxagoras. "What will it avail me to have my feet free, if my words are not?" "That will pass," replied Pericles. "Your words, 213, will also be restored to liberty, and the gnawing mouse will obtain the law the priest of Eurycthus artfully won from the intimidated people, while I was far away from Athens and could not throw my words into the scale. But for the present yield to the necessities of the moment. Rise, and bind the sandals on your feet. Leave Athens secretly, without delay. Everything is prepared for your flight. Yonder, in the lonely bay of Phalerum, a vessel waits to bear you wherever you choose. I have arranged everything with my friend Cephalus, and he will himself accompany you to your chosen asylum. It is hard for me to come to a feeble old man's couch at night, and say, "Rise and depart." But I must do it. In the secret gloom of night, I will myself take you down to the bay of Phalerum, where Cephalus awaits you. I have no important reason for going, replied Anaxagoras, far less for staying, for I am old and all the roads in the world lead to the final rest of Hades. If the man is waiting for me in a vessel in the bay of Phalerum, why should I make him wait in vain? Take me to the Mysian coast, to Lampsacus. There dwell men, who are friendly to me. There they can bury me and place above my grave the word truth, that the grandsons of the Athenians may read it when they visit Lampsacus, and see that on the shore of the Hellespont, near the country of the barbarians, an asylum was not grudged to truth, and a dying old man who preached it. Call my slave, Pericles, and tell him to bind the sandals on my feet, pack in a bundle the second chiton yonder and the few books I possess, and go with me down to the sea and farther, if he chooses. The old philosopher, with Pericles' assistance, rose, 214, from his couch, let the slave bind the sandals on his feet, put on his chiton, and in a few moments was ready to set out. Then the two men, followed by the slave, walked silently through the Itonian gate under the shelter of the darkness, and down the dreary road beside the long wall to the bay of Phalerum. Reaching it, they found Cephalus in a nook surrounded by rocks, where the sea plashed dreamily upon the shore. The two men greeted each other with a silent pressure of the hand. Anaxagoras stood ready to take leave of Pericles, and enter the vessel. As they clasped hands in farewell, Pericles gazed with deep emotion at the old man, thus cast forth in the gloom of night into a foreign land and on a heaving sea. "Why do you pity me?" said the sage. "Nothing in the world finds me unprepared. During my long life I have destroyed, bit by bit, everything in us which is capable of suffering. As an impetuous youth, I suffered much, saw how alluring was life, but also how frivolous and vain. Then I gradually threw everything aside, and plunged deeper and deeper into the quiet gulfs of undesiring contemplation. So I have grown old and my body is decaying, but the firm pillar of indestructible peace remains immovably fixed in my soul. You Athenians imagine you are sending me forth on the unstable sea, and remain behind on the firm land. But in fact it is I, who from the solid strand see you tossing on the wild surges of life. To you, my friend, a different fate from mine has been allotted. You have yearned for beauty, happiness, gaiety, pleasure, authority, fame. You cling, 215, to a beautiful woman, who has ensnared your senses, a woman fair enough to bless you. I call you blessed, but can I also call you happy? He who enjoys is blessed, but no one is happy save he who can lose nothing, and whom life has no power to disappoint, because he asks nothing of it. Fate allots different paths to mortals, replied Pericles. I have aspired to many things, attained many things, but the last moment closes the account, and death alone settles the sum of life. I cling, as you say, to a woman. I have formed with her a bond of a new nature, for the beautiful, free, and noble enjoyment of life. We are united in testing a new thing, but how the trial will result, I do not yet know. Many an element of perplexity interferes, a bitter drop sometimes falls into the cup of joy, and a feeling akin to anxiety steals over me. Have I perhaps set an undue value on beauty, life, happiness, and their shining promises? Whatever may happen, the die is cast, and my lot must be manfully fulfilled. Thus Pericles and Anaxagoras poured forth to each other the inmost depths of their souls, as they stood together in the silent night, and said farewell beside the waves. Then they remembered their warm friendship of 24 years, and embraced and kissed each other. Anaxagoras once more glanced back at the dim outlines of the city, saying, "Farewell, thou city of Pallas Athena. Farewell, Attic soil, which has so long been hospitable to me. thou hast afforded a place for my germs of thought. Good and evil spring forth at the same time from the seeds sown by mortal hands, but only the good lasts forever. 216, calmly, and with many a wish for thy happiness, I descend into the tossing ship and, as an old man, again trust to the same surges that bore me in my youthful vigor to thy strand. With these words, the sage of Clazomenae entered the vessel. Again he waved his hand to Pericles, then the sound of oars echoed on the air, there was a low plash of surf, and the vessel glided silently and swiftly across the grey surface of the water out towards the dark open sea. A few seabirds in the clefts of the rocky shore were roused from their sleep, fluttered their wings a little, and then slumbered again. Pericles stood on the lonely strand, gazing after the fast disappearing ship. Then, absorbed in thought, he returned to the city, fanned by the first cool breeze of the grey dawn. On reaching the agora, he saw that in spite of the early hour, a throng of people were pressing around the so-called royal hall. The crowd were staring at a paper containing a publication of the Archon. It was the copy of a public accusation. As the throng was great and those in the rear became impatient, a tall man read aloud in a stentorian voice this impeachment, which was hung before the official seat of the Archon Basilius in the royal hall. It ran as follows: Accusation, signed and defended by oath of Hermippus, son of Lysis, against Aspasia, daughter of Axiochus of Miletus. Aspasia is guilty of the crime of not acknowledging the gods of the country, 217, of having spoken irreverently of the sacred customs of the Athenians, and joined the debates and views of the philosophers who denied the gods. She is also guilty of seducing and corrupting young people by dangerous speeches, especially young girls, whom she has in her house, as well as leading freeborn women to insubordination and immodesty. Punishment, death. These words echoed loudly over the marketplace just as Pericles passed, unobserved by the throng, whose attention was fixed upon the royal hall. He turned pale. "Hurrah!" shouted someone in the crowd. "That will fall into Pericles' conjugal happiness like a thunderbolt into a dove's nest." "And Hermippus, the accuser," exclaimed a second. "Hermippus, the comic poet." "That was to be expected," replied a third. "I heard it myself from Hermippus' lips, after Pericles, at Aspasia's instigation, had clipped the wings of comedy." "Ah, well," said he, "if our mouths are shut on the stage, we'll open them in the agora." Rarely had any accusation excited the minds of the Athenians to such an extent, rarely had party strife been kindled to such a degree, as by the indictment of Pericles' wife, and people looked forward with no little impatience to the day when the complaint would be officially dealt with before the Heliasti. At the same time Phidias returned from Olympia to Athens, and Diopithes was no little enraged to see the man he hated again walking over the Acropolis, talking with Nesicles and Callicrates, and aiding by his counsel the work on the Propylae. One day Diopithes, standing behind the pillars of the Erechtheum, saw Phidias in the company of his, 218, former favorite, Agoracratus. The two men walked up and down for some time between the Parthenon and Erechtheum, engaged in eager conversation, then approached a block of marble, close by the priest of Erechtheus, whom they did not see, sat down on it and quietly continued their talk. It was an easy matter for Diopithes to hear the whole. "The plastic art of the Athenians is beginning to take strange paths," said Agoracratus. "On seeking Athens once more after many a pilgrimage, I find singular work exhibited in the studios of many of my younger fellow artists. Where has the old sublimity and dignity vanished? Have you seen Stypax's entroroster? We devoted our best efforts to the statues of gods and heroes, and now all the subtleties of the art are employed to represent a miserable slave, who is puffing out his cheeks to blow the fire over which he is roasting entrails. Strongylion's art is essaying the task of casting the Trojan horse in bronze. From the hands of Demetrius I saw an old man with a bald head, swollen veins, and a beard in which single hairs seemed blown apart from the mass by the wind. Sculptors would not create such things," said Phidias, "if they were not beginning to please the Athenians. Who could fail to perceive the degeneration gradually stealing into the heart and veins of the Athenian nation? As in sculpture hideous things are beginning to appear beside beautiful ones, so on the Pnyx the noisy outcries of a Cleon are becoming audible beside the Olympic oratory of the noble Pericles. Formerly we had but one Hipponicus and one Pyrilampes, now we have hundreds. Luxury and pleasure are gaining too much preponderance. 219, said Agoracratus. And who first publicly preached the message of luxury and pleasure-seeking? Since Pericles' friend once snatched the prize from I might almost say your, work in favor of the insolent Alcamenes, rage against the alluring woman has never left my soul. When she contemptuously called my Aphrodite a nemesis, the thought darted through my brain, she shall be a nemesis to you. You shall feel the power of the avenging goddess. And indeed, vengeance is approaching with slow, but sure and steady steps. The gods will judge equally and justly, replied Phidias gravely. And if they subdue the Milesians' smiling insolence, they will also punish the secret malice of that Diopithes, whose ally your thirst for vengeance has made you. Whatever we may have to censure and avenge in Pericles' wife, do not forget, that but for her brave and encouraging words, the pinnacles of our Parthenon would not tower here completed, and that we have had no fiercer opponent of this very work, than the malignant priest of Eurystheus. So you put yourself forward as the friend and protector of the Milesian, said Agoracratus. Not so, replied Phidias. I like Aspasia as little as Diopithes, and shall avoid both by instantly leaving Athens for Olympia, which has grown dear to me. I have found the Eleans more grateful than the Athenians. I have done enough, it seems to me, for Athens. The remnant of my days I will consecrate to Hellas, leaving Athens to its Aspasias, demagogues, drunkards, and spiteful, worthless, revengeful priests of Eurystheus. You did right to turn your back on Athens. 220, said Agoracratus, the Athenians might perhaps have weakened and corrupted even your art, according to their latest taste, you would perhaps be compelled to carve Priapus instead of the Olympic gods. Or the loathsome, misshapen form of yonder beggar, who is basking on this pure height like a salamander escaped from some marsh, replied Phidias, pointing to the well-known cripple Menon, who was lying in the sun between the pillars. The beggar had heard Phidias' words, scowled, clenched his fist, and muttered a curse. Phidias and Agoracratus rose, and taking a step farther in the direction of the Erechtheum, saw Diopithes standing behind the pillars. Why, see how watchful the owls of the Erechtheum are, said Phidias. The embarrassed listener cast a sullen glance of hatred at the sculptor, saying, the owls of the Erechtheum have sharp beaks and talons. Take heed that they don't rend your eyes. The sculptor merely repeated the Homeric saying, Pallas Athena never suffers me to tremble. Very well, murmured Diopithes, when the two men had turned away. Rely on the protection of your Pallas, I will depend upon the power of mine. The preparations for the decisive battle between your gold and ivory botchwork, and the ancient divine statue within the sacred halls of the Erechtheum have been made long enough. He was just turning away, when Mad Menon, still abusing Phidias in a soliloquy, struck his crutch against one of the smooth-polished pillars, breaking off a fragment. 221, perceiving this, Diopithes approached, the eyes of the mad beggar and the priest of Eurystheus met. They knew each other. Menon, as has already been mentioned, had once been tortured with the other slaves of his accused master. Hellenic slaves were never questioned before a court, except with the rack. So under the torture Menon made his deposition, and on the strength of the deposition the Athenian was acquitted. But from the time of that painful examination, the slave's limbs withered and he became a cripple. His master, out of sympathy, released him, and at his death bequeathed him a considerable sum, which the half-crazy Menon threw into the Gulf of Barathron, preferring to wander among the Athenians as an idle beggar. Part of the time he lived on the food placed upon the graves of the dead. When freezing in winter, he warmed his palsied limbs beside the smith's forge or the public baker's oven. His favorite spot was a gloomy place in Melody, where the bodies of executed criminals and the ropes and clothes of suicides were thrown. He carefully collected the ropes, and counted them daily. A dog that had grown mangy, and therefore been driven away by its master, attached itself to him, and the pair became inseparable. Menon had a spiteful, malicious nature, and it seemed to afford him the greatest pleasure when he could cause discord or other mischief among the people. He seemed filled with a secret desire for vengeance, and everything he did appeared calculated to avenge slavery on the free oppressors. The cripple intentionally pretended to be more insane than he really was, in order to hurl the sharpest truths into the Athenians' faces, and especially to be permitted many liberties, that would, 222, not have been forgiven anyone in his sober senses. He was always to be seen on the agora or in other public places, and had become perfectly at home on the Acropolis, where he wandered among the throng of workmen. He liked every spot, where there was a crowd and he could play his spiteful part. But he found special enjoyment on the Acropolis, from the moment he perceived that the priest of Erechtheus, Diopithes, and the architect, Callicrates, were bitter enemies. He seemed to find his chief occupation in fomenting quarrels between the temple servants and Callicrates' workmen, willingly allowing himself to be used as a talebearer or spy. He served both parties, and hated both, as he hated all men who were freeborn and Athenians. Diopithes himself sometimes talked with him, and soon perceived the usefulness of this tool. The man was always among the people, watching and listening to everything. No one thought himself obliged to conceal aught from the imbecile, and the biting wit of his evil tongue made him liked as well as feared in the marketplace and the streets. So Menon and Diopithes knew and understood each other perfectly. The instinct of secret rage and vengeance made the priest and the lame beggar allies. "You are angry with Phidias?" Diopithes began. "May the hell-dog seize him with its 100 jaws. Arrogant scoundrel. Always pushed me out of the door, when he saw me warming myself at the melting furnace in his workshop, jeered at my deformity. You are a monster, Menon," said he, a horror. He wanted to see nothing but Olympic gods and goddesses around. 223, him, ha. 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 May lightning blast him and all the Athenians. So you often lingered in his studio? He didn't always see me, but I saw him. Menon knows how to lurk in corners, saw him carrying on his foolish shining work, saw him and his pupils at work on the white stone, and the bronze, and the ivory, and the shining gold. Did you see him working with the gold? A strange light gleamed in the priest's eyes, as he uttered the words. Did you see him working with the gold, Menon? He repeated, his eyes glowing mysteriously, with the shining gold the city of the Athenians delivered to him, that he might shape from it and ivory the statues of the gods on the Acropolis. Of course, with the shining gold of the Athenians, saw him wallowing in whole heaps of gold and ivory, that sparkled, that glittered. Did all the shining gold go into the melting furnace, Menon? Didn't some of it stick to the fingers of those who worked with it? At this crafty question, the beggar grinned cunningly at the priest. A fiendish light flashed in his eyes. Ha, 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 he cried, laughing. Menon knows how to crouch, to watch, saw him work, even when he thought himself alone and unnoticed, saw him secretly open chests where the hidden treasure glittered. Ha. 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 The bright gold, the Athenians' gold. He stared at it like a griffin guarding treasure, seized it as if with claws. So, he foamed at the mouth when he saw me, pushed me out of doors, wouldn't let me warm myself. Wait, you rascal, flash your eyes, you grey old griffin. 224, again the beggar raised his crutch menacingly against the Parthenon, as if longing to shatter it, in defiance of its creator. After a short pause, the priest advanced still nearer and whispered, Hark ye, Menon, would you say what you have just said on the agora, before all the Athenians? Before the Athenians, before the 20,000 scurvy knaves of Athenians, may the plague destroy them. From the hour of this interview, tidings spread through Athens of the harsh, proud, offensive words Phidias had uttered against his fellow artists and the whole Athenian nation. It was related how he had abused popular government, and scorning his native land, praised the Eleans, vowing to turn his back on Athens, and henceforth consecrate his services to other Hellenes. At the same time rumors were whispered that all the gold delivered to him at the public expense had not found its way into his melting furnace. Like evil seed, these words sprung up amid the Athenian populace in poisonous weeds of rage and hostility against the noble, quiet creator of the Parthenon. The day had come on which Aspasia's case was to be decided before the Heliasti, under the superintendence of the Archon Basilius, one in one of the courts of justice in the Agora. 225, from early dawn the populace surged around the court of justice. Aspasia was the only calm and composed person among the Athenians on that day. She stood in the upper room of the house, gazing through a window-like opening upon the throng moving towards the Agora. Her face was somewhat pale, but not from fear, for a contemptuous smile hovered around her lips. Pericles approached. He was far paler than Aspasia, and an expression of deep earnestness rested upon his features, as he silently gazed upward at the cloudy sky. It was a grey day. Flocks of cranes were flying from Strymon across Attica, and their croaking seemed to forebode rain. A long procession of elderly men now passed up the streets. They were the Heliasti, who were to try Aspasia, the judges before whom Pericles' wife was to appear, by whom her sentence would be spoken. "Look at those old fellows," said Aspasia, smiling. "Half of them wear shabby cloaks, and look hungry and lean as they walk, leaning on the long Athenian staff, which Phidias did not spare the friends of beauty, even on the frieze of the Parthenon. Some are chewing garlic, and carrying between their lips the dirty obols they are to receive in payment for this day's work." "They are men of the people," replied Pericles, shrugging his shoulders. "They are men of the Athenian people, who once pleased you and for whose sake, 226, as you told me, you left the Persian court and your beautiful Miletus and, urged by longing, came across the sea to seek and live among them." Aspasia made no reply. "These garlic-chewing Athenians, who carry long staffs and hold obols in their mouths," continued Pericles, "are the same whose symmetry and unaffected dignity seemed to you worthy of admiration, whose patriotism touched you, whose taste for art not only seemed to you peerless in the works of sculptors and poets, but also in their enthusiasm, their subtle power of seeing, hearing, enjoying. But I now know," interrupted Aspasia, "that the much-praised, refined Attic nation still has a remnant of rudeness, I may say barbarism." "There is nothing perfect under the sun," said Pericles, "and brilliant lights are associated with the darkest shadows. I remember having recently seen a strange statue in one of our sculptors' studios, a figure with wings on its shoulders and the hoofs of a goat. The Athenian nation seems like this mongrel. It is winged for the loftiest flight, but also walks on goat's hoofs. For the rest, consider that the greatest merits of the Athenian nation are exclusively its own, but it shares its weaknesses with others. And as the fairest woman is still always a woman, the most gifted nation is still a nation, burdened with the weaknesses and passions of those called the people, the masses, the great multitude." "The Athenian nation," cried Aspasia indignantly, "is more thankless, fickle, frivolous, swayed by every breath, than any other." "But it is amiable," said Pericles, with a slight touch of sarcasm, "and pleasure-loving, and gay, and an enthusiastic, 227, friend and patron of the beautiful." "What do you want more, Aspasia? Haven't you yourself often laughed at and derided the poor thinker, Socrates, because he seemed to demand of the Athenians other virtues than those I have just named?" Aspasia turned proudly away, as if offended. "It is time to go to court in the agora, where the judges await you," said Pericles after a pause. "Have you no fear, Aspasia? Your features betray none. Will you leave me to bear all the anxiety alone?" "I fear the odor of garlic in those rooms," replied Aspasia, "far more than the sentence that may be passed upon me by the lips of those men. I still feel animated by the same courage that inspired me amid the throng at Megara and in the streets of Eleusis." During this conversation, the Heliasti had reached the courtroom, as well as the Archon Basilius with several subordinate officials, public clerks, and witnesses. Outside the courtroom, the throng of people swarmed in eager excitement. There was a confused murmur of opinions, wishes, predictions. Friends and foes of the accused, as well as impartial judges, were heard among them. "Do you know why they accused Anaxagoras and Aspasia?" cried one. "Because they wanted to strike Pericles in a sensitive spot, and dared not attack him personally. There is no man in Athens who would venture openly to assail Pericles." "But couldn't it be done?" cried a crafty little man with cunning eyes, coming forward. "Couldn't it be done? Could not a better and more exact account be required of Pericles, after his long years of rule, than he has hitherto rendered? Don't items occur in his accounts, 228, with the mere note, 'judiciously employed'? What does judiciously employed mean, I ask? Eh? Can dust be more insolently strewn in people's eyes? Do you hear, judiciously employed?" So saying, the man continued his way through the crowd, asking everywhere what judiciously employed meant. "Those are the sums," replied one person mysteriously, "Pericles used to silence influential men in the Peloponnesus, that they might do Athens no harm, that they might not prevent the establishment of tyranny at Athens, observed the crafty little man with a scornful laugh. If you suppose the learned Pericles, when he whispers with his friend, is only calculating the length of a flea's foot or the width of a gnat's rump, you are greatly mistaken. He has long talked foolishly about the unity of the whole Hellenic country. He would like, to put it briefly, to become ruler of all Hellas. His wife, the Milesian, placed this worm in his ear, and it has now crept into his brain and made him mad. This Hetaira yearns for nothing less than a crown. She would fain be called a queen, queen of Hellas. Her countrywoman's laurels won't let her rest. Such were the words of the sharp-tongued center of tyrants. But in the courtroom in the agora, the judges already sat on their benches, waiting for the commencement of the trial. The presiding officer was the Archon Basilius, surrounded by clerks and servants. The courtroom was surrounded by bars, a latticed door affording ingress only to those summoned by the Archon. Opposite the seats of the judges a somewhat lofty stage was erected for the accused as well as for the complainant, 229, thus rendering their figures visible and their voices audible for a long distance. On one of these elevated platforms sat Hermippus, a man of morose nature, whose piercing eye roved restlessly around. On the other Aspasia was seated, with Pericles beside her, for as a woman and especially a foreigner, she was obliged to be represented by a man who was a native citizen. It was a touching spectacle to many hearts, to see the fairest and most gifted woman of her time, the wife of the great Pericles, on the platform as an indicted prisoner. The fact that Pericles sat beside her increased the serious, moving character of the scene. The judges, and the majority of the people, felt a sort of pride in seeing that even the most powerful were compelled to appear before their tribunal, submit to the omnipotent civil law. Hermippus gazed maliciously at the beautiful woman, whose face was overspread by a slight pallor, that scarcely diminished the expression of resolute will which rested on her features. The Archon Basilius now opened the examination by calling upon the complainant to take an oath, that he had only made the accusation for the sake of truth and justice. The judges themselves, on entering upon their office, had taken the oath of justice and conscientiousness. The Archon next ordered one of the public clerks to read aloud, first the accusation, and then the refutation. Then he requested the complainant to prove his accusation, verbally and in detail. 230, Hermippus rose. His speech was full of sarcasm. The people felt transported to the comic stage. He discussed in sharp, incisive words the acts on which, according to his assertion, the accusation against Aspasia rested, how at Eleusis she had spoken irreverently, before all the people, of the Eleusinian gods and the sacred customs of the country, how she had held intercourse with sophists, with Anaxagoras, Socrates, especially Protagoras, that most eloquent denier of the gods, who had lived for some time at Athens, but was at present wandering in other Hellenic cities, preaching heresies and corrupting youth, how she had directed all her efforts to inciting Athenian women to rebel against the laws of the country, and once at the Thesmophorian festival stood forth before all the Athenian women to induce them to overthrow the venerable laws that hallowed marriage and family life, how she had lured freeborn women into her home, to teach them the arts of the hetaira, and at last gone so far as to keep in her house a number of young girls, for the sole purpose of alluring the distinguished men of Athens. Hermippus brought forward as witnesses many of those who had heard the remarks Aspasia made at Eleusis, but allowed the written depositions of some of them to be read aloud by the public clerk. The instigation of the women to a conspiracy against the laws of the state he proved by several women, who had taken part in the Thesmophorian festival. The attempt to corrupt freeborn women he corroborated by the written deposition of Xenophon's wife, which had been extorted by Telesip and Simon's sister. With regard to the young girls in Aspasia's house, he appealed to the general knowledge of the Athenians, and did not, 231, neglect to bring into special prominence the fact that, for the sake of one of these girls, the Athenian Commonwealth had recently been involved in by no means safe complications with Megara, and the allies of this hostile Dorian city. He closed with the statement that Aspasia had committed a threefold crime, against faith in the gods and the religion of the country, against the government and the dignity of its laws, against propriety and morality, then requested a number of edicts to be read aloud by the clerk, and proved that, according to the Athenian code, all these acts were punishable, and since death was the penance assigned to most, Aspasia's life, after being convicted of these crimes, was forfeited to the law. Lastly, with raised voice and passionate excitement, he entreated the judges to guard the most sacred thing a commonwealth possessed, chastise the insolence of the foreigner who sought the overthrow of the statutes inherited from their forefathers, and not allow the Athenian government, hitherto loved and blessed by the gods, to perish in the school of insubordination, contempt of law, and denial of the gods. Hermippus' passionate speech made a deep impression on the judges, most of whom were elderly men from the lower classes of the people. A murmur rose among the crowd beyond the barriers, who had listened silently to Hermippus' explanation. Hermippus has spoken admirably, his argument was sharp and convincing, he has the law on his side, the Milesian's life is forfeited. After Hermippus had concluded and resumed his seat, Pericles rose. The deepest silence instantly prevailed, and every 232 one listened intently for the first words from the lips of Aspasia's husband. Pericles seemed changed. He did not appear as he looked when standing before the people on the orator's platform upon the Pnyx, announcing his opinions with dignified composure, secure of success. For the first time his calmness seemed feigned, and a slight tremor in his voice was audible when he began to speak. He denied Aspasia's guilt and, taking up one accusation after the other, sought to prove that only the exaggeration of hatred could drag her conduct within the limits of crime worthy of death. Where he could not deny that the letter of the Athenian law was against her, he appealed from her acts to her noble intentions, and tried to show that noble deeds could never be criminal. But this time there was something uncertain in the argument of the famous orator, who bore the surname of the Olympian. It could not fail to be noticed that his words produced but a slight impression upon his hearers. Was the secret emotion that possessed his mind too powerful? At last Pericles followed Hermippus' example, and closed his argument with an address to the judges, which coming from the heart, appealed to the heart. He said, "This woman is my wife. If she is guilty of the crime of which that man accuses her, I am her accomplice. Hermippus accuses us of having diminished the consideration paid to the gods, impaired the authority of the government, injured modesty and morality. Men of Athens! If I can be permitted to arrogate to myself any part of the fame you have bestowed on my impetuous deeds, I have not diminished the splendor of the divinities of this country, but glorified, 233, them as no one else has done, by the erection of superb temples and statues on the Acropolis and at Eleusis. I have not injured the state, but fought for it in battle, I have broken the power of the oligarchs, and given liberty to the people. I have not lessened, but promoted morality, by seeking to spread among you the love of the noble and beautiful, the eternal conquerors of everything rude and base. In such efforts, men of Athens, this woman, Aspasia of Miletus, has not hindered, but supported and encouraged me. No small part of what will perhaps glorify the people and city of the Athenians forever is due to her. The memory of her name will always be connected, not with the decline of this commonwealth, but with its noblest prosperity, power, and splendor. These are deeds, men of Athens, and we both believe we have rendered services to the nation and city of the Athenians. But that Hermippus comes to you and cries, "Tear Pericles' chosen wedded wife from his breast, and drag her to death before his eyes." With these words a tear shone in Pericles' eye. A tear in the eye of the quiet, dignified Pericles. A tear in the Olympian's eye. It produced the effect of something not imaginable according to any ordinary law of nature. It was bewildering, like a miraculous apparition, a meteor, a sign sent by the gods. Those who had seen with their own eyes the tear that had sparkled for a moment in Pericles, to be instantly crushed again, looked gravely at each other and whispered, "Pericles wept." From the courtroom to the agora the words spread, "Pericles wept." 234, from the agora the tidings ran in a short time through the whole city of Athens, "Pericles wept." At the same time the news reached Athens of a naval battle at Sabota, in which Athenian vessels had helped the Corinthians conquer the Corcyraeans. But the people only half listened to the tale, they were talking of Pericles' terror. Hermippus' speech before the Heliaste had been closed by the running out of the sand in the hourglass, Pericles was ended by a tear. At a sign from the Archon, a servant came forward and distributed the votes among the judges, handing each a white and black stone, one for acquittal and one for condemnation. Then the Heliasti left their seats, approached a bronze urn and threw a white or black stone into it. The other pebble was flung into another, wooden vessel. The first voting was to decide the question of guilt or innocence, the second was intended in case of guilt, to determine the punishment of the accused person. The votes of the Heliasti were now delivered, and the black and white stones instantly counted before the archon's eyes. The gaze of all was fixed with intense eagerness on the black and white stones rolling out of the urn. Behold! The white lots of life increased in number, victoriously outshining the dark stones of death. Pericles' wife was acquitted. The heavy weight of the hero's tare had fallen with decisive power into the scales of Themis. The verdict announced by the archon's lips was carried, as if on wings, over the whole agora. 235 Aspasia rose. A faint flush suffused her face. Her glance, sparkling with brighter radiance, wandered for a moment toward the Heliasti. Then she mutely held out her hand to Pericles, who led her away. A veil covered her face as she passed through the crowd. The clear-voiced greeting of the Athenians received Pericles in the agora. In every street through which he passed with his veiled wife on his way home, all kinds of remarks, according to the mood of the individual, were whispered or uttered aloud. But one exclamation was constantly repeated: "What a superb woman Aspasia always is!" This exclamation at last gained the upper hand over all others, and only Mad Menon shouted an insulting epithet after the beautiful Milesian as she passed him. Suddenly, emerging from the crowd, Socrates stood beside Pericles and Aspasia. "I congratulate you, Aspasia," he said, joining them. "What hours of torture these have been to your friends." "Where were you, when the verdict was given?" asked Aspasia. "Among the people," replied Socrates. "And what did you hear among the people all this time?" "Many and various things," answered Socrates, but at last only 2 sentences remained and passed from lip to lip. "And what were they?" Pericles wept, "And what a beautiful woman Aspasia is." "Strange coincidence," continued Socrates in his 236 fantastic, reflective way. "Aspasia is the most beautiful woman, and the happy husband of the fairest wife wept. Take care, Aspasia, that this tare of Pericles is his last. It is only a first tare which is sublime, the second would be ridiculous. Only the first touches, moves, a second has no effect. Pericles must never be permitted to weep again. Do you hear, Aspasia? Pericles must never be permitted to weep again." "Is it I, who force tears from Pericles' eyes?" asked Aspasia, secretly offended. "I assert nothing, except that Pericles must never be permitted to weep again," replied Socrates, and vanished amid the crowd. Aspasia was greatly excited. What? The hostile Athenian populace had acquitted her, and from amid the throng of reconciled enemies stepped forth a friend, to accuse her in words full of evil foreboding. "You know the strange fellow," said Pericles. "Have patience with him. You are well aware he means kindly by us both." But Aspasia was angry. A long-cherished idea of punishing the strange mortal for the bold license of his tongue awoke with redoubled power in the brain of the high-spirited woman, as she walked proudly, secure of victory, by her husband's side. 2 men followed the pair at some distance, a scornful smile hovered around their lips as they whispered together. It was Diopes and the oligarch Thucydides. "The woman has escaped us," said the oligarch, with a gloomy look. "So much the worse for her," replied the priest. "You know the people. If she had been condemned, 237, they would pity her and Pericles. Now she has been acquitted, they will instantly say the judges were too lenient, and that Pericles' power is growing more and more dangerous, if a criminal is released for his sake. Triumph for today," continued Diopes, shaking his fist at Aspasia's husband. "The arrows you turned from your wife's head will strike yours only the more surely." 1. The functions of the Beta Alpha Sigma Iota Lambda Epsilon, or King Archon, were almost all connected with religion. His distinguishing title shows that he was considered a representative of the old kings in their capacity of high priest, as the Rex Sacrificulus was at Rome. Thus he presided at the Lenaean, or older Dionysia, superintended the mysteries and the games called Lambda Alpha Mu Pi Alpha Delta Eta Phi Omicron Rho Alpha Iota, and had to offer up sacrifices and prayers in the Eleusinium, both at Athens and Eleusis. Moreover, indictments for impiety and controversies about the priesthood were laid, 225, before him, and, in cases of murder, he brought the trial into the court of the Areopagus, and voted with its members. His wife, also, who was called Beta Alpha Sigma Lambda Iota Sigma Sigma Alpha or Beta Alpha Sigma Lambda Iota Nu Alpha, had to offer certain sacrifices, and therefore it was required that she should be a citizen of pure blood, without stain or blemish. Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities. Contents, Chapter 9. Conflicts and Victories. Pericles, accompanied by his friend Sophocles, entered the agora early in the morning just as the gloomy Euripides came up with the truth-seeker. Somewhat surprised at the sight of the luggage several slaves were carrying behind him, both stood still and asked the poet the cause of his departure, and where he intended to go. "I am about to sail for Salamis," replied Euripides. "On the quiet island I hope at last to find the seclusion and peace I need. The grotto on the shore, where I first saw the light, I will henceforth make my favorite resting place and give myself up to my thoughts undisturbed." "Doesn't your country house afford you sufficient quiet and seclusion?" asked Pericles. "Don't talk to me of the country house," replied the poet rudely. "I've become thoroughly disgusted with it by the constant increase of the frogs, who croak, 238, all night in the neighboring ponds, and still more so by the swarms of crickets, whose incessant chirping night and day disturbs my thoughts and interrupts me in composing." The old bachelor, Anacreon, praised the clear-voiced cicadas, but I curse them. "My head is sore, and I've been driven half crazy by the shrill noise of these tormenting spirits, these chirping evil demons. In vain my friend Socrates helped me catch and kill them for several days." "Do you smile, lamb-hearted Sophocles? You are doubtless capable of giving us, without delay, an enthusiastic eulogy on the frogs and crickets." "Why not?" replied Sophocles, smiling. "All nature rejoices in sound, and sings. The waves, the winds, the pine trees sing, the stone sings when touched by the foot of the pedestrian. And sound is so fond of hearing itself that, a second Narcissus, it ogles its own image in the mirror of the echo. Therefore, worthy Euripides, leave us the frogs and crickets." "There it is." Euripides angrily interrupted. "Oh, these wits, these beauty-blessed, beauty-living people, or whatever else they choose to call themselves. They understand how to cover everything, even the most accursed, with the varnish of pretty figures of speech. Never do they look seriously at the serious affairs of life. I tell you, crickets are insufferable insects, whatever old Anacreon and pious Sophocles may poetically write about them. Besides, as you know, it's not only the frogs and crickets that disgust me with living on the soil of Attica. I no longer like Athens. People don't care to endure the jeers of the street urchins about a runaway wife, however well they may be spiced with Attic wit. This life isn't to my taste, and there are all sorts of 239 threatening things in the air. What is the use of being more enlightened, if morals degenerate? Farewell. I am going to Salamis at once." "Must our happiness be dependent on place?" objected Sophocles. "We must remain at our posts. It ought to be the pride of a Greek, I think, to remain unchanged amid everything stern and gloomy that may assail him, and live on in undisturbed cheerfulness and beauty, as one who realizes, in the beautiful harmony of his own nature, the best and highest portion of human existence, and will allow nothing to disturb him in the noblest enjoyment of life. And when age approaches, with shaking knees, and the sources of pleasure are exhausted," observed Euripides. "Then I will renounce the pleasure whose sources are dry," replied Sophocles, "but only to seize, instead of the glad enjoyment of manhood, always connected with a certain uneasiness, the far more beautiful, divine repose and cheerfulness, the halcyon peace glorified by beauty, of age." "You speak like a son of the good old time," answered Euripides, "and do not consider that we have gradually become too thoughtful to live in beautiful idyllic cheerfulness. As for me," Socrates now began, "I think what Sophocles has said about being obliged to preserve a beautiful harmony in our own natures very singular. I should like to learn, and some impulse urges me to ask him explicitly, whether in speaking of beautiful harmony he has morality in view, or whether he thinks of harmony as beautiful, in the sense in which we call women or works of sculpture beautiful, charming, and, 240, pleasant to the eye? Whether, to express it differently, he places special importance on goodness, or what in the ordinary sense is called beautiful. Whereby we are brought back to the old question so often raised between us, but never settled, whether beauty should take precedence of goodness, or goodness of beauty? The truth-seeker gazed eagerly into the poet's face, while awaiting his reply. At the same moment a tumult arose in the throng, which meantime had assembled in the agora. The signal for a popular assembly on the Nix had been given, and everybody was moving towards it. Pericles, also preparing to take the same direction, said smiling, "Nor can we settle your favorite question today, worthy son of Sophroniscus, for the Athenians are summoned to the Nix, and there are more urgent matters to be decided there." Socrates stood silent and perplexed, like a person who has been interrupted just at the wrong time. "Myrmecides," said an Athenian citizen to his neighbor, as he was in the act of leaving the agora and ascending to the Nix with the rest of the excited crowd, "whatever we may decide up there today, I have a presentiment of evil, evil for Hellas. There are oracles of ill, there are also oracles of botches in circulation, now suddenly becoming intelligible. But the most ominous thing, you know Delos, sacred Delos, the island of the Ionian god Apollo, was never visited by an earthquake." "Never," replied Myrmecides. "Every boy knows from infancy that sacred Delos is fastened with brazen chains to the bottom of the sea, and cannot be shaken, 241, by subterranean storms like the other islands of the archipelago." "So it was believed till yesterday," continued Cynegenes, "but yesterday the news came that the ground trembled for a minute, and the subterranean storm passed beneath it with a hollow, threatening roar." "Delos shaken?" cried Myrmecides, "then there is nothing firm in Hellas." Other men joined Myrmecides and Cynegenes, mingling in their conversation. But they were soon interrupted and induced to turn by a loud tumult behind them on the agora. "A Megarian dog," was the cry, "a Megarian dog! Kill him, stone him!" A shrieking throng had hastily assembled around a man, who had been seized by several Athenians, and was now firmly held amid loud exclamations of anger. It was not the first time a Megarian had been involved in a dangerous fray at Athens. Even before the Athenian market and harbor were prohibited to the Dorian city, many a citizen of the latter, when bringing a fat sucking pig or other article to market, had been jeered, reviled, or rudely pulled about. But the ill will against the Megarians had risen to fury since the latter, with barbarous cruelty, had ventured to kill the herald sent from Athens to Megara. Since that day the Athenian people had sworn to stone any Megarian who allowed himself to be caught in Athens. The man thus assailed begged for his life, swearing by all the gods that he was no Megarian, but came from Eleusis. "Don't believe it," cried the man who had first seized him and still held him with an iron grasp. "Don't, 242, believe it. I know him. He's a Megarian dog, a Megarian dog." At this moment several archons passed who, after inquiring into the affair, prevented the man's murder, summoned several of the Scythian archers, and ordered him to be taken away as a prisoner. On the Nix, a little apart from the place of the popular assembly, 3 men were whispering together in low, eager tones. These were Cleon, the tanner, Lysicles, the sheep dealer, and Pamphilus, the sausage maker. They did not seem to agree. The ambassadors of the Lacedaemonians now came up the Nix to join the popular assembly of the Athenians. They had arrived to demand satisfaction for their ally, Megara, and measured the Athenians, who surrounded them, with scornful eyes. One of the oligarchs whispered into the ear of another, "Shall we desire war or peace?" "It might perhaps be profitable," replied the other, "if the Peloponnesians would come and clear a little in the country." A few hours later, the Athenians came down from the Nix in a more excited mood than they had gone up. Numerous groups formed on the agora. "I think Pericles never spoke so admirably," cried Myrmecides. "Oh, that fox with the lion's face! How moderately he behaved, how quietly, how full of apparent compliance! How ready he seemed for any possible concession! Only he made counter-demands, which he well knew would never be granted. What a master stroke, when he said Athens was ready to restore perfect liberty to her allies, only Sparta must first do the same with hers. 243, I scent the smell of tar, the creak of oars, the shouts of trierarchs, the gilding of statues of Pallas at the Piraeus, said Sporgillus thoughtfully. Why not, you coward, cried the others. Have you no fancy for a merry naval expedition? Well, the sea is such a salt, bitter thing, replied Sporgillus. Feed yourself on garlic, echoed around him, on garlic, you coward, like the fighting cocks, that you may grow more ardent and get courage. The voice of the notorious tanner, Cleon, was now heard in another dense group. I want war, but without Pericles, he exclaimed. The war ought not to be allowed to make Pericles greater. How shall we demand an account from him, how shall we get at him, if he is at the head of a fleet or army? So away with Pericles. The Spartans demand that he should be banished from Athens as an Alcmaeonid, ought to have been granted. Banish Pericles! Banish Pericles! Thus Cleon shouted amid clumsy, vehement gestures, for he always flung his whole body about and did not remain a moment in the same place. War, but without Pericles, he repeated incessantly. Pamphilus was of the same opinion, but vying with the other in the loudness of his shrieks, added that Pericles ought not to be banished, but called to account for his management of public affairs and thrown into prison. Old Cratinus now came up with Hermippus and a third companion, a youth, who had the Attic glance to a still higher degree than the other two, and it was said would soon come forward with a comedy. 244, Are you for war or peace, old satyr? Shouted one of the crowd. I'm for roast hares, wine in the jar, silver in the strongbox, figs in the storehouses, garlanded goats, Dionysian festivals, new wine, beakers tilted upside down, gay dancing girls. So you're for peace? Yes indeed, and against having the Megarians shut out from the Athenian market. Be sensible, you violet-wreathed Athenians. Cease suspecting that every queen, who appears in the market, is a disguised Megarian. Since you excluded the Megarians, there's not a good sucking pig, such as the old victors of Marathon deserve, to be had. We shall soon come to eating roasted crickets. Besides, why are you quarreling about war and peace? Did the Spartans leave the popular assembly with any other answer than the one Pericles proposed? Let Pericles rule, and others of his stamp, the tanners, wool dealers, and sausage makers, who comb your beards, fan the flies from your heads, clean the dust from your shoes, and brush the specks from your clothes. These jibes made Cleon's blood boil. In one point, said he, Pericles has done right, in trying to muzzle the spiteful, disorderly little mob of comic writers, the curs, who snap at every man's shanks. Why, see Cleon, exclaimed Cratinus, Cleon, the fearless. I shouldn't have ventured to come here, if I had known the greedy-toothed, horrible man with the rolling eyes was present. The smell of leather ought to have told me better. Cleon was furious. Myrmecides held him back, while Cratinus continued, 245, You call us disorderly because we swing the whip over our heads, careless whom it hits. If it doesn't always strike the right man, perhaps it does the right thing. Does Zeus, when he sends the lightning, ask where it strikes? It is enough for him if it purifies the air. Old driveler, cried Cleon, are not you the man, who is said to draw his inspiration from the wine cask? And are not you, retorted Cratinus, a man swollen with venom, of whom it is said that a serpent lately bit him and died? But no matter. We don't fear. We'll wage war with the stench of leather, the furious glances of the rolling blear eyes, with 100 red-haired Cerberus heads. And when we have once got the better of the woman hero Pericles, we'll remember the knavish buffoons, sausage-makers, wool-dealers, and tanners, and rid ourselves of all the violet-wreathed Athenians. A shrill, jeering laugh suddenly rang out from behind a column. People looked around and saw Mad Menon crouching there. Look at Menon, cried the youngest of the three comic poets. The fellow is so ragged and dirty, that Euripides will soon doubtless make him the hero of some touching drama. The Athenians laughed. Menon gnashed his teeth, exclaiming, Scoundrels! Violet-wreathed scoundrels! They wanted to beat him, but he set his dog on them. The people then took up stones to throw them at his head, but at this moment Socrates passed, pitted the man, and led him out of the throng. The crowd dispersed. Pamphilus, walking angrily, 246, away, saw Pericles, followed him and pursued him all day long with insults, whenever he caught sight of him. Again he followed him. "You are a tyrant, like Pisistratus," said he. "You only pretend to support democracy. In reality it is you alone who hold the reins of Athens." Pericles was silent. "You want to plunge the Athenians into a war," continued Pamphilus, "that you may not be compelled to render any account." Pericles made no reply. "You won't recognize the merits of other men, who are no less fitted for orators and leaders of the people than you," raved Pamphilus. Pericles remained silent. "You learned your art of government through intercourse with sophists and hetairai. You have allowed the power of the Athenians to be stifled by increasing wantonness and effeminacy." As Pamphilus uttered these words, Pericles reached home. The streets were very dark. According to Athenian custom, the statesman had a slave bearing a lighted torch behind him. The slave knocked, and the porter opened the door. Pamphilus was still standing there. "Go and light this man through the streets with your torch, it has grown dark," said Pericles, and quietly entered the house. Socrates, sometimes with and sometimes without his bosom friend, Euripides, went in and out of Pericles' house. He still visited Aspasia, still liked to talk to her, but his own words constantly sounded more confused, mysterious and oracular. 247. A few days after the last meeting on the Nix, Socrates again entered Aspasia's house and was soon engaged in eager conversation with her. Aspasia spoke with joyful courage of the impending conflict with the Dorians, but indignantly of the schisms in the Agora, the hostile designs of Diopithes, the conduct of the friends of Laconia, the coarseness of the demagogues. "For the sake of these rude men," she said, "we shall perhaps soon behold the fading flower of Hellas." "The fading flower of Hellas?" cried Socrates. "How could that be possible? Surely you are mistaken. How long is it since it was said that Hellas was approaching her most perfect bloom? Since the day when we stood joyously on the Acropolis before the completed Parthenon, and I thought the moment of that finest bloom had come, but you said that though our art had grown almost divine, many things were still lacking to thoroughly transform our lives and render them beautiful in every respect. Since that day I have been very eager for the promised moment of perfect bloom, and waited impatiently for it. As I had heard of eastern flowers, which secretly illumined by the eyes of Zeus, open their wondrous calyxes only at midnight, I thought the flowering time of mortals might be similar, and the idea gave me no rest even at night, for I was always fearing I might lose the most beautiful moment while asleep. Above all else, I have constantly kept in view the new strange bond of love and marriage you and Pericles formed before my statue of the Graces, for it seemed to me that its success would secure the fairest bloom of Hellenic life. So, as you then expressly summoned us bystanders to be witnesses, I have faithfully discharged my office, for I undertook, 248, it in solemn earnest and thought myself summoned to be, not merely for a moment, but forever an attentive witness of that strange compact. But as in the garden we daily visit a particularly rare little tree, that promises to bear abundant fruit, always fearing to find it broken by some rude hand, touched by the frost or withered, and forever rejoice anew in its unimpaired freshness, I come to you, no longer to hear as formerly, but to see what love is, how it develops, from what point it emanates, and to what goal it tends. It is certainly an important matter when Ionians and Dorians are preparing for a decisive struggle, but almost more important to me is the history of your love bond, and the final issue of the conflict going on beyond and within you. Nations are immortal, or at least long-lived, and their destiny may be constantly transformed and arranged anew, but a human fate is confined within a narrow circle. As it results it is generally fixed, for the fates grant no time for renewal and readjustment. I watch the internal and external history of your love, so strangely founded on liberty. However light may be the steps with which it advances, my senses are not too dull to perceive them. So, from a lover, you have become a spectator and witness of the love of others, said Aspasia. From the day in the Lyceum, when, while hurrying away you called to me to sacrifice to the Graces, I have done so, but apparently in vain, replied Socrates. My lips have not become more delicate, nor my features more pleasing. And I have since comprehended that, To grasp the idea of beauty with the mind and at the same time enjoy it with the senses, is rarely, or never, allotted to one and the same mortal. 249. Aspasia doubted whether the ardor, which had then blazed uncontrolled for a moment in the young sculptor's soul, was wholly extinguished. The time for executing the little plan of vengeance, with which she had long intended to humiliate and shame the philosopher, seemed to have come. She craftily began, "That moment in the Lyceum, which you now recall after so long a time, has not vanished from my memory and, to be frank, I have often secretly regretted that unnecessarily and under a mistaken impression, I offended you by calling as I ran away, that you must sacrifice to the graces, an exclamation you interpreted to mean that in order to be loved, you must first try to gain those qualities that render people lovable. I ought to have considered that you are a sage, who could not seriously yearn for my love. Since that time, Socrates, I have always felt that I owed you some satisfaction." "You to me?" said Socrates, with a mournful smile. "No, I had no satisfaction to ask of you, but ever since that moment I have thought I owed one to myself." "I was foolish in those days," said Aspasia. "Now I could lean my head innocently on your breast, for I know." Aspasia and Socrates were sitting in a room very pleasantly and luxuriously furnished, and pervaded with delicate intoxicating perfumes, which seemed to exhale from Aspasia herself, for like the gods and goddesses of Olympus, she was always surrounded by an exquisite fragrance. She shone with fadeless charms, and a bewitching gaiety animated her features. She seemed to 250 be in the best possible mood, if anything so trivial as moods existed for Aspasia. A dove was fluttering about the room. It was Aspasia's favorite, a pretty creature, with lustrous white plumage and a bluish circle round its neck. The bird often perched on Aspasia's shoulder, seeking its usual dainties from the beauty's lips, but frequently alighted also on Socrates' head, settling there so pertinaciously, that the Milesian was often compelled to release her guest, and in so doing could not avoid coming into close proximity to him. When she succeeded in driving the dove from Socrates' head, it fluttered off and settled elsewhere, first uttering its low gru, gru. If the universal verdict of mankind had not decided that the cooing of doves sounded tender and affectionate, said Socrates, I should, according to my own taste, consider it disagreeable. I should call it a subdued neighing. What? Cried Aspasia, do you revile Aphrodite's birds? Take care, lest the doves or the goddess herself seek vengeance upon you. They have done it in advance, replied Socrates. The ways of the gods are incalculable, said Aspasia. Sometimes they are envious and withhold their gifts, then become favorably disposed and grant tenfold as much as they formerly denied. But Aphrodite is the most whimsical of all the goddesses. She requires anyone who asks a favor of her to await the right moment and the right mood, and to return again and again. Whoever tries his fortune with her but once is foolish. Are you ignorant of this, Socrates? And does it not perhaps apply to beauties, as well as goddesses? 251, I don't know, replied Socrates, for I haven't tried. There you did wrong, said Aspasia. It is your own fault, if you do not know whether Aphrodite and women are favorable to you. Aspasia made many similar bantering speeches, while caressing the dove and exchanging kisses with it. Socrates did not remember ever having seen her so extravagantly gay. The more coquettish she appeared, the more silent, grave, and thoughtful he became. Again the dove, with a coo that was almost like a titter, perched on Socrates' head, but this time entangled its tiny claws so closely in his hair, that it could not release them. Aspasia hastened to his assistance. He felt her fingers in his hair. The close proximity of a perfumed, charming woman thrilled him, her bosom was heaving close beside him. No sea heaves so maliciously, with such peril of hopelessly swallowing up its victim, as a woman's breast. The slightest movement, and Socrates would have received a fresh rebuff far more humiliating than the former one in the Lyceum, afforded his secret foe, the crafty beauty, another triumph by the hasty impulse of the heart and senses. What thoughts passed through Socrates' mind at that moment? He rose quietly, saying calmly, Never mind the dove, Aspasia. I don't think I have escaped the revengeful bird at too great a cost, by leaving a lock of my hair in its claws. I understand, replied Aspasia, in an altered and somewhat haughty tone. I understand that you don't fear baldness. It is closely allied to wisdom, and you, 252, are a philosopher. You have grown so wise and perfect, that you deserve to be plucked perfectly bald by the talons of Aphrodite's birds. Baldness may suit the sage, replied Socrates, but know that I have renounced everything, even the fame of wisdom, and at this moment am thinking only of doing my duty as a citizen. I am going tomorrow, with others who have drawn the lot, to the camp before Potidaea. Alcibiades is going too. So you don't seem to have resigned that, after having, as you say, given up everything else, replied Aspasia. We obey the call of our native land, replied Socrates. Don't you approve of it? Isn't it to fight the Dorians? Do you mean to fight the Dorians? Cried Aspasia. Why, you have become a Dorian yourself. No, replied Socrates, I believe I am a true son of thoughtful Pallas Athena. In truth, said Aspasia smiling, you have turned from Eros and the Graces to cold, masculine Athena. What has become of the fervor that animated your soul, when you questioned me in the Lyceum about the nature of love? My ardor, replied Socrates, has undergone the same change as your beauty, since Phidias apotheosized it in the Lemnian Aphrodite. As, in that statue, your charms have been elevated above all earthly and temporal things, so my love has been matured, deified, I might almost say petrified. The glowing coal has become a star. At this moment the fluttering dove again settled on Aspasia's shoulder. 253, what fiend, what saucy Eros was concealed beneath the form of the bird? It began to pull with its claws at the spot where a clasp confined the narrow edges of the chiton. The bird's feet moved restlessly, till the clasp opened and the garment fell back disclosing the gleaming white shoulder. Sacrifice that dove to the Graces, said Socrates, covering with his cloak the bare shoulder of the beautiful woman, and taking his leave. The proud Milesian turned pale, seized a silver mirror in one trembling hand, and for the first time was startled by a disfiguring shadow that swept over her features. Was beauty no longer invincible? Was there something that ventured to defy it? A thrill of fear ran through her limbs. Alcibiades was greatly delighted when the wish to appear in the field of martial honor, which he had expressed to Pericles, was at last fulfilled. Fate had numbered him, as well as Socrates, among the Athenian citizens who were to be sent to the siege of the rebellious city of Potidaea. Up to this time the youth had continued his reckless mode of life, and never failed to supply material for the loquacity of the Athenians. He had founded the Society of Ithyphalians, which included the boldest and most reckless young men, who yielded to the most unbridled caprices, as might be expected from a society named for the unclean demon Ithyphalus. The initiation was wanton and whimsical to the most audacious degree. Only those were admitted, 254, who thought themselves specially entitled to boast of this demon's favor. To deride the custom which prohibited carousing before noon, Alcibiades and his companions instituted a morning drinking bout. He named a dog, of which he was very fond, Demon, and it was droll to hear him, like Socrates, speak of his demon. Yet, though the wantonness with which the youth was constantly overflowing, thus seemed to strike Socrates, it did not prevent him from calling the same man the best and dearest of his friends. He really still cherished an almost mysterious affection for the truth-seeker, but apparently without granting him any influence over his conduct. Even when Alcibiades set out for Potidaea, there were circumstances which afforded food for gossip. He ordered weapons of a special kind to be made, and had a shield of gold and ivory. On this shield, like a coat of arms, was an Eros armed with the thunderbolt of Zeus. Eros with the thunderbolt. A brilliant idea, worthy of a Hellenic brain. It really seemed at that time as if the thunderbolt of Zeus was about to pass into the hands of the winged boy. Some of Alcibiades' companions also went to the field, and sought to follow the example of their model in procuring costly and peculiar arms. Callias, Hipponicus' son, is said to have gone to the war in a coat made of a lion's skin. There was one woman in Athens, who was filled with grief when Alcibiades was about to leave the city, a woman who had long known neither pain nor love, who not only despised the bonds of Hymen, but also derided, 255, the fetters of Eros, a woman who had said of herself, I am not the priestess of love, but of pleasure. This woman was Theodota. It was she, as has already been mentioned, whom young Alcibiades considered his teacher, when he rushed into the whirlpool of pleasure and youthful extravagance. His vanity made him desire to call his own the most beautiful and famous hetaira in Athens, Theodota, who, though at that time no longer in the highest bloom of her beauty, was at the summit of her renown. Theodota was also proud of possessing Alcibiades, and the fact of his devotion no little increased her fame. For some time Alcibiades enjoyed no woman's society more than the dark-eyed Corinthians, and often invited his friends to merry revels in Theodota's house. Her gaiety, no less than her beauty, spiced the beaker of pleasure to her lover and his companions. But Theodota was not always so joyous as she had been during the first part of her intercourse with Alcibiades. The youth was too beautiful for a woman's heart, even though it had never loved and forsworn love forever, not to at last pay for the pleasure of his society with its freedom. She had at first cared little, when her young friends smiled at other women and hetairai, nay when Demos and Callias banqueted with him at her house, herself assembled young and charming women around her. But the young Ithyphalian prince soon began to notice with dissatisfaction, that the Corinthian's nature was changing. She appeared thoughtful and grave, sighed frequently, and her gay tenderness seemed impaired by a sort of passion and restlessness. Sometimes she clasped her favorite in a close embrace, as if to hold, 256, him forever, many a tear mingled with her kisses, and if Alcibiades smiled upon any other woman before her eyes, she turned pale and her lips quivered with a spasm of jealousy. This change in Theodota did not please the reckless youth, who everywhere filled the cup of joy to the brim, drained it, and went on again. Theodota's charm and spell had vanished. She now seemed dismal to the gay young fellow. At times, when she gave full vent to her jealousy, she aroused his anger, but he was more ready to forgive this, than the excessive tearful tenderness with which she annoyed him. She vowed to love him only, to be his alone. This was a matter of indifference to him. The sole possession of one woman, the highest need of the mature man, is worthless and troublesome to the young rake. He answered, "You are commencing to become intolerable, since you began to torment me with your tearful complaints. You don't know how ugly a woman is who, instead of bewitching by her radiant gaiety and charming grace, allows her face to be disfigured by traces of jealousy, wets her own cheeks or even her lover's with the hot, salt torrent of tears and, transformed into a fury, bursts into passionate accusations. You no longer amuse me, Theodota. You weary me. You will never bind me by dismal lamentations and passionate violence, you only foster and increase what I dislike. If I am to be what I was, become what you once were." She strove to seem gay, but usually failed. If Alcibiades left her in anger, she humbled herself, overwhelmed him with messengers and letters, hurried to 257 him, loaded him with entreaties, allowed herself to be ill-treated by the insolent fellow. One day Socrates came to his young friend's house and found her lying, dissolved in tears, before the threshold of the pitiless youth. She looked at him and recognized the man, who had once uttered so strange an eulogy of the gay self-sacrifice, of which she was no longer capable. She wanted what she then willingly dispensed with, to love and to be loved. Theodota bewailed her suffering to Socrates, who consoled and led her away. He then intended to return to Alcibiades, to act as mediator for the woman, but was so lost in thought, that on reaching his door, he stood still, and when the youth came out, he found his friend on the threshold. "What are you pondering over?" he asked. "I just fancied that I was on the trace of the real nature of love. I believed for a moment I had found that it consists in either shedding tears or extorting them, abusing or being abused, trampling or being trampled upon, but in an instant I have grown doubtful again." When Alcibiades went to the camp at Potidaea, he thanked the gods for having escaped the love of the woman, who with bitter lamentations was tearing her hair in her grief at his departure. After some time Alcibiades wrote to Aspasia from the camp, as follows: "You wished to learn from me how our friend Socrates proves himself in his new calling. Well, he is precisely the same in the camp before Potidaea, that he was years ago in Phidias' studio. Sometimes he is animated with the greatest zeal, sometimes lost in idle, 258, reverie. In clear, starry nights when every one in the tents is sleeping, Socrates wanders about and watches, and thinks, and questions, and seeks, of course in vain. He is always renouncing knowledge, but it constantly urges him again to ponder, seek, and question. Long ago, when I was a boy and you, for a day, a Spartan youth who entered Pericles' house, you told me of the friendships of the young Spartans, friendships which unite the younger and older men, making them inseparable companions in battle. A similar partnership has now been formed between me and Socrates. And certainly the worthy man always has enough to do, to prove himself my friend. I often quarrel with the people in the neighboring tents, who don't like to hear me drink and sing with my friends at night, because, they say, we disturb their sleep. Nay, they even object to our being gay in the daytime, and turn up their noses if we drink a little after breakfast. They complain to the strategii and taxiarchs that, while pretending to be drunk, we play all sorts of insolent tricks on them and their slaves. So there is frequent quarreling, and sometimes a little skirmish. In such cases the strategii and taxiarchs are powerless, and only Socrates' intercession saves one or another from being stretched on the sand, or well beaten according to the rules of the gymnasium. I like Socrates, because he has not the pretentious character which renders other sophists, philosophers, and preachers of morality unbearable to me. He has a nobility of soul and quiet excellence, which no man in all Hellas is farther from possessing than myself. But we most admire what we have not, and contrasts apparently attract men to each other. At times something emanates from his usually unassuming nature, like the flash of a 259 divine inspiration, and this has become more effective in the course of years. I have often noticed that any one struck by this flash seemed illumined and warmed, he blushed and his blood stirred as if in the presence of a lovely woman. A short time ago I planned a little nocturnal trick with Callias. Homer's magnificent lines about the nocturnal expedition of Diomedes and Ulysses, and the capture of the steeds of Rhesus haunted our brains, and though the Potidæans hardly had steeds of that kind to steal, we intended to have a little adventure on our own account. We knew that small bodies of Potidæan troops often passed around the walls at night, and meant to attack one of these bands, slay them, and bring back their weapons as a prize. So towards midnight we quietly left the camp, and on arriving near the walls of Potidæa actually encountered a little troop of armed men, making their rounds. We rushed upon these fellows and killed a few of them, but the rest took flight and raised an alarm, which brought others to their aid, and thus reinforced they turned back and attacked us in greatly superior numbers. We made a brave stand, but I don't know what would have become of us, if a man had not mingled in the fray as suddenly as if he had sprung from the earth. He rushed upon the Potidæans so boldly and with such eagerness, that the latter, after losing some of their best men, again found it advisable to give up the fight and fly to the shelter of the walls. The assistant was no other than Socrates, who had been accidentally lured out by the beautiful night, not in quest of adventure, but pursuing some thought, and wandering about outside of the camp, was attracted by the noise of our weapons and interfered just at the right time. On this occasion I, 260, saw what this man could do, if he were wholly a warrior. He rushed upon the Potidæans just as he used to attack the blocks of marble with his chisel in Phidias' studio. And as, when a stonecutter, the blocks of marble suffered when the thought problem that occupied his mind presented special difficulties, on that starry night the heads of the Potidæans atoned for Socrates having again vainly endeavored to solve the mystery of the world. He is capable of listening to a bird's song in the midst of a battle, or, when on duty as sentinel, fixing his eyes on the stars instead of the Potidæans' movements. He is still in the habit of considering the most ordinary matter important, and if people doubt it, says things seem ghostly to him because he cannot understand them and they will not reveal their nature. At present he is brooding over a plan for rendering war unnecessary, and when he isn't fighting the enemy himself, explains to us how horrible this alternate murdering of men is, how at some future time people who kill each other in battle will be talked of as we now speak of cannibals, and that a day will come when people will scarcely be able to understand that the human race was once so rude and savage. He says a league must be formed among the nations and a supreme court instituted, before which all disputes can be settled. And thinks something of the kind might be attained, if one or two countries would publicly declare that henceforth, in every war, they would take the part of the nation assailed or wronged. Dreams worthy of an original. The wings of men's energy ought not to be clipped, and the world, without hate, contention, or war, would be as wearisome as without love. 261. As for me, military employment seems to suit me. I believe I have already grown better. But these are things which must weary you. Farewell, Aspasia, and tell me how the rest of the city fares without Alcibiades. A small community can never possess a large army, but may have a great navy. Athens was in this situation when King Archidamus of Sparta entered Attica with 60,000 Peloponnesians. Most of her allies could also render aid only on the sea. While the fleet was being prepared, the people from the rural districts overrun by Archidamus flocked into the city. Those who found no shelter within the walls encamped in the open air, especially between the long walls, and managed as best they could. The whole space between the city and the Piraeus swarmed with these guests, and gradually a city of tents arose there. The poorer refugees found shelter in the huge huts used in Athens. From the city walls the inhabitants could see the watchfires of the Peloponnesians encamped in the fields and vineyards, but, thanks to the fortifications Pericles' zeal had long since provided, were secure from any assault. Faithful to his original plan, from which he would not allow himself to be diverted by the eager impatience of the Athenians, Pericles sent only horsemen out of the gates to guard the environs. When Archidamus, from the heights of Attica, saw a proud fleet of 100 vessels emerge from the Piraeus and steer towards the Peloponnesus, the event Pericles had foreseen instantly occurred. Seeing before them the impregnably fortified city, and at the same time knowing that the unprotected cities of their native land were exposed to the powerful hostile fleet and the 262 army it conveyed, the Peloponnesians departed, left Attica, and marched towards home across the isthmus. Pericles had been obliged to relinquish the personal command of the navy, for he seemed indispensable in Athens, so long as the Peloponnesians still remained on Attic soil. But when the latter retreated, his first enterprise was to march with a small, but admirably equipped army to Megara. The enraged Athenians imperatively demanded a settlement of their account with the hated city. The statesman's absence from Athens was again eagerly desired by many. The owls on the Acropolis awoke and fluttered their wings. Diopithes, eager to execute his long-cherished plan of ruining the sculptor, availed himself of Menon's services against Phidias. A notorious sycophant, named Stephaniscus, appeared at the priest's instigation as Phidias' accuser. This man had married a hetaira, who, it was said, continued her profession in his house, while he sought a livelihood as a sycophant. In his bold indictment, he asserted that Phidias had laid aside and appropriated part of the gold given him to make the statue of Athena Parthenos. He also reproached him with having shown vanity incompatible with reverence for the gods and their sanctuaries, by carving his own likeness and that of Pericles in the representation of the Battle of the Amazons on the goddess' shield, and produced Menon as witness of the stealing of the gold. The latter had formerly been very frequently in Phidias' rooms, rendering trifling services for such gifts as fell to the lot of 263 beggars. During this time, he now asserted, he had once watched from a dark corner and seen Phidias, when he believed himself unobserved, take part of the gold given him for the statue and hide it, evidently to appropriate it himself. The germs of calumny, long industriously sown by Diopithes' adherents, had grown luxuriantly, and Stephaniscus found well-prepared soil in the Athenian people. The venerable sculptor, who had just arrived in Athens again, was thrown into prison at this accusation of Stephaniscus. The creator of the most beautiful monument in the world, which, as Pericles said, the Athenian people had erected to itself for all futurity, was taken to prison under a disgraceful accusation. As Diopithes had availed himself of Pericles' departure, the base, ambitious agitators also endeavored to extend their influence among the people during the absence of the only man who could restrain them. The number of the common people in the city had been largely increased by the influx of the rural population, during the invasion of the Peloponnesians. Moreover, this throng had become accustomed to a certain idleness, and many remained in Athens after Archidamus' departure, because their lands had been laid waste by the foe. Thus, as the number of impoverished citizens increased, the class called the rabble was gradually formed. These very starvelings, however, flocked most eagerly to the popular assemblies, because they received 2 obols there, and the councils on the Nix therefore became more crowded and noisy than ever. Cleon, Lysicles, and Pamphilus ventured forth, 264, more openly, and the Athenian nation gradually became accustomed to see people of this stamp ascend the orator's platform. Of these three men, Pamphilus was most positive in the opinion that an attempt to overthrow Pericles should be made. One day he stood in the agora, surrounded by a large number of Athenian citizens, and explained to them for what reasons Pericles might be accused. He reviled him as a coward, who had allowed Attica to be ravaged by the enemy, tyrannically prescribed to the citizens the manner in which they should defend themselves, and during the whole time the Peloponnesians were on Attic soil, permitted no popular assembly to take place on the Pnyx, in order to be able to rule according to his own will. There were many among the throng who shared Pamphilus' opinion. A certain Crespolus in particular pressed forward, trying to surpass the sausage-maker in furious outcries against Pericles and showing the necessity of instantly arraigning him before the people. Suddenly Sporgillus the barber came running up. "Good news," he shouted. "A string of cracknels for the bearer of good tidings. Pericles is on the way home from Megara. He is already in Eleusis with his troops. He has chastised the Megarians properly, and will reach Athens today." Pamphilus turned green with rage. "Do you ask a string of cracknels?" he replied in a hollow tone. "Your tongue ought to be cut out for your news, you dog." The tidings produced a very depressing effect on the rest of the conspirators, and though Pamphilus still strove to stir up the throng, one after another stole, 265, away, believing it would be difficult to accomplish anything against the victorious Pericles, and the affair must be deferred until a more favorable opportunity. As Crespolus, shrugging his shoulders, also turned to depart, the enraged Pamphilus seized him by the garment, shrieking, "Coward! Deserter! Are you not ashamed to basely take to flight at the mere words, 'Pericles is here'? Look at me. I don't fear meeting Pericles personally at any moment. I have courage. I was born on the day of the Battle of Marathon." "I wasn't," replied Crespolus. "I was one of the children prematurely born in the theatre of Athens, of mothers shrieking with terror at the performance of Aeschylus' Eumenides." With this apology Crespolus wrenched his robe from Pamphilus' hands, and ran away. "They have gone," cried the demagogue, gnashing his teeth, scattered as if a pail of dishwater had been emptied on their heads. Just at that moment Mad Menon came up and asked the cause of his wrath. The latter bewailed his trouble. "Fool," said Menon grinning. "Do you want to overthrow a wall and vainly brace your shoulder against it? Lie down under it and go to sleep, at the right time it will fall on your head of its own accord." 266. Contents, Chapter 10, The Festival of Dionysus. After the relief from the anxiety and distress of war, the winter festivals were celebrated in Athens with twofold splendor and gaiety. Yet mirth was still more fully unchained, since milder breezes had blown across the sea, and the time of the greatest of Bakshik festivals, the Dionysian, approached. Kites appeared in the woods, the halcyons twittered joyously on the seashore and the swallows in the cornices of the roofs. On the heights of Hymettus, Pentelicus, and Lycabettus, spring budded in every bush. Violets and anemones, cowslips, and crocuses sprang up, and the shepherd's staff, forgotten in the fields, was overgrown with blossoms in the morning. The sailors in the harbors hoisted the anchors, disentangled cordage, raised the masts, and gave the sails to the breeze. New life awoke on the waves of the Saronic Gulf. Embassies from the allied cities and islands came bringing tribute to Athens, at the festal season. Guests from distant lands thronged all the inns and private houses. Crowds of citizens and strangers, adorned with garlands and holiday robes, walked through the streets. Not only were all the altars and busts of Hermes, standing in the open air, hung with wreaths, but huge mixing vessels were placed beside them filled with the gifts of Bacchus, bestowed by the rich for the free enjoyment of the people. Again Hipponicus gave the people wine, inviting all who, 267, chose to come to the Ceramiacus, and supplying them with ivy-stuffed cushions. Forgotten was the calamity of war, partisan strife kept an armistice, Diopith's plans were momentarily interrupted. Peace and pleasure ruled. Loud jests and joyous laughter resounded everywhere, and the Athenians' wit was doubly sharp, their tongues were doubly nimble. Yet woe betide him, who during this time practiced any deed of violence against an Athenian citizen. Not even the plea of drunkenness protected him, his life was forfeited. How did it happen that so many charming women were suddenly seen in the streets of Athens? Who were the gay, richly adorned, bewitching beauties? They were Hieroglyphi from the temple of Aphrodite at Corinth, and other priestesses of joy of the same stamp, who, increasing the number of their native companions, had come from the various cities of Greece to the gayest and most unbridled festival of the Athenians. Ah, what a medley of strangers the mirthful, crowded Dionysian festival had allured! Yonder were jugglers and miracle-mongers, their faces bronzed by wanderings in many lands, swallowing swords, or sending a rain of fire from their mouths. There were Thessalian girls, executing their sword dance in the midst of a gaping crowd. No spectacle was lacking, down to the itinerant puppet shows, and gaily dressed monkeys dancing on ropes, that delighted the children. Traders, too, had come from far and near, and set up their booths among the crowd on the Agora, at the Piraeus, and by the Ilissus. Throngs of country people mingled with the citizens and, sharing with them the joy of the festival, gathered, 268, around their favorites, the Theban fifers, who were in the habit of wandering through the rural districts, or transferred to the city the favorite sport at their own country Dionysian festival, leaping upon oiled wineskins, in which each person who, jumping with bare feet on the slippery ball, tried to obtain a firm stand, always slipped off with comical kicking, amid the laughter of the spectators. Pleasure ruled unrestrained in the city, as soon as darkness closed in. The night revelers wandered about, wearing wreaths and carrying bells and torches, among them women in men's clothes, and men in women's garments, clapping their hands as if keeping time with cymbals, to the ringing of the bells and the singing. Many wore masks. Some had merely smeared their faces with the dregs of wine or vermilion, or disguised them with the leaves or bark of trees. Others wore exquisitely painted masks of grave or comical aspect. Here wandered horned Actaeon, yonder hundred-eyed Argus, farther on Eup, partly transformed into a horse, giants, titans, centaurs, stamped on the ground, Meth staggered, Pytho persuaded, Apate allured, Hybris raged, and horrible forms sometimes mingled amid the ranks. But the most frequent, nay the most prominent figures in the streets were the hoofed satyrs and bald Sileni, the aged but still mirthful satyrs, their heads wreathed with the evergreen ivy. There were also throngs of Bacchantes, who often carried for a thyrsus only a vine shoot, twined with ivy. Extravagant gaiety, even intoxication, was considered a duty to the god during these days and nights. And the god, during this time, justified his surname, 269, of Liberator. Even the prisoners were released from their dungeons for the festival, and wine was poured upon the graves of the dead. They wished to soothe the shades, who surely could not be deprived of the pleasures of the living without envy. The timid believed that the souls of the dead sometimes mingled in the crowd, and a fleshless skull was concealed beneath many a satyr mask in the festal throng. During these times Telesip industriously chewed the leaves of the hawthorn and had her doors smeared with tar, for thus alone could the evil be averted that at the great Dionysian festival, menaced the living from the envious shades. It was really almost ghostly to see the light of torches flash here and there in the dark streets, and a fantastic train appear which rushed noisily by. A vast throng was now moving through the streets that led from the Lenaion to the theatre. The statue of Dionysus was borne from his temple in the Lenaion, and placed in the midst of the festal assembly. This statue was a work newly completed by the hand of impetuous Alcmenes. As Phidias placed his new glittering statue beside the old wooden image of Athena, Alcmene's superb new work was now placed in the Lenaion beside the ancient unadorned statue of Dionysus. This was the statue now borne into the festal assembly in the great theatre of Dionysus. Throngs of Bacchantes surrounded it. But who were the mad crew that bore a phallus before the statue, and sang songs in honor of Priapus? It was Alcibiades and his Ithyphalian society. At the crossways and on the open squares the procession halted, to offer libations or sacrifice victims. 270, the flat roofs of the houses were filled with spectators, many of whom carried torches and lamps in their hands. There was no lack of women among them, and jests and witticisms from the roofs mingled with the unbridled revelry in the streets. Alcibiades seemed to have reached the climax of his extravagant gaiety, and at the head of his society surpassed himself in wanton pranks. Consider, he shouted to the Ithafalians, that we, who usually revel and riot, are obliged to revel and riot doubly at the Dionysian festival, if we don't wish to be outdone and surpassed by the soberest citizens of the Athenian city. Amid such exhortations, Alcibiades, knowing and known by all the Athenians, rushed through the throng with his companions. When night had closed in, he ordered torches to be carried before him and, preceded by music, led his companions in a noisy procession to serenade beautiful girls and boys. The musicians themselves were principally players on the flute and lute, dressed as Maenads, and as those who were greeted with music joined in the procession, it more and more resembled a swarm of bacchantes, gathered around the god Dionysus. At last the saucy, intoxicated Alcibiades seized a young hetaira, named Bacchis, whom he met wandering about, and forced her to join the train, calling her his Ariadne and himself, her Bacchus. On reaching Theodota's house, he gave her also a noisy serenade and entered with his companions. Theodota had not seen the youth for a long time, and the torture of her love had constantly grown more violent. She now beheld him once more, but how far, 271, from pleasing was his entrance. He came intoxicated, at the head of a noisy throng. This she might have forgiven, but he brought with him a blooming young hetaira, whom he instantly presented as his Ariadne, beginning to extol her charms in extravagant words. A banquet was now arranged in the apartments of the reluctant Theodota, who dared not openly object, though her heart was almost bursting with sorrow. Alcibiades called upon her to be merry, extravagantly gay, and in his drunkenness began to relate the pranks he had played that evening, boasted of having kissed a young girl in the midst of the festal assembly in the Lenaion, and praised the custom which, at the feast of Dionysus, loosed the fetters from the hands of the Athenian women. He spoke of Hipponicus' charming daughter, the secret love she cherished for him, her blush at the sight of him, at the same time jesting about her reserved, embarrassed, girlish manner. He also mentioned Cora, the Arcadian shepherdess transported to Athens, the most absurd and prudish creature imaginable, yet who must be his at any cost. He would rather give up the radiant Samatha, the new wondrous star of beauty, than the stubborn Arcadian. After these words, the excited youth reproached Theodota for her silence and sorrowful manner. "You have grown ugly, Theodota," he exclaimed. "These melancholy looks disfigure your face. Is this the way to receive an old friend like me? Of what do you complain? My wantonness? Wasn't it you yourself who taught it to me? Do you no longer remember the joyous days and nights, when I received your lessons in all kinds of beautiful gaiety? And now? What means this peevish manner? Why must I be different, 272, from what I was at the time we pleased each other best, and spent the merriest hours? Be sensible, Theodota. Remember the man who was so foolish as to fall in love with you, whose melancholy adoration seemed so wearisome, and whom you pitilessly thrust from your door. And now you want to become an enthusiast yourself. Can the best principles, the most lovable qualities be so disgracefully denied? Be gay and reckless again, Theodota. Dance, I wish it, and so do we all. Let yourself be admired again in all your splendor." But Theodota could no longer restrain her tears, and answered with passionate reproaches, calling him insolent, faithless, profligate, pitiless. "Why do you accuse me," replied Alcibiades, "if you have changed, grown older, and lost the gaiety of youth? Accuse time, which transforms us all. I, too, must submit when at some future day I become, instead of a young satyr, an old bald-headed Silenus. Even then I shall still be gay. But you get angry and rage against me and fate, because you are no longer a gay, blooming, bewitching girl, like Hipparete, or Samatha, or Bacchis here. If you want to grow young again, go to Argos. It is rumored that there is a sanctuary there, with a spring, in which you need only to bathe to emerge a maiden. Even Hera, the poets say, used to visit this bath from time to time, to make herself charming to the father of the gods. If even the old father of the gods knows how to prize such things, why shouldn't I, a blooming youth, one of the Ithafalians?" The drunken Alcibiades jested on in this way, while Theodota answered still more vehemently with words and tears, and even poured forth such an outburst of rage against Bacchis, that she seemed like a fury. 273, "There's my brave companion, Callias," said Alcibiades, His axiom is never to make love to a woman more than once. And haven't I returned to your house often enough? By blissful Eros, haven't I often come in the evening, we three or with several more friends, the golden apples of Dionysus in our bosoms, and in our hair the white poplar wreaths of Heracles entwined with purple fillets? But it shall not happen again. Never will I return, neither alone nor with others. Let us go, my friends. Time hangs heavy here. Farewell, Theodota. Terrified by this threat, Theodota stopped the angry youth, and drying her tears promised to do exactly as he wished. Well then, cried Alcibiades, do what I asked you before. Do honor to your much-praised art again. What shall I dance? Asked Theodota. Just now, replied Alcibiades, excited by the goad of your passion, you were not unlike Io, who pursued by a gadfly sent by Hera, wandered despairingly through all the countries of the world. Show us, if you please, adorned by art, what you first displayed in rude, unpleasant reality. Theodota silently prepared to dance Io. Accompanied by the music of the flutes, she danced the story of the daughter of Inachus, who was beloved by Zeus, persecuted by Hera, bound and watched, at the latter's command by Argus of the 100 Eyes, and, after her keeper had been killed, hunted through every land by the sharp sting of implacable Hera's gadfly. At first Theodota had only fulfilled the request by putting strong restraint upon herself, but gradually becoming, 274, more and more animated, seemed to throw her whole soul into the part she was representing. Her mimetic dancing obtained an artistic finish, a fervor of expression, which enraptured all the spectators. But when she began to depict Io's sorrowful wanderings, fear of Hera's anger, and dread of the insect sent by the goddess, her gestures assumed a wild, passionate haste, and as grief for the lost happiness of her love seemed to blend with the terror of the fugitive, the fair Corinthian's features and whole manner gradually wore an almost alarming aspect. She enacted with terrible fidelity to nature the despairing, hunted, mad Io. But she was no longer acting. Her eyes started and rolled horribly in their sockets, her bosom heaved, foam appeared on her parted lips. Her gestures became so fierce and impetuous, that Alcibiades and his friends rushed up in terror to seize her and curb this unbridled madness. Theodota began to grow calmer. She gazed around the group with dull eyes, smiled confusedly, and addressed the bystanders by strange names. Alcibiades himself she called Zeus, Callias, who was disguised as a satyr, her father Inachus, but in Deimos she fancied she beheld the 100-eyed Argus, and suddenly fixing her gaze upon Bacchus, again burst into wild frenzy, and cursing the malicious Hera, was about to rush upon the young girl. Theodota had gone mad. She now sank down exhausted, and in confused meaningless words uttered whimpering lamentations. A slight thrill of fear seized upon Alcibiades and his companions. But they were intoxicated with wine, so leaving Theodota to her slaves, they staggered out of 275 her house into the street, where the noisy bacchanal mirth drew them into its seething whirlpool. The next day there was another procession, bearing the statue of Dionysus. This time, however, it was the ancient one, brought from Eleuthery to Athens, that was carried from the Lenaion to a small temple outside of the city, near the Academy, where it had been erected in ancient times. Once a year, at the great Dionysian festival, the statue was borne in a festal procession to the old place. This now happened again. The festal train accompanying the god was larger and more magnificent than ever before, very unlike the former simple customs of the Athenian forefathers. Every street through which it passed, and all the roofs from which it could be seen, were thronged with spectators, who, adorned with wreaths of violets, also wore a festal appearance. In front of the procession walked throngs of satyrs and Sileni, clad in red garments, with garlands of ivy twined around their bodies. Then a wreathed altar was borne along, surrounded by boys attired in purple robes, who carried frankincense, myrrh, and saffron in golden vessels. Then followed all kinds of masked dancers. First came an old man with a double-faced mask, representing time, then the youthful blooming hours, bearing fruits, then a magnificently adorned woman with the symbols of the Dionysian festal season, and finally a handsome youth, whose mask represented the joyous Dithyrambus. Next came 30 musicians, who wore golden wreaths and played on golden lyres. 276, then followed a superb triumphal chariot, which conveyed the statue of Dionysus. The god was clad in a saffron robe and gold-embroidered purple mantle. In his right hand he held aloft a golden beaker, filled with sparkling wine. Beside him stood a huge gold mixing vessel, and over his head was a canopy from which the foliage of the ivy and grapevine hung in rich green tendrils. The chariot itself was completely entwined with garlands, and its upper edge adorned with tragic and comic masks, which looked down upon the people with grave dignity or droll grimaces. The immediate attendants of the god were male and female bacchantes with disheveled locks, their heads crowned with branches of the ivy, grapevine, or smilax. This chariot was followed by another, in which stood a gilded winepress, filled with artificial grapes. 30 satyrs stood around it, apparently pressing the grapes to the melody of a merry vintage song, accompanied by the music of flutes, and pouring fragrant liquor along the way from a skin made of green plover's skin. Satyrs and Sileni thronged around this, shouting noisily as they caught the wine in upraised beakers. Then came a third chariot, upon which was a glittering ivy-grown grotto formed of light stone, within which springs of all the Hellenic wines gushed forth. Garlanded nymphs sat smiling beside these fountains, doves fluttered around, darted in and out, and thrust their bills into the green branches of the ivy. Satyrs and Sileni tried to catch these doves, which took refuge in the bosoms of the nymphs. Then followed groups of boys singing in chorus, then the procession of aristocratic Athenians on their 277 magnificent steeds, and youths, who bore gold and silver vessels consecrated to the service of Dionysus. Enthusiastic throngs joined the procession, bacchantes and other maskers, who with extravagant mirth, whimsically imitated the pageantry of the festal train. On reaching the agora, a halt was made at the altar of the 12 Olympic gods, and here choruses of men and boys sang the dithyrambus, while the choir at the same time moved with a rhythmic, dancing step around the altar. These tones had scarcely died away and the Dionysian train moved on, when a most singular scene attracted the attention of the Athenians. At that time wandering mendicant priests of Cybele, called Metrogertons, apostles of the god Sabazius, who originally of the same nature as Dionysus, had passed into mysticism, also enthusiasts who boasted of reviving the mystic wisdom of Orpheus, had appeared in Athens and begun to press their views. The priests of Sabazius announced and worshipped a mighty savior, by whom mankind would be rescued from all evil, and mortals might obtain any desired happiness, this very Sabazius. They and the Metrogertons went in procession through the streets, with the statue of the god or the mother of the god, and executed to the sound of cymbals and the Asiatic timpan, dances in which they behaved as wildly as carabants. They practiced and recommended flagellation, and even self-mutilation, like the priests of Cybele on the Molus. They wandered through the country begging, a donkey carrying their sacred relics, they sold all kinds of magic remedies, and even offered to soothe the anger of the gods for money, nay to expiate the sins of the dead, and, 278, release them from the tortures of Tartarus. They sold the favor of the gods, and negotiated between them and mortals. The Hellenic mind no longer remained wholly aloof from such fanaticism, and here and there it began to take root in the minds of individuals. No one regarded such attempts to transport from the east into cheerful Hellas a gloomy and mystical worship of the gods, with more indignation than Aspasia, and she resisted it by every means at her command. Gay young Alcibiades, to whom gloomy fanaticism was no less incomprehensible and horrible, aided her like a brave champion against these jugglers. The wandering Metrogertons and priests of Sabazius thought the festival of Dionysus would afford a favorable opportunity to win converts for their god and savior, Sabazius, and his fanatical, horrible service. They moved about, garlanded with poplar and fennel, carried in their hands serpents which they swung over their heads, and, surrounded by throngs of people, performed their frantic dance, the Sicines, amid the carabantic roar of cymbals and tympans, flogging and wounding themselves till the blood flowed. One Metrogerton had collected a large crowd about him and, with loud outcries and vehement gestures, was preaching the savior Sabazius. He spoke of secret consecration, and the highest, most pleasing deed of the god service, self-mutilation. While the crowd stood around the Metrogerton listening, some with minds not wholly unmoved, the drunken Ithaphalians suddenly came up and heard the foreign fanatic speaking of the worship of Sabazius and self-mutilation. 279, "What?" cried the reckless leader of the Ithaphalians, dares anyone talk to us of self-mutilation, amid the exuberant gaiety of bacchanalian joy? No. Such words shall not be heard on Hellenic soil, so long as there are Ithaphalians. With these words, the crowd of intoxicated, reckless youths rushed upon the Metrogerton, dragged him away, and mindful of the vengeance long since sworn against men of his stamp, hurled him into the abyss of Barathron. The young girls under Aspasia's care had also mingled among the female bacchantes, who thronged around the festal procession. How could they, trained to freedom, help enjoying the liberty of these days during which, even for those usually in bonds, all fetters burst and all barriers fell? They had even concealed the Arcadian girl, though she submitted reluctantly, under the mask of a bacchante, and dragged her away into the ranks. Alcibiades seemed to be very anxious that Cora should not absent herself from the bacchantes, who left Aspasia's house. The young girl was far less beautiful than her companions, but she was coy, and her strange seriousness charmed the youth, and at last excited him to audacity. On Cora's account he followed the young girls with his companions, who were unrecognizable beneath their satyr masks. The bold plan he had formed was no less than to lure the shy Arcadian away from her friends or, failing in this, drag her by force to his house. The satyrs, jesting gaily, mingled with the bacchantes. Alcibiades remained by Cora, but found her as obstinate as ever. Suddenly, in a lonely spot favorable to the enterprise, 280, Alcibiades made a sign and rushed upon the girl with his companions, to bear her off under the shelter of the gathering darkness. But the Arcadian's heart was full of the same courage with which she had formerly put an assailing satyr to flight. As she then seized a brand from the fire in the forest, to drive away the insolent intruder, she now snatched a burning torch from the hands of one of her companions and thrust it into the face of the disguised Alcibiades, whose satyr mask taking fire, instantly flashed into flames, and he retired in confusion. Cora profited by the momentary bewilderment to fly with the speed of a hunted deer, and in a short time vanished from her pursuer's eyes. She hurried swiftly through the streets with a throbbing heart, until she reached Aspasia's house. Young Manes, Pericles' foster son, had been among the satyrs what Cora was among the bacchantes. He too had been reluctantly obliged to wear a mask, he too was dragged by Xanthippus and Perillus into the midst of the mad mummery. The tumult that surrounded him seemed disagreeable, even alarming. The festal joy appeared like unbridled license. Mad Menon behaved as shamelessly as his dog. At last Manes perceived that he himself had become the defenseless butt of the jesters. Naturally slow of wit, he did not understand how to meet the jests with which the throng pressed upon him. "Beware," cried some, "this mournful satyr is suspicious. Envious shades from the nether world, or even Thanatos himself, or the plague, have often stolen among the living under such a mask. Tear it off. Who knows what horrible face we shall meet?" 281, the youth's thoughts grew confused, his head began to ache, and forcing a way through the crowd with his powerful arms he went towards home. On reaching the house he slipped unobserved up to the roof, which at this moment was entirely deserted, seated himself on a little stone bench, took off the satyr mask from his face, laid it down beside him, and became absorbed in thought. His features had assumed an expression of deep melancholy, and he seemed to bear some secret sorrow in his breast. When he retired from the loud joyous tumult of the Dionysian festival, it was perhaps not merely on account of his aversion to such things, but owing to the perplexity that now overpowered his soul in consequence of a deep and powerful impression. Manes had sat a long time in this attitude, absorbed in thought, with the satyr mask lying beside him. Suddenly Aspasia stood before him. He looked up, startled. The mistress of the house gazed silently a few moments at his troubled, gloomy face. Then she said kindly, "How does it happen, Manes, that you disdain the pleasures enjoyed by the companions of your own age? Do you feel no trace in your blood of the impulse that urges others to enjoy the beautiful, fleeting, never-returning time of youth?" Manes gazed steadily at the ground, and made no reply. "Does any grief oppress you?" continued Aspasia. "Are you dissatisfied in this house, and would you prefer to live among others? Are you angry with Pericles, for having brought you here from Samos and reared you like his own son?" 282, At these words the youth involuntarily rose from his seat and, while tears sprang into his eyes, with an eager gesture of denial protested against such a supposition. Aspasia continued to ask the cause of his sadness. Menes sometimes answered with a faint sigh, sometimes with a blush. His hand trembled slightly and he rarely ventured to look up, but when he did his brown eyes had a sorrowful, almost pathetic expression. The youth was so unyielding, so rude of nature, and yet there was something gentle, almost girlish in his manner. Aspasia gazed at him with the interest, which is the necessary result of anything unusual, strange, and mysterious. Every moment she found herself more and more strengthened in the conjecture that some secret sorrow was consuming the young man's heart. It could not be love, for who could have aroused this hidden fire? No one except one of the young girls in the house, and Menes had always seemed confused in their presence and shyly kept aloof from them. Had they not endeavored to draw him into their joyous circle, and always in vain? A thought flashed through Aspasia's mind, a thought which at first was somewhat comical, almost amused her. But when the youth raised his expressive eyes to her face, the ludicrousness of the idea diminished, and she found herself stirred by an emotion of cordial sympathy in a way by no means usual with her. She did not weary of gently reproaching him for his unmanly melancholy, and encouraged him to gain the cheerfulness that beseemed his youth. 283, while Aspasia was thus occupied with Menes, Cora sat alone in the deserted peristyle. On returning from the mad whirl of festal pleasure, she had silently seated herself there, removed her mask and laid it beside her, and was still remaining in the same place, lost in thought, when Pericles, accidentally returning to the house, passed through the peristyle. He was surprised to see the young girl sitting there so lonely and thoughtful, with the Bacchante mask lying beside her. Approaching Cora, he asked the cause of her hasty return and separation from the companions with whom she had left the house. Cora was silent. She held in her lap a wreath she had worn as a Bacchante, and her hand played absently with the flowers. The floor was strewn with the leaves she had plucked off. The girl presented a singular spectacle at this moment. Her attitude, the unconscious toying with the wreath, the earnestness of the pallid face, formed a contrast to the garb and symbols of the Bacchante, which almost provoked a smile. Pericles, looking her steadily in the face, continued, "I never remember having seen so sorrowful a Bacchante. It seems to me, Cora, that you would far rather exchange the thyrsus staff for the shepherd's crook. Is it not so? You don't feel happy in this house? You are longing for your native wooded mountains, your lambs and tortoises?" Cora raised her deer-like eyes to Pericles for a moment, and gazed at him with an expression even more melancholy than before, yet with an artless, childlike look, which seemed to utter the assent of an earnest soul. 284, "Do you want us to send you home?" asked Pericles in a cordial tone, well calculated to inspire confidence. "Say frankly what you desire and need to make you happy in this house. There is surely something you miss." Pericles spoke very persuasively, fixing his eyes intently upon the young girl, while awaiting her reply. "Do you wish to leave this house?" he repeated. Cora sorrowfully shook her head. "So your melancholy seems causeless," continued Pericles, "a sorrow that attacks your mind like a sort of disease. Struggle against it, my dear child. Don't yield unresistingly to its power. The demon of sickly moods would often fain seize upon me also, but I struggle against him. Life must be cheerful and a source of pleasure to us. Were it not so, we could not help envying the dead. Don't people all wish to be gay and happy, and enjoy life together? Why do you seek solitude? Don't you desire to be gay and happy, too?" Again Cora raised her eyes frankly to Pericles, and said slowly, "I am happy when I am alone." "Strange child," exclaimed Pericles. He gazed silently and thoughtfully at Cora. She was not beautiful. The spell of her girlish shyness had no sensual charm. Yet there was something in this maidenly diffidence, this childishness, this strange mood of feeling, that aroused a special interest in noble natures. Pericles had found in Aspasia the embodiment of every feminine charm and grace. Now womanhood suddenly stood before him in a new, unsuspected form. 285, what he saw embodied in Cora was wholly unlike anything hitherto beheld, admired, and loved. The new phase of feminine character appeared to him neither lovable nor charming, but an emotion seized upon him as new and strange as that which aroused it. He laid his hand on the Arcadian's head, and recommended her sick heart to the protection of the heavenly powers. "Shall we not seek Aspasia?" he then asked, and, hearing from a slave that his wife had gone upon the roof, took the girl kindly by the hand to lead her to the mistress of the house. Strange coincidence. At the same moment that Pericles, with a feeling of sympathy, laid his hand, in the peristyle, on the grieving Arcadian's head, Aspasia, who had finished her conversation with Manes on the roof, rested her hand on the head of the melancholy youth. It seemed as if her fingers touched his brown locks with almost maternal tenderness, her eyes rested almost affectionately on the young original's features. Yet cheerful ease was enthroned upon her free, proud brow, and she greeted Pericles with a quiet smile as he approached, leading the young girl by the hand. "I bring Cora to you," said Pericles. "She seems to need your friendly consolation no less than Manes." The statesman had noticed the affectionate gaze with which Aspasia's eyes rested on the youth. She obeyed his nod, and he led her to a distant part of the roof, where a couch was placed under blossoming vines. Here Aspasia related her conversation with Manes, and Pericles his with the Arcadian girl. 286. At last Pericles said with quiet earnestness, "You have tried sympathetic looks, nay even caressing gestures to cheer the youth's sorrowful heart." "And does this suggest the thought that he might be dear to me?" asked Aspasia. "No," she continued, as Pericles remained silent, "I do not love him, for he is almost ugly. His heavy cheekbones offend my eye. But some fleeting emotion, I know not of what nature, seized upon me. Perhaps it was compassion." "Do you know so exactly what love is, and what it is not?" asked Pericles. "What love is?" cried Aspasia laughing. "Are you too beginning to torment me with that foolish question? Love is a thing not to be rebuffed when it comes, and not to be held back when it goes." "And you can say nothing else of it?" asked Pericles. "Nothing except what I have often said," replied Aspasia. "It is a feeling that may degenerate into tyranny, by making the loved one a mere weak tool. This impulse to degeneration must be repressed. Love must be a joyous bond of the heart, formed and maintained by freedom." "Whenever you have repeated this to me," replied Pericles, "it has always seemed unanswerable. My mind, after calm reflection, is as firmly convinced of it now as on the day when we ourselves formed such a bond of the heart in perfect liberty. Love must renounce the tyrannical impulse to destroy the freedom of that which it loves, but the question, can this be love? Remains unsolved in my mind. Is love ever able to victoriously resist this impulse?" "It can," replied Aspasia, "for it must be able to do so." 287. Love is not to be detained when it goes, you said, continued Pericles thoughtfully after a pause. "What will become of us, Aspasia, if its beautiful fire dies in our breasts also? Then we will say, that we have together enjoyed the highest earthly happiness," replied the Milesian. "We have not lived in vain. We have emptied the cup of joy in the full vigor of love and life, on the highest summit of existence." Emptied," replied Pericles in a hollow tone. "You uttered a word that makes me shudder." "It is the fate of beakers to be emptied," replied Aspasia, "the fate of flowers to wither, and the fate of all living creatures apparently to disappear, but really to revive in perpetual transformations. It is the business of a mortal to look, with the cheerful composure of true wisdom, upon all these changes and vicissitudes occurring around and within him. It would be foolish to cling to the heels of what is vanishing. A time will come for cheerfully flinging the beaker into the abyss, from which the waves of pleasure have foamed. Everything strives upward to a summit, to descend again the scale of existence to destruction. Everything follows the course of nature." As Pericles and Aspasia finished these words, they prepared to go into the house, and approaching the spot where they had left Cora and Manes found them engaged in conversation. Aspasia had transformed the flat roof into a sort of garden. There were arbors to afford protection from the sun, and tall blossoming bushes growing in pots filled with earth. One of these bushes concealed the husband and wife, 288, from the youth and maiden, who were, however, too deeply absorbed in conversation to notice their approach. Pericles and Aspasia involuntarily paused a moment, perplexed at the sight. They had never noticed that Manes and Cora talked together, or that one sought the other's society. They had been as silent and reserved towards each other, as towards the rest of the world. The spectacle of a melancholy satyr and a sorrowful bacchante talking together was in itself well calculated to attract attention. Cora was telling the youth about her Arcadian home, the beautiful forest-clad mountains, the tortoises, the god Pan, the Stymphalian birds, the hunting of wild beasts. Manes listened with quiet interest. "You are very fortunate, Cora," he said at last, "to have all this so clearly before your mind, and be continually able to recall it. When I am awake, I can remember nothing about my home and childhood. Only in dreams do I sometimes find myself transported to deep rustling forests, or see rude men clad in the shaggy skins of animals, riding fleet steeds over the plains. I am always sad all day long after having had such dreams, and feel as if I were attacked by a kind of homesickness, although I have no home and should not know whither to bend my steps, if I wished to seek one. I only understand that I must go northward, always northward, and often dream I am wandering into infinite distance. Surely you must be doubly sorrowful, that you cannot return to your home, Cora, because you know it and your parents, and might easily find them again. Tell me if you wish to go, and I will, 289, secretly guide you there, for I am still young and strong. Why shouldn't I live with the Arcadians, and hunt wild beasts?" "No, Manes," said the young girl, "you ought not to go to Arcadia, because your longing draws you towards the north. No, I could not bear to have you settle in Arcadia, for you would surely always be yearning for your home. You must journey towards the Hellespont and then keep on towards the north, surely you must find your home, and perhaps a kingdom." "I would gladly journey towards the north," replied Manes, "but I should be sorrowful when I thought that you were here vainly longing for Arcadia." Cora gazed thoughtfully at the ground, then, after a short pause, said, "I don't know why it is, Manes, that I should be just as willing to go towards the north as to Arcadia, if we went together. It seems to me, as if every place to which we journeyed would be Arcadia." Manes flushed at the young girl's words and his hand trembled, as it always did when overpowered by some strong emotion. At first he was unable to speak at all, but after a pause, began, "But surely, Cora, you would far rather go to Arcadia, to your own family." "I will gladly accompany you, and become a shepherd. It seems to me as if, wherever I went with you, I should again find my home and even a kingdom." Here he hesitated, flushing deeply again. Up from the streets rose the loud tumult of a passing throng of bacchantes. Torches blazed, joyous songs echoed on the air, pleasure exulted in unbridled freedom, while above the youth and maiden, the satyr and bacchante, 290, stood before each other with heavy hearts, pale, silent, and confused, neither daring to take the other's hand, or raise the eyes bent timidly on the floor. "They love each other," said Pericles to Aspasia. "Those two love each other, but apparently with a strange kind of love. It seems as if they loved only with their souls. They speak of nothing but the mutual sacrifices they would willingly make." "Indeed," replied Aspasia, "those two love each other with a sort of feeling only Manes and Cora could devise. They have lost all their cheerfulness, are pale, sick and sorrowful, and though they know they love, have no pleasure in their mutual affection, for they don't even venture to clasp hands, far less kiss each other." "It is a shamefaced love," replied Pericles, "a chaste, sad, unselfish, sacrificing love. Perhaps its constancy and beautiful symmetry supplies the lack of rapturous delight. Perhaps it is less subject to the blind course of nature, which you asserted ruled all love." "This melancholy love is a disease," cried Aspasia. "Woe betide the day it was first discovered. This new pale-cheeked Aphrodite, wreathed with white roses, arose from no sea crimsoned by the kiss of sunrise, but from the waters of the Arcadian Styx. This sorrowful, passionate love is as bad for mankind as war, pestilence, and hunger. I saw this kind of love at Eleusis, among the attendants of Thanatos, and this thought was the only one that pleased me in the Eleusinian vaults." Then the husband and wife came forward, and Aspasia took the Arcadian girl into the house. On the evening of the same day Pericles gave a little banquet, as was the custom with all Athenian citizens during the Dionysian festival. Several guests were, 291, present, among them Callimachus, with Philandra and Pasicompsa. On this occasion they had not assembled in the usual dining room of the house, but in the cooler and more spacious peristyle, where the breezes of the mild spring night might blow with refreshing coolness. Pericles, according to his habit, withdrew early. Suddenly Alcibiades arrived with several of his friends. In his extravagant gaiety, he almost burst open the doors of the house and, pressing in with his companions, took his seat among the assembled company. Cora instantly fled to the interior of the dwelling. When Alcibiades perceived this, he sought compensation from the charming Samatha, but the young girl proudly repelled him. She despised him for having humbled himself so far as to attempt to seize the Arcadian shepherdess. The other young girls rebuffed him for the same reason. He strove a long time to conciliate the angry beauties, but in vain. "What?" he cried at last, "Cora runs away from me stiff as a torch thistle, when the hot summer dries it, Samatha turns her back upon me, Aspasia's whole school look grave and frown like old Anaxagoras. Well then, if you all reject me, I'll cling to lovely Hipparete, Hipponicus' modest, diffident, blooming little daughter." "Do so," said Samatha. "I will," cried Alcibiades, "you shall not have challenged me in vain, Samatha. Alcibiades doesn't allow himself to be trifled with. I shall go to Hipponicus early tomorrow morning and ask him for his little daughter. I'll marry, turn virtuous, renounce all foolish, 292, pleasures, and spend my time in conquering Sicily and making the Athenians dance to my pipe." "Hipponicus won't give you his daughter," cried Callias, "he thinks you too worthless a fellow." The rest of his companions chimed in, "Hipponicus won't give you his daughter, you're too worthless a fellow." "Hipponicus will give me his daughter," exclaimed Alcibiades emphatically, "even if I have boxed his ears just before." "Will you make a wager?" "I'll promise to box Hipponicus' ears, and then ask him for his daughter. And he'll give her to me." "You are a braggart," cried his friends. "The wager," replied Alcibiades. 1,000 drachmae, if you choose." "Done," cried Callias and Demos. Alcibiades held out his hand to his friends, and they clasped it. The bet was for 1,000 drachmae. "Why shouldn't I turn virtuous," cried Alcibiades, "when so many mournful signs and marvels are happening around me? Isn't it enough that Cora flees from me, Samatha casts me off, Theodota has gone mad? Must I also lose my oldest and best friend? He has broken his faith with me and married." "Of whom are you talking?" asked several. "Whom but Socrates," replied Alcibiades. "What? Has Socrates married?" asked Aspasia. "Even so," replied Alcibiades. "He secretly took a wife." "Give him up, you'll never see him again." "How did it happen?" asked Aspasia. "I have heard nothing of it." "It is probably about 2 weeks," said Alcibiades, "since I was standing in one of the quietest streets beyond, 293, the Ilissus, talking with a friend I happened to meet. Suddenly the flower-wreathed door of a house opened, and a procession of flute players and singers, wearing garlands and carrying torches in their hands, came out. These were followed by a veiled bride, walking between the bridegroom and the bridesman. The trio entered a vehicle drawn by mules, which stood before the house. Then the bride's mother followed with the torch, with which she intended to light the fire on the new hearth, and joined the rest of the white-robed, garlanded train. The carriage began to move, and was accompanied down the street to the bridegroom's house, with the music of flutes, songs, and joyous shouts and bounds. The bridegroom was Socrates, Aspasia's friend, and his bridesman Euripides, the woman-hater. "And the bride?" asked many. "The plain daughter of a plain citizen," replied Alcibiades, "but she instantly seized the reins of the household with an iron grasp, and understands the art of managing the remnant of Socrates' patrimony." Socrates married. The poor truth-seeker. He sought truth, and found a woman. I repeat, signs and miracles are occurring. The old world seems to be getting out of joint. Socrates married, the gay Theodota mad, and moreover, it is said several cases of the plague, that has long been lurking in Egypt, have occurred at Aegina and Eleusis, and a suspicious satyr mask was seen in the agora today, beneath which it is supposed Thanatos, or the plague, or some other horrible shape has slipped in. Taking all these things together, you must confess that it threatens to become very tiresome in the city of the Athenians. If, in addition, I marry Hipponicus, 294, daughter, the Hellenic sky will grow as gray as an ash heap. But we'll be merry today, by Eros with the thunderbolt. Don't sulk any longer, girls. Let us begin a gay war against the mournful powers that threaten us. Let us snap our fingers at all signs and wonders. If joyous mirth has deserted all the rest of Hellas, it must surely still linger in this circle. Am I not right, Aspasia? Yes, replied Aspasia, we will be allies in the conflict against melancholy. She ordered new beakers to be brought, the delicious wine again foamed in the mixing vessel, the sparkling goblets were emptied again and again. Gay jests, laughter and songs of joy echoed through the peristyle, and Alcibiades showered sparks of Dionysian wit. Midnight came. Suddenly a door leading into the peristyle opened and, with closed eyes like a ghost, Manes slowly entered, Manes, the sleepwalker. He had absented himself from the banquet and sought his quiet couch, but his strange disease robbed his pillow of repose. At the sight of the somnambulist walking with closed eyes through the peristyle, the jocund revelry was silenced and all, seized with a thrill of fear, gazed mutely after the ghostly wanderer. Passing through the peristyle, he turned towards the stairs leading to the flat roof of the house, ascended them with a steady step, and instantly vanished from the revelers' gaze. When the first thrill of terror had been conquered, most of the guests determined to follow him. Thus Dionysus punishes those who rebel against his gay service, cried Alcibiades. We'll convert the 295 despiser of the gods. Come. We'll wake him and drag him down to our banquet by force. The greater portion of the revelers rose and went to the roof, but on reaching it, beheld a spectacle that again filled them with horror. Manes was walking along a high sloping projection of the roof, close to the extreme verge, a spot where only the somnambulist, with closed eyes, could move without turning giddy and falling to the ground. The other inmates of the house had hurried up, on hearing the news that Manes was walking in his sleep. Pericles also appeared. He, too, shuddered when he saw the youth, saying, if he wakes now, he will surely fall, but it is impossible to approach that spot and rescue him. Just as he uttered the words, Cora rushed up. Terrified, deadly pale, her large round eyes dilated, her face half covered by her disheveled locks, the young girl gazed at the somnambulist. On hearing Pericles' words, she shivered an instant, then darted as if on wings towards the spot where Manes was walking, swung herself over the high projection, walked with a firm tread several steps down the perilous descent, seized the youth's hand and dragged him back from the outermost verge of the pinnacle to where both had firm footing. Not until Manes was safe did giddiness overpower her. Then she fell fainting. It was now Manes who, opening his eyes, anxiously seized the young girl and bore her onwards in his arms, till she regained her consciousness and half frightened, half confused, ran blushing away. The revelers had watched this scene with amazement. 296, now they surrounded Manes and amid gay, cheering words, led him down into the peristyle. Pericles lingered a moment with Aspasia. How sorry I am, said the former, that Socrates did not witness this scene. Why do you regret it? Asked Aspasia. He would at last believe he had beheld what love is. Aspasia gazed silently at Pericles a moment. And you? This couple perplex and shame me a little, he replied. It seems as if they wished to say, withdraw from the stage and make room for us. Again Aspasia gazed intently at Pericles' grave, thoughtful face. Then she replied, you are no longer a Greek. The words exchanged were few in number, but full of meaning. They fell heavily into the scales of fate. With them something like a secret rift occurred between two souls, once so beautifully and tenderly united. A long-prepared entrance into Pericles' soul of new, dark, sorrowful powers, doubt and secret dissension was accomplished. The slow, noiseless fracture of something lofty, beautiful, and noble, ended with this trifling altercation. Uttering the words, you are no longer a Greek, Aspasia turned away, with an expression of mingled anger and compassion on her face. Both went silently downstairs, Pericles to his room, Aspasia to the guests. Meantime the revelers had vainly endeavored to detain Manes at the banquet and convert him to a fitting, 297, worship of the god of pleasure. He broke from them and retired to the inner rooms of the house. The conversation now turned for some time on Cora. All admired her courage, or rather the strange power of a feeling, a mood, a passion, under whose influence she had acted, by which she had been blindly, unconsciously borne along, and which to almost all bore the impress of an insoluble mystery. Alcibiades also began to express his regret that Socrates had not witnessed this scene. What a feast it would have been to the eyes of the truth-seeker, who ponders over the most commonplace things, and would doubtless never rest until he had discovered the inmost meaning of this strange event. He's a sort of somnambulist himself, attacked by the lunacy of philosophy, who shuts his eyes that he may think better, and wanders astray on giddy heights. Only no Cora appears to lead him back with gentle hand from the gulfs of thought. Well, I'll go and tell him about the whole affair, though it's almost dangerous to visit Socrates in his own house. Xantippe, its young mistress, is always afraid I shall corrupt her husband, and looks upon me with unfriendly eyes. When I went with a few friends to visit the newly wedded pair, we were greatly embarrassed, for the little woman began to bewail and lament that she could not suitably entertain such distinguished people. Never mind, said Socrates, if they are good men they will be content, if wicked, we need not trouble ourselves about them. But these words only enraged Xantippe still more. I instantly perceived that she ruled the house. By way of a joke, I began to talk with her husband in the frankest way, and load him with friendly caresses. Since that time she has been, 298, furiously angry with me, and when, a short time ago, I sent a dainty cake to Socrates, went so far as to throw it out of the basket and trample it under her feet. And Socrates? He only ventured to say, "What is the matter? If you hadn't crushed the nice cake, you might have eaten it." Alas! It seems as if the wisest men in Athens no longer understood how to treat their wives. By my demon, continued Alcibiades, after draining his beaker, I repeat, the world is out of joint. Delos shaken, Theodota mad, the sages scolded by their wives, I myself on the point of wooing Hipponicus' daughter, priests of Sabasius in the streets, somnambulists on the roofs, the Peloponnesus in arms, the plague at Lemnos and Aegina. Don't forget the eclipse of the sun, interrupted Demos. Besides, it is said that a ghost wanders about Hipponicus' house. Is that true? All asked Hipponicus' son, Callias, who happened to be present. Yes, it is really so, replied the latter, and told the company that a ghost actually did wander about his father's house, and Hipponicus had grown pale, thin, and thoughtful. The daintiest morsels no longer pleased him, nightmare oppressed his dreams. There it is, cried Alcibiades, eclipses of the sun, and ghosts in the houses of merry old gluttons. Deuce take the world if it's beginning to grow so gloomy. Once more, friends, cheer up and fight against the dreariness of the times. Does it need a challenge? Cried young Callias. By Heracles! Haven't we done our duty, during this whole festival, better than ever before? Didn't we throw the Metrogerton into the Gulf of Barathron? 299, didn't we behave as might have been expected from the merry Ithafalians? And hadn't we all the Athenian youth behind us? Was there ever a gayer Dionysian festival at Athens than the present one? Have you ever seen the populace so wild and reckless? Did the wine ever flow in more abundant streams? Did a larger number of priestesses of joy ever swarm in Athens, and were they ever more eagerly sought? What do you mean by dreary times, Alcibiades? This is a merry time, say I. The world is advancing in jollity, not receding, as you think, and whatever may threaten will only grow still gayer. That's as it should be. Long live pleasure! Long live pleasure, again resounded, and the beakers clashed together. Let me embrace you, worthy Callias, cried Alcibiades, kissing his friend. That's the way I want to hear you all talk. Long live pleasure! And that it may forever live, flourish, and thrive among the Athenian people, the Ithafalians must work with the school Aspasia has founded. The Ithafalians and Aspasia's school must be the stronghold of gaiety, charming extravagance, and all joyous mirth. So don't sulk, Samatha. Don't rebuff me, Persina. Don't make a face at Alcibiades, Drosus. Smile again, Samatha. You have never been more charming than today. By Zeus! For one bewitching smile from your lips, I'll lose the 1,000 drachmae I have wagered and let Hipponicus' little daughter wait a while. I'll now turn to Samatha, and begged her to be reconciled to Alcibiades. Aspasia herself joined in the entreaties. "Don't bear Alcibiades' ill will any longer," said she. "He may, 300, be right in saying that Aspasia's school must maintain friendly terms with the Ithaphalians, but only in so far as the Ithaphalians' recklessness must be tamed and curbed by women's hands. We must receive these Ithaphalians, in order to impose upon them the curb of correct and beautiful moderation, that the bright realm of pleasure may not sink into sadness and dissipation." "We will submit to you," cried Alcibiades. "We'll choose Samatha queen of the realm of pleasure, with unlimited power." "That we will," echoed around the circle. Why shouldn't the Ithaphalians allow themselves to be curbed by so charming a little hand? Amid extravagant gaiety, the smiling, lovely Samatha was proclaimed queen of the banquet, victorious ruler of the realm of pleasure. A beautiful throne, richly garlanded with flowers, was erected. She was clad in purple robes, a golden diadem was pressed upon her curls, and wreaths of roses and violets were twined around her body. She shone in the peerless magic of her youth and beauty, a true queen. Even Aspasia's eyes rested on her admiringly. "Aspasia ruled the present," exclaimed Alcibiades, "to you, Samatha, belongs the future." The beakers were filled with wine, and drained in honor of the radiant queen of pleasure. "Ruled by this sovereign," cried the youths, "the kingdom of joy will spread throughout the whole world." "Take your 1,000 drachmae, Callias, and Demos," cried Alcibiades. "I'll give up the wager as lost. I shall not go to Hipponicus tomorrow." The prince of 301, the Ithaphalians will form a new bond with the queen of beauty and pleasure. Thank the gods. She is smiling again, and her teeth glitter like one of the rows of marble pillars in the Parthenon. With these words the reckless youth, excited by wine and love, approached the royally adorned maiden and, amid the cheers of his companions, threw his arm around her and tried, with a kiss, to seal the bond just concluded. At this moment all who were looking at Samatha noticed a vivid flush suffuse her face. Waving Alcibiades back with her outstretched hand, she complained that a sudden burning heat had attacked her head. At the same time her parched lips seemed to long for some refreshment. A beaker filled with wine was offered, she thrust it back, asked for water, and emptied goblet after goblet of the cooling fluid, but they seemed like mere drops falling on a mass of glowing metal. It was now noticed that her eyes were growing red and bloodshot. The girl's tongue grew heavy, her voice sounded harsh and hoarse, and she began to complain of swelling of the mouth, throat and tongue. At the same time a feeling of terror showed itself, her whole body trembled, a thin cold perspiration covered her limbs. They wished to lead her to her room, her couch, but, as if pursued by some terrible fear, she wanted to plunge into a well, into deep cool water, tried to rush away like a lunatic, and was only restrained by force. Pericles was summoned. 302, he appeared, saw the young girl's condition, and turned pale. "Go," he said to the revelers. Their brains were still half clouded by bacchanalian intoxication. "Why does the young girl's state alarm you so much?" they cried. "If you know her disease, speak." "Go," repeated Pericles. "What is it, what is it?" exclaimed Alcibiades. "The plague," said Pericles, in a low, hollow tone. Quietly as the word was uttered, it fell upon the assembly like a thunderbolt. All were silent, turned pale, and dispersed. The young girls began to lament, Aspasia herself turned deadly pale, and trembling violently, strove to relieve her lost favorite. Samatha was borne away. The revelers silently began to retire. Alcibiades alone, the most intoxicated of all, maintained his composure. "Must we then yield to the gloomy powers?" he cried, seizing a beaker. "Has our struggle been vain? If you all despair and shamefully acknowledge yourselves conquered, I will not yield. I defy the plague and all the terrors of Hades." He continued to talk in this tone, until he at last perceived that he was standing alone in the deserted peristyle, amid scattered garlands and half-emptied or overturned beakers. He looked around him with glassy eyes. "Ho! Where are you, merry Ithaphalians?" "Alone," he continued, "all alone. They have, 303, all abandoned me, all. The kingdom of pleasure is deserted, the gloomy powers conquer. Be it so, he cried at last, hurling the beaker from him. Farewell, beautiful pleasures of youth. I will go to Hipponicus. Contents, Chapter 11. The Satyr and the Bacchante. On the eventful night, when Samatha was crowned Queen of Pleasure at the joyous banquet in Pericles' house, and the torches of thronging Bacchantes glittered in every street in Athens, a bird of evil omen, one of the gloomy owls perched on the shadowed frieze of the Parthenon, upon the silent, lonely Acropolis, repeatedly uttered its awful, boding cry. The festal tumult arose in a subdued hum from the city streets, blending strangely with the nocturnal cry of the owl from the frieze of the Parthenon, which echoed from the heights of the Acropolis like a message of death. It was indeed a note of doom. At the very moment Alcibiades and his companions, in the climax of reckless mirth, raised their beakers at the banquet at Pericles' house, and drank the health of the radiant Queen of Pleasure, at that very moment Phidias was dying in prison, the immortal master of the Parthenon, who some time before had been attacked by a wasting disease, gave up his great soul. But at the very hour the loftiest soul among the 304 Greeks, the most famous center of Athenian creative genius passed from earth amid the gloom of a dungeon, and Aspasia exclaimed, "You are no longer a Greek." In that hour it seemed as if a rent passed not only through the bond that united Pericles and Aspasia, but through the heart of the Hellenic world, as if its star darkened, and with the victorious cry of the owl on the Parthenon blended the malicious laughter of evil demons hovering in the air around the height of the Acropolis. The priest of Erectheus woke at the owl's cry. To him, it seemed to say, "Cheer up, your time has come." The demons whispered to each other, "At last power to burst forth is given us. Let us swoop down on Athens, on Hellas." At the head of these ranks of demons flew Discord and the Plague. The latter spread its black pinions and, in advance of all the rest, soared over the city of Athens, shrouded in the darkness of night, but resounding with bacchanalian mirth. The fiend was searching for the spot where the festal gaiety foamed most brightly, found it, and darted like a vulture upon the radiant young Queen of Pleasure in Pericles' house. The fairest of the young Hellenic women, to whom, as Alcibiades said, the future belonged, was the first prey of the demon. There are times when great physical evil is added to secret corruption, revolutions of the moral nature, perplexities and degeneration, when the harmony and order of the spiritual and physical world are disturbed at the same time. 305, such a period now dawned for Athens, for all Hellas. To the secret corruptions of the community, slowly and gradually prepared by increasing luxury and pleasure-seeking, by the numbers of reckless demagogues, and especially by the natural course of human affairs, which necessarily leads from full bloom to decay and degeneration, to this secret corruption were added the outbreak of bloody feuds among the various nations of Hellas, from which none emerged as victor, while they gradually destroyed the prosperity and welfare of all, and the horrors of the plague, the destroying pestilence. The Hellenic Chalcogafia was to be shaken, no longer could Hellenic life boast of a sound mind in a sound body. The news of the first case of plague in Pericles' house had spread through the whole city of the Athenians, and reckless bacchanalian festivity instantly gave way to pallid fear and paralyzing anxiety. Other fatal shafts of the death angel followed, and in a few days the plague was raging violently, unfolding all its horrors. As had happened with Samatha, the disease broke out with intense heat in the head, together with inflammatory swelling in the throat. Bloody matter was discharged from the jaws, the mouth, and even the tongue. Then the chest was attacked, and violent coughing expelled a little thin saliva. A loud roaring in the ears followed, convulsive twitching of the hands, trembling of the whole body, feelings of fear and restlessness increasing to madness, consuming thirst, internal fever so great that it drove many to the cisterns. Sometimes, descending to the bowels, the disease caused severe, 306, vomiting. The skin was flushed, at times turned dark blue, ulcers and pimples broke out, yet it seems as if this, like other pestilential diseases mentioned by the ancients, lacked the boils, recognized as the most prominent symptom of the dreaded scourge of the nations known in later times under the name of the Eastern Plague. The sickness usually lasted a week, then came death with hollow eyes, sharpened nose, and cold body, very harsh to the touch. Even those who recovered did not escape easily, for the corruption often spread to the very ends of the limbs, the feet, hands, and other members were withered, paralyzed, or blighted. Sight was often lost. Memory and reason suffered, convalescents frequently became idiotic, and some on rising from their sick beds did not remember their own names. All remedies were ineffectual. By Hippocrates' advice large fires were lighted, as it had been noticed that smiths, working constantly near the fire, were rarely ill. But the power of the disease only increased. As knowledge proved powerless, people sought aid from superstition. Never were the countless ceremonies of expiations, purifications, conjurations, at the command of the Greeks, so zealously practiced. During the first weeks the city resounded with lamentations for the dead, and was filled with funeral processions following to graves or funeral pyres those snatched away by the plague. But when the number of deaths increased, and the contagion emanating from the sick or corpses spread terror and consternation, many died alone in deserted houses, or even in the streets, and the sacred rites were, 307, neglected. The obelisk for the ferryman of the nether world was no longer placed in the dead man's mouth, the cake to quiet Cerberus no longer put in his hand, he was no longer bathed and rubbed with fragrant ointment, no longer handsomely clothed, garlanded with ivy, and laid on a couch in the peristyle of the house. Wailing mourners no longer preceded the funeral train, the corpse was no longer honored by a long procession of mourners, funeral banquets, funeral sacrifices, and the somber garments usually worn by the survivors. Hurriedly, noiselessly, almost without followers, the countless corpses were borne out, buried in graves, or laid on funeral pyres. At last even this duty to the dead, long considered by the Hellenes the most sacred of all, was neglected. The bodies lay corrupting in heaps. Corpses were found in empty temples, whither the sick had perhaps dragged themselves to implore the help of the gods. Many were also discovered near the fountains to which, consumed by inward fever, they had crawled to moisten their parched lips, and to realize the extremity of horror, dead bodies were even found in the cisterns themselves, into which the delirious, burning with internal fever, had plunged. Soon the refreshing water of the wells was regarded with suspicion and terror, it might be defiled by the abomination of corruption. The streets were piled with the corpses of those who had dragged themselves there, been borne lifeless from the houses and hastily thrown down, or hurled themselves from the roofs in desperate fear. When these corpses were collected, the Hellenes' aversion to touching dead bodies, mingled with the fear of infection, so confused their minds, that in frantic, 308, haste the dying were thrown among the dead, the unconscious among the rotting. Where relations had erected a funeral pile to burn a dead body, others pressed forward with other corpses and tried to throw them into the flames, until the fire was stifled by the number of bodies, and a fierce conflict arose around the burning pyre. People thought they noticed that not even birds of prey and wild beasts would touch the unburied bodies of those who died by the plague. If they did, they quickly fell victims to the disease and perished. This also frequently happened to dogs. The fear of contagion estranged men. The agora was deserted, the gymnasia were empty, the people no longer ventured to assemble on the nicks. The doors of the houses were either firmly locked to prevent all approach, or stood wide open because the interior was deserted. Terror even loosened the ties of blood. Many saw themselves abandoned to their slaves, who now avenged themselves for former oppression by disobedience, defiance, theft, and insolent plunder. In the minds of some, irritation alternated with dull resignation. Not a few sought to deaden their senses by reckless dissipation and the unbridled enjoyment of pleasure. Courage or forgetfulness was sought in intoxication. Madmenon stood forth as a fearless, laughing despiser of peril, and was to be found wherever the horrors of the pestilence were greatest. He seemed to be most fond of lingering among corpses, and was often seen sitting on a heap of dead bodies, as if enjoying the misery, and jeering at the cowards who fled from the dead and him, the infected one. When it was seen that, 309, he, who with drunken insolence defied danger, was spared, the number of those who did the same increased. Soon the streets and squares were abandoned to intoxicated vagabonds, who pledged Queen Plague and defied her terrors. These were the people, who for gold would carry the dead out of the houses or pick them up in the streets and take them to be buried or burned. They practiced their trade with the rude temerity of men, who will not risk their lives gratis. They demanded and received whatever they chose, robbed and practiced every kind of violence in the houses into which their calling led them. There was no fear of the law, for the activity of the courts had long since ceased, and the criminal thought that the pestilence would either snatch away those who might accuse him, or spare him the necessity of defending himself. But it was not merely poor men who gave themselves up to dissipation. The rich did the same, especially young men, who tried in this way to arm themselves against the horrors which surrounded them. Many saw themselves suddenly made rich by inheriting the property of their parents, brothers and sisters or relations. But as they could not help fearing that they might suffer the same fate as those from whom they obtained their wealth, they tried to enjoy the gifts of fortune as much as possible, and squandered them in dissolute pleasure. The sight of these persons so speedily enriched aroused in others the expectation of rejoicing in a similar destiny. Expectation gave birth to hope and criminal wishes. Thus moral restraints were gradually loosened, and the survivors rejoiced in the advantages which fell to them from the excess of universal death. But if the pestilence and its results appeared to increase, 310, the longing for pleasure in many hearts, here as well as everywhere else the rule asserted itself that contrasts appear side by side or blend with each other. With unbridled acts and the dissolution of all restraints, gloomy superstition extended its reign farther and farther. Those who still avoided intoxication and excesses sought a new safeguard and consolation in exaggerated piety, superstitious reverence for the gods. Men like Diopithes came forward, who represented the misfortune sent upon Athens as a punishment for the contempt of the gods hitherto displayed, and directed the fury of the populace against those pointed out by the priest of Erectheus and his companions, as the principal causes of the divine wrath. The mystic worship of Sabazius was again remembered, and the Metrogerton, who was hurled into the Gulf of Barathron by the saucy, drunken Ithafalians. Many now thought they had perhaps been wrong in rejecting this savior Sabazius, the deliverer from all misfortunes, and believed the crime committed upon the innocent Metrogerton was the real cause of the wrath of the gods, and especially the vengeance of the insulted Sabazius. To reconcile him, they said, was now the first duty and the only remedy for the destroying plague. A foreign woman named Ninos, living in Athens, who understood all sorts of charms and mysterious things, proclaimed herself a priestess of Sabazius. To be consecrated to this god was soon regarded as a means of sanctification and deliverance. The initiation was accompanied by strange rites. Deerskins were hung around the persons to be consecrated, a sacred potion handed them to drink, they were rubbed with mud and clay, and a serpent was drawn over their bosoms. During 311, this time they sat on the ground and, when the ceremony was ended, rose with the exclamation, "I escaped evil and gained the good." A nocturnal festival blended gloomy rites with sensual orgies. Thus the excesses and superstition, to which the distress caused by the plague urged bewildered minds, were united in the worship of Sabazius. Processions in honor of Cybele and Sabazius were frequently seen. There were many who followed the example of the Metrogertons, danced the Sicines, scourged and mutilated themselves. The devotees of the Phrygian god also boasted of healing the plague, placed the sick in chairs, and danced around them with a wild uproar. To mingle in these circles was considered a safeguard against the disease. To such a point had the Athenian nation come. What Aspasia feared and thought she could prevent, happened. Strange, gloomy ideas entered the bright and beautiful world of Greece, ideas which, though they did not instantly obtain an entire victory, served to indicate in what way the Hellenic nation was to be obscured, like a bright star by gloomy clouds. While the terrible pestilence was spreading dull despair and gloomy delusions, and paving the way for foreign superstition, by no means harmless like the native one, but which gnawed the roots of healthy life, terrors of another kind lurked around the Attic country. War had recently broken out. The Peloponnesians attacked the rural districts of Attica and forced its population into the city, but a strong fleet, this time commanded by Pericles, set sail, and its successes on the coast of the Peloponnesus again compelled the Spartan king to hastily return home. But Potidaea still resisted, Corinth must be besieged, and the fires of insurrection, 312, blazed forth here and there in the colonies and allied cities. To remove Aspasia and his two sons, Xanthippus and Perillus, from the most perilous place, Pericles had assigned his country house to them for a residence during the time of his absence. Aspasia moved there with her whole household, but evil pursued her. After Samatha's death, Drosis and Procina were also snatched away from the seminary of grace animated by intellect. They had been released from imprisonment at Megara by the victorious Pericles, only to fall victims, in their youthful bloom, to the destroying angel of the plague at Athens. Whoever had power to do so fled from the infested city to the rural districts, like Aspasia and her companions, or to the neighboring islands, where the danger seemed less. Aspasia's circle of friends was broken up. Euripides had previously left Athens. He had become a misanthrope, lived at Salamis in complete seclusion and preferred to spend his time in the grotto on the shore, where amid the wild roar of battle he had first seen the light of the world. Here he sat alone, pursuing his meditations, with his eyes fixed upon the sea, desiring to hear nothing of Athens, except what was whispered by the waves, which rolling thence broke in foam at his feet. Sophocles still lived in his rural retirement on the shores of the Cephissus, untouched by the scourge fate swung over the Athenians. Cheerful wisdom remained faithful to him and taught him to escape Pericles' destiny, by allowing nothing to become too dear to his heart, or permitting the seriousness of life to obtain too much power over his mind. 313. The scourge also spared Socrates' head, although he did not leave the brooding place of the pestilence, but fearlessly walked through the streets of Athens, did not avoid his fellow men, and rendered help wherever he could. Meantime Alcibiades had married Hipponicus' daughter, the blooming Hipparete. He too, with his old insolence, defied the terrors of the plague, though he saw that the wrath of the gods did not spare the Ithaphalians, and the pestilence snatched from his side one of his favorite companions, young Demos, Pyralab's son. When Pericles departed with the fleet, Alcibiades accompanied him. Thus the priests of Sabazius could pursue their proselyting, without fearing the wild Ithaphalians and the Gulf of Barathron. The plague yielded a little, but only enough to make individuals remember the Commonwealth, and permit the Athenians to turn their eyes from what immediately affected them to the troubles threatening at a greater distance. The renewed peril of war found cowardly hearts, the number of men capable of bearing arms was diminished by the plague, which also prevailed on the fleet before Potidaea. Pericles was successful with his fleet on the Peloponnesian coast. But when all Hellas, divided into parties, was gradually drawn into the confusion, what did it avail if the battle died out in one place, since it was renewed in another, everywhere engaging not only the two enemies, but also their allies, while these alliances themselves constantly wavered and altered? It was no longer possible for one individual to command. What was gained at one place was lost at a more distant spot. Nowhere did the enemy make a stand. 314. For a decisive battle, the great Hellenic War was divided into countless individual conflicts. At the news that the cowardly population of Athens had entered into negotiations with Sparta, Pericles hastened his return. He expected to encourage them and prevent disgraceful despair, but the Athenians, wearied by the heavy visitation of fate, received the secret plans of Diopithes and the demagogues more favorably than ever. The priest of Eurycleus had been attacked by the plague and recovered. Since that time his fanatical zeal had increased, for he saw in this deliverance from mortal peril a direct sign from the gods. One day a group of citizens chanced to be assembled around a man in the agora, for they had gradually ventured to approach each other, though a short time before one shrank from another, as they fled from the plague itself. The person who stood in the midst of the little throng of listeners was one of the bold freethinkers, whose tongue seemed to have been unloosed again. He not only ventured to denounce the demagogues and eagerly support Pericles, but also to condemn the superstition to which the Athenians had fallen victims. As there were many adherents of Diopithes and Cleon among his auditors, a violent dispute arose and the freethinker was finally seized and maltreated by his opponents. At this moment the priest of Eurycleus came up, accompanied by a number of his friends and followers. When he heard that the assaulted man had defended Pericles and called the Athenians' confidence in their gods petty superstition, the priest's features assumed an expression of menacing, gloomy excitement. 315. He rolled his eyes upward for some time, as if spiritually holding intercourse with the divine powers, then turning to the people, began, "Know, Athenians, that last night the gods sent me a dream, and have now led me to this spot just at the right time. During a long series of years, sin has been heaped on sin at Athens. Sophists and deniers of the gods have deluded you, Hetiri have ruled you, temples and statues of the gods have been erected, not in honor of the gods, but for empty display and the destruction of simple modes of thought and the pious manners of our ancestors. You are now suffering the punishment of your degeneration, denial of the gods, and luxury. It is not the first time that the wrath of the gods has been visited on the Hellenes, and you well know in what way their anger was appeased in our forefathers' time. You know that the gods could sometimes be conciliated only by the greatest of all propitiatory sacrifices, a human victim. Seize this denier of the gods, his life is forfeit according to the law, for his criminal blasphemy. He is a criminal, condemned to death. But instead of suffering his punishment by the hand of the executioner, let him according to the ancient, half-forgotten custom, be offered as a propitiatory sacrifice, conducted through the streets with songs and music, burned and transformed to ashes, scattered to the winds. More and more persons had collected while the priest was talking. Among them was Pamphilus. The latter, on hearing that a friend and defender of Pericles was to be killed, instantly supported the plan. The funeral pyres on which the bodies of those who die by the plague are consumed, burn night and, 316, day on the opposite bank of the Ilissus. Room can be found for this man on one of the piles of wood blazing so merrily. With these words he was the first to seize the culprit, and a number of the fiercest among his companions prepared to help him drag the unfortunate man away. Pericles now entered the agora on the way to the Bouleuterion, saw the tumult, and asked its cause. The excited crowd loudly replied that the gods demanded a propitiatory sacrifice, and they were preparing to offer one in the person of Megillus, the blasphemer and denier of the gods. Pericles, with a restraining gesture, forced his way into the crowd, but Diopithes confronted him. For the first time the two men, on whom rested the guidance of the great battle fought at Athens for years, and whose decision was constantly growing nearer, stood personally face to face, as if in a duel. "Back, Alcmaeonid," cried the priest of Euryctheus. "Do you even now seek to deprive the gods of what is their due, or do they imperiously demand? Do you wish to prevent the Athenian nation from seeking propitiation for their sins and final deliverance from the woe into which no one but yourself has plunged it? Do you not see whither your blindness has led this people, once so beloved by the gods? It is your work if they have turned from the old pious customs, yearned for wealth, luxury, and idle display, followed a false light and listened to the words of the despisers of the gods." "And you, Diopithes," replied Pericles with grave but calm resolution, "whither do you mean to lead the Athenian people? To the fanatical murder of citizens, 317, to the renewal of savage, inhuman abominations, from which, maturing to a purer morality, the Hellenic mind turned with horror centuries ago." "Thank the gods, Pericles," cried Diopithes, "that they have delivered this man into our hands. Thank the gods if they are willing, for the present, to be content with this man's blood. For if they demanded of us the real criminal, the guiltiest man in the Athenian nation, do you know whom we should be compelled to seize and commit to the flames? As the prophet Tiresias once cried to the boastful Oedipus, we should be obliged to say to you, Alcmaeonid, you are the criminal, you are the cause of the wrath of the gods. An ancient curse rests upon your race. Through you, through your companions and friends Athens has become impious, through you the trouble of war has burst upon us, and the worst scourge in the hands of the gods, the plague, can be averted by no other atonement than your blood." "If it is as you say," replied Pericles quietly, "release yonder man, and sacrifice him who seems to you most guilty." With these words Pericles released the condemned man from Pamphilus' grasp. The latter, grinning with satisfaction, freed his former victim and, delighted by the exchange, did not neglect to seize the hated Strategus. "Why do you delay?" said Pericles to the perplexed, mute, motionless Athenians. "Do you suppose I merely offer myself to be spared by you? Believe me, men of Athens, it seems almost a matter of indifference whether you spare me or drag me to death. I meant to guide Athens to the fairest happiness, the brightest renown, the full light of truth and freedom, and I now perceive that a change ordained by the gods, or is it a 318, primeval curse that clings to the whole course of nature, again seizes upon us and leads us back to darkness and confusion, that it is not only external calamity, which is bursting over Hellas, but gloomy powers are also conquering those of light within us. I shall thank the gods, if I do not survive the splendor and bloom of my native land. Kill me, The Athenians still stood silent and motionless. Pamphilus became impatient. A man now stepped forth from the crowd, and making a movement to depart, said, "If you want to kill Pericles, do it without me. I won't see it. When I was sorely wounded at Thrace, he dragged me away with his own hands, while all the others fled before the greatly superior number of assailants and wanted to leave me in the enemy's power." "I'll go too," said a second. "He pardoned me in the Samian War, when the other strategii wanted to sentence me to death for a slight crime." "I'll have nothing to do with the matter either," said a third. "Pericles aided me by his intercession, when I couldn't get my just rights from the magistrates of Athens." "Nor I." "Nor I," echoed from the throng, and the number of men who separated from the crowd constantly grew larger. "No Athenian ever put on mourning through any intentional fault of Pericles," resounded on all sides. Pamphilus clung convulsively to his victim, who threatened to escape him. "Let Pericles go, Pamphilus," cried several. Others joined in the shout, and at last the call echoed in a loud chorus, 319, "Let Pericles go, Pamphilus." Even in their worst moments, the Athenians could not attack this man. "You have conquered again," cried Diopithes scornfully. "But perhaps this is the last of your triumphs. I shall cast the guilt on your head, if the gods remain unappeased and continue to scourge us." A short time after this event, Pericles' two sons, Xanthippus and Perillus, were attacked by the plague and fell victims to it. The priest of Eurycus pointed with satisfaction to the public curse of the gods, who had at last destroyed the race of the Alcmeonidae. The pestilence again increased. Diopithes and his followers constantly reminded the people of the neglected propitiatory sacrifice, and Pericles, who had prevented it. The offense and the wrath of the gods seemed credible, after the misfortune that appeared to have been sent to this man by the divinities. The Athenians' minds were more darkened than ever, and the field was left to Pericles' enemies. The latter, who after so much calamity, was now shaken by the sudden death of his offspring and the ruin of his family, allowed matters, with a sort of indifference, to take their course. The moment of dealing the blow long prepared by his enemies, had arrived. The motion to deprive him of his office of strategist, and all other dignities conferred upon him, was proposed with insolence and malice in a thinly attended popular assembly and carried in dull bewilderment. Was Pericles, after decades of glorious government, to again become a simple Athenian citizen? Was Diopithes at last victorious? 320, "Come on then, men who talk so grandiloquently to the people, Cleon, Lysicles, Pamphilus, loquacious orators and counselors on the Knicks, place yourselves at the head of the fleet and army. Seize the reins that have escaped from the hands of the imperious Pericles." In the agora, the unwearied Pamphilus, gathering a throng of the people around him, eagerly vaunted his friend Cleon's vocation for the command of the people, and praised his courage, intellect and talents. After a long and eager conversation with those assembled, a poor man of strange, half-savage appearance suddenly stepped forward, and eagerly began to proclaim his opinions. "Fellow citizens," he cried, "we have deposed Pericles, we, the Athenian people. This was well, in so far that Pericles might perceive we still have popular government in Athens. So far, I say, it was well. But in other respects it's a very queer thing to saw off a leg, when on the point of running races at Olympia, and after we have jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, and the ox, as the saying goes, is to be had for a song, and sausage makers want us to believe they have birds' milk to sell." "A curse should rend you, you scoundrel," angrily interrupted the man from the dregs of the people. "Will you be quiet?" "No, I won't," replied the half-savage man. "I'm as much an Athenian citizen as anybody, and fear no one. I'm a man from Helymus. I was a ribbon dealer, and have seen better days, but after my wife and children died of the plague and I barely escaped from my sick bed, I left everything and engaged myself as a corpse-bearer, 321, that is, I help carry the bodies of those who have died of the plague to the funeral pyres." At this remark all shrank timidly away, and held aloof from any contact with his person. The ex-ribbon dealer was not at all disturbed, but continued, "I boast of being a man of experience in political affairs. 15 years ago I was on the Knicks, among those who determined upon the building of the Parthenon, and granted the judges pay and the money for the plays. I've always done my duty as a citizen and had an eye upon the welfare of the community, and I tell you the Peloponnesians are no cattle and sheep, to let Cleon the tanner dress their hides without ceremony. And if Pericles' 2 sons died of the plague, we ought to pity the unfortunate man, the childless father, instead of humiliating him and looking upon the matter as if he ought to be insulted and persecuted, as one marked out for the anger of the gods. Enough of Pericles, shrieked Pamphilus, again interrupting the ribbon dealer. We want to hear no more about Pericles. He's good for nothing. He's ill, we hear. What use is a sick man to us? Take care, Pamphilus, cried the other, they say a sick lion's remedy is to eat a baboon. Do you mean to insult me? Cried the sausage-maker, raising his foot as if to kick his enemy. Come on, cried the ribbon dealer, I'll beat you till your skin is purple, I'll tear the lungs out of your body and twist your giblets. Pamphilus timidly shrunk back from the corpse-bearer's touch. Back, he cried, back. Don't dare to lay your 322 poisonous hands on the body of an Athenian citizen. Back, scoundrel. Wretch, most miserable of men. Why, cried the corpse-bearer, grinning. Perhaps you'll be obliged to let me touch you. I hope to get dozens of such fellows as you in my cart. But for the rest, I repeat, it was well to depose Pericles, that he may see we can dispose him if we choose, but after he has perceived it, the best thing we can do is to appoint him again and give him the fleet, for we can't do without him, I say, there's nobody like him, and every one who carries a club is by no means a hero. It was a difficult matter to contest the logic of the words uttered in his queer, but honest fashion, by the half-crazed peddler from Helymus. In fact, whoever in Athens desired war, could not help wishing also for Pericles. Potidaea had fallen at last, hope again stirred, though only with a feeble flutter of the wings. The mood of the volatile Athenian populace quickly changed again. The next day the Athenians flocked to the Pnyx and reappointed Pericles to his offices and dignities. They thought it was the old Pericles, to whom they were confiding themselves, but they were mistaken. Sophocles was the first, who brought his friend tidings of the people's new resolution. The Athenians have restored everything to you, said the poet, congratulating him. Everything, replied Pericles, smiling bitterly, except confidence in them, in the prosperity of Athens, and in myself. Diopede still triumphs, he continued. He is apparently vanquished again, but we are really the conquered party in Athens. True, Diopedes and his 323 party did not reach their nearest goal, but the work at which he and his adherents have long labored was not lost on the Athenian people. Banish these sad forebodings from your heart, cried Sophocles. Athens and Hellas are still at the apex of their splendor, they will yet mature many a noble thing, win many a wreath of fame. We, who have been permitted to see the rarest flower unfold, ought not to complain, but we also perceive the worm within this fairest flower, replied Pericles. The evil days have not yet arrived, but a dark future casts its shadow far in advance. We strove to reach a lofty summit of joyous liberty, beauty, and knowledge. The dream of beauty has been realized, but the others are melting away in darkness and confusion. The spring of a nation's life, it seems, is short, and its blossoms wither ere they are fully open. Such were the words uttered by Pericles to the noblest of his friends, on the day of his reappointment. Again the ravages of the destroying plague increased. At the change of the moon the night was gloomy and tempestuous. A chill wind blew over Attica from the ravines and peaks of the Pindus. The waves beat sullenly against the stone dikes at the Piraeus. The ships in the harbor rocked, the beams creaked, their oars rattled. The winds wandered like ghosts through the deserted streets of Athens, playing with the open doors of abandoned dwellings, and wailing through the empty peristyles. Sometimes it was impossible to distinguish between the howling and moaning of the gale, or the sighs and lamentations of mourning mothers. 324 Black clouds swept over the pinnacles, pediment, and marble statues of the Parthenon. The shields, hung as offerings on the architrave, beat against it with a clanking sound. Nocturnal birds shrieked. The huge statue of Athena Promachus, armed with spear and helm, trembled on its granite pedestal. On this dark stormy night, when every one remained indoor and the streets were entirely deserted, a man urged by a strange restlessness, wandered through the streets. This man was Socrates. The old habit of wandering about at night, while eagerly pursuing a train of thought, had not become unfamiliar to him, though he was rather pursued by the thoughts than following them. So on this evening also he wandered blindly, as if impelled towards some unknown goal. He found himself on the desolate shore of the Ilissus, where lay the charred remains of funeral pyres, and mad men encrouched amid mounds of ashes and glimmering embers. The lunatic grinned, fanned the coals with his breath, and warmed himself at them, sometimes taking a sip from a flask of noble Chian, stolen from a house depopulated by the plague, whose provisions easily became the prey of vagabonds. Here and there, as Socrates hurried onward through the darkness, his foot struck against half-burned, blackened limbs. Again he aimlessly pursued his way, until the perfume of violets suddenly attracted him. He approached it, and found a fountain wreathed with violets in the Athenian fashion. The flowers had a strange odor. Socrates stooped to cool his burning brow, and his parched lips sought the refreshing water. But here also death confronted him, and the strange odor blended, 325, with the fragrance of the violets was soon explained. The sullied waters bore a corpse, one of the unfortunates, whose terrible longing for cooling drink urged them, even in the death agony, to the fountains. Shuddering, Socrates started back, then calming himself plucked one of the violets, gazed thoughtfully at it a long time, and said, "Oh, ye Attic violets, who will henceforth praise ye and the violet-wreathed Athenians, if your famed spicy fragrance is so horribly mingled with the odor of corruption?" He rushed on farther through the streets, where doors were banging in the gale, and mothers seemed to be vying with the wind in bitter wailing. Gazing up at the Acropolis, he saw the black, jagged clouds that, like spirits of evil, flitted with the hovering night-birds around the gigantic statue of Athena Promachus. Socrates dashed along as if the evil spirits he fancied he beheld had descended and were pursuing him. Suddenly he found himself before Pericles' house. He stood still. How often he had crossed this threshold, and what a long time had now elapsed since he entered the dwelling. Involuntarily, almost unconsciously he approached the door, and noticed that it was not closed, but seemed forgotten, neglected, without a porter. He went into the entrance hall, but it was deserted. No sound reached him from within. The stillness that surrounded him was horrible. The dim light of a few flickering lamps streamed from the peristyle. A shiver ran through his frame, he knew not why, yet some unknown power urged him onward. 326. In the center of the peristyle was a couch piled with purple cushions, on which lay a lifeless form wrapped in gleaming white robes, the brow wreathed with the green tendrils of the ivy. By the couch sat a woman with bowed head, pale and silent as a marble statue. Socrates stood at the back of the peristyle as if spellbound. His eyes rested fixedly, like those of a person who had lost his senses, upon the corpse and the woman beside it. This pallid, motionless woman was Aspasia, the garlanded corpse on the purple couch, Pericles the Olympian. Lifeless lay the Alcmaeonid, the leader of the immortal band of lofty spirits that glorified Greece forever, the hero of a golden age of mankind, which still bears his name, which he had fostered in Hellas, and with whose decline he passed away. The body of the heroic man, felled by the shaft of the destroying angel, looked even taller and more stately than before. But, as in life, an expression of gentleness rested upon the face. Even the plague had not marred his noble features. It seemed as if death had not overthrown and crushed the Olympian, but restored the enfeebled man to his full grandeur. The features of the corpse beamed with the cheerful repose that the living man had recently lost. The discord that had stolen into the soul of Aspasia's husband seemed soothed. What were the pallid Aspasia's thoughts beside Pericles' bier? A brilliant succession of lofty, noble, beautiful memories was passing through her mind. 327. She recalled the moment in Phidias' studio, when this man's fiery glance met hers for the first time, where after a manly, earnest struggle for the grandeur and power of Athens, beauty threw her fetters around him. His image hovered before her, now as he stood on the orator's platform upon the Pnyx and carried the people with him, now, as full of enthusiasm, he walked with her over the height of the Acropolis, rejoicing in the glorious work rising before his eyes, now, as again seized by the longing for action, He strove for new laurels at Samos, now, as inspired with glowing ardor at Miletus, fulfilling the fairest human destiny, he drained the intoxicating beaker of joy with her on the flowery summit of life, now, as he formed their marriage bond on the Acropolis, in the presence of newly completed, immortal creations, his soul filled with lofty thoughts and hopes, he hovered before her mind in his noble grandeur, his bewitching power over men, his susceptibility and fervor, his manly dignity, at once gentle, wise, heroic, the ideal of the true Hellene, too full of mind and soul to develop into rude heroism, and yet also too full of animation, too energetic to find entire satisfaction in effeminate pleasure, in the magic spell of love and beauty. Then his image hovered before her memory as he walked by her side through the fields of the Peloponnesus, while light shadows of earnestness flitted more and more frequently over his brow, as thrilled by the most secret life and web of advancing time, foreboding a new, graver, sorrowful future, he silently concealed his deepest feelings till he ceased to be a Greek, in the mind and opinion of the beautiful woman with whom he had formed the gay, joyous bond of love, and after having, 328, experienced in his own soul the course of development of Hellenic life, overpowered by sorrowful presentiments, sank with the power and grandeur of his native land. As Aspasia's eyes rested on the face of the lifeless Pericles, Socrates fixed his gaze on her pale countenance. She seemed to him like an embodied Hellas, sitting mournfully beside the bier of her noblest son. How pallid and earnest were the features of this beautiful woman, this once joyous Hellas! Aspasia now raised her eyes, met Socrates' gaze, and exchanged a long, long look with him. No words could express the emotion that found vent in that long, earnest gaze. Not a syllable, only this one look, was exchanged between the pair, then Socrates vanished. He had appeared like a ghostly shade, and noiselessly vanished. Aspasia, motionless and pale as marble, again sat alone beside the deathbed of the great Hellene. Socrates, deeply moved, continued his nocturnal walk, hurrying aimlessly through the streets without any note of time. The force of the wailing, moaning gale had lessened. The nocturnal pilgrim found everything still more silent and lonely. It was long after midnight, and an almost imperceptible streak of gray in the east announced the approach of dawn, though darkness, the darkness of night, still rested upon the streets of Athens. A few setting stars twinkled through the torn clouds. Suddenly a man apparently ready for traveling, appeared before Socrates, accompanied by a slave. The expression of his features was harsh, stern, almost gloomy. He gazed intently at Socrates. 329, the truth-seeker looked up as the other stopped his progress, and recognized Agoracratus. "Where are you going this dark night?" the latter asked his former companion in Phidias' studio. "Pressing business summoned me to Athens," he continued, as Socrates made no reply, "but I am hurrying to get out of the infected city. I shall go to Rhamnus to do what has been asked of me for so many years, provide my goddess erected there with the external symbols that will transform her from an Aphrodite to a Nemesis. I have delayed long, but now something urges me to gratify people. The men of Athens must no longer doubt that Nemesis really stands among them, instead of smiling Aphrodite. I owe a debt of gratitude to this goddess, who moves with slow, but steady tread. Has she not avenged me on the woman I hate? The goddess of retribution has taken up her abode with Pericles and Aspasia. I even heard a few days ago that the plague had attacked Pericles and thrown him on a sick bed." Socrates looked up into Agoracratus' face and said in a low tone, "He is dead." Agoracratus was silent in amazement. Both walked side by side for a time without speaking. "Dead?" asked Agoracratus. "I saw him myself," replied Socrates in a hollow tone. Again both were silent. At last Agoracratus began, "You have seen Pericles dead. It has fallen to my lot to see Phidias perish before my eyes in prison. I was with him in his last hours, for on hearing that he, 330, was seriously ill I hurried to him. People told me that he disdained all medicine, and every kind of aid. Pericles sent Hippocrates to him, but he began to talk with the physician about the proportions of the forms and lines of the human body. Even on his sick bed, his mind was solely occupied with what had formerly been his only care. When I came, those who were about him in the prison told me that he frequently raved in the delirium of fever, and rarely recognized anyone. I went in and found him dying. At first he knew me, but gradually his thoughts became confused by feverish visions. He talked continually of vast temples, gold and ivory statues, and marble friezes, gave directions to his pupils as if he were still in his studio, urged them to work, scolded the idlers, gave precise directions about how they should do this or that thing, and was angry if they did not work exactly as he desired. Often he expressly named me or Alcamenes. At last he seemed to be entirely alone with his shining statues, and his gods and goddesses, Pallas Athena and his Olympic Zeus made themselves manifest to him. It appeared as if, while he was dying, the deities of Olympus all descended and stood around his couch, visible to him alone, for he looked about him with a radiant face, hailed them, and addressed them by their names. Finally, Pallas Athena seemed to remain alone with him and beckoned to him, for he suddenly said, "Whither dost thou wish to lead me?" "I come." Then he raised himself a little, as if to go with her, but sank back and his eyes grew dim. 331 He died in the midst of his feverish dream, a beautiful death, like a Hellene, while the fairest light of Hellas shone around him, and the gods snatched him away from earth to Olympus, at the very moment when the night of woe was closing over Athens, so that he saw nothing of it, but passed away with unshadowed mind. At first it caused me deep grief to see this man lie dying in prison, for after he had created the Athena Promachus on the citadel, the Athena Parthenos, the Parthenon itself, the Olympic Zeus at Olympia, and so many magnificent works no one has ever surpassed and no one ever will excel, whereby Hellas is principally glorified, his reward from men was to die dishonored and alone, amid the gloom of his dungeon. But when I saw him die, I felt an emotion not unmingled with consolation and, after closing the master's eyes and kissing his brow, walked silently away and only pitied Hellas, and all of us who are left behind, after the best and greatest have departed. After Agoracratus had finished his tale, the two men walked on thoughtfully side by side for some time, then parted. Agoracratus went northward toward Rhamnus, but Socrates, urged by his secret emotion, continued his walk, and ere he had advanced many paces saw a blazing funeral pyre, on which numerous bodies had been thrown, among which he beheld madmen and lying. 332 The man, senseless from intoxication, had been found lying asleep among the dead bodies by the corpse-bearers, who had flung the apparently lifeless form on a pile of wood, where the flames were already surrounding him. A dog circled, whining, around the funeral pyre. The flames now reached the madman. At this moment, the dog also sprang upon the pile of wood, and was burnt with its master. A strange feeling took possession of Socrates. "Now you are free, Menon," said he. "Now you are free," he repeated several times, as with burning brow he continued his way. "Will a time ever come when all slaves are made free?" he thought, "or all freedmen slaves," he added reflectively. He now wandered through distant streets, no longer within the precincts of the city itself, but where the country residences of the Athenians and gardens alternated with open fields. A swallow flying upward announced the dawn of day. Socrates, as if guided by his demon, reached a house pervaded by a certain tumult. Many persons were coming and going. It was the residence of Ariston, a noble Athenian. Socrates stood still and heard from those passing in and out, that a little son had been born to Ariston during the night. After so many images of death, there was a birth, an awakening life. Again some mysterious impulse stirred in Socrates' breast. He entered his friend's house. The child was in the peristyle, lying in its nurse's arms. An elderly man, who looked like a seer or priest, 333, had just bent his snow-white head over it and was gazing attentively at it. Socrates also looked at the infant, which had a broad beautiful brow, a thinker's brow, and whose face seemed irradiated with a mild, lofty earnestness by no means childlike. Suddenly a bee flew in, a bee from Hymettus, one of the much-praised Attic bees, buzzed around the child and brushed its lips, but lightly and harmlessly, as if kissing it, then flitted away again. At this spectacle the grey-headed seer said, "The kiss of a Hymettus bee is a sign from the gods. Words alluring as virgin honey will one day drip from this infant's lips." The sight of the child impressed Socrates strangely. He could not interpret the emotion that filled his breast, but the future will bring its explanation. The boy, who lay before the eyes of the restless truth-seeker, was to proclaim a new message when he had matured into a youth. His lips dripped with Attic virgin honey. With the sweetest eloquence he will preach the bitterest doctrines. He will teach that the body is the prison of the soul and the soul, releasing itself, must soar upward into the spiritual world. He will teach that Eros despises the earth, and must ascend into the bright realm of eternal ideas, shining in changeless beauty, and this lesson will find an echo on near and distant strands, become the watchword of a new time, and conquer the world on the lips of a Galilean. But with it, in a new meaning, will also triumph the teachings of the priests of Sabasius and the Metrogertans, the gloomy doctrine of self-torture and self-mutilation. 334, Socrates, absorbed in thought, left Ariston's house and reached a height from which he beheld Attica and the sea, steeped in the light of morning. A vessel was sailing towards Sunium and, lost in meditation, he unconsciously gazed steadily at it. This ship bore the Satyr and the Bacchante, bore Manes and Cora northward towards a new home. They set forth, holding in their breasts the germ of a future allotted to the effort to erect a kingdom of goodness upon the ruins of beauty. They set forth, blessed by their earnest love. From the bay they looked back, gazing for the last time at the city of the Athenians, as they left it forever. A thin, light cloud was rising into the pure, clear morning air, not far from the Acropolis. It came from the funeral pyre, which was consuming the lifeless body of Pericles into sacred ashes. This little cloud rose and hovered around the pinnacles of the Acropolis. Manes and Cora followed it with their eyes, as it floated about the white marble brow of the sacred citadel of Pallas. But the tiny cloud melted away, and the pinnacles and pediment of the Parthenon and newly finished Propylae stood forth with marvelous distinctness in the clear light. The immortal coronet of the mountain towered high above the chaos and confusion of the Athenian city, and the children of men. From the ruins of the perishable and imperishable work, victorious in eternal serenity, rose in Hellas. It seemed to say, I am raised above the changeful destiny of men, 335, and their petty misery. I shall shine through the centuries. I shall be always here. I shall be like the magical light upon the mountains of Hellas, and the eternal glitter of the waters in her gulfs. Nations aspire towards the good and the beautiful. The good is human and noble, but the beautiful is divine and immortal. End. 1a, Egeria, Ager, 1875, as well as the collection of epic poems entitled Orient and Occident by K.V. von Hansberg contain a poem called Phidias, in which, as in Aspasia, Pallas Athena appears to the dying sculptor. Hansberg himself, in the latter volume, 331, page 79, names 1874 as the date of the composition of this poem. My narration of the death of Phidias, on the contrary, was written in 1873, and as the entire romance was lying in the office of the Vienna Neuen Freien Presse, I can appeal to the testimony of those who had the work in their hands, to prove that though many alterations were subsequently made in the MS of Aspasia, this particular scene then existed word for word precisely as it now appears in print, so that no suggestion can have been obtained from Hansberg's poem. Colophon, the new cover art included with this ebook, is hereby granted to the public domain. Revision History April 21, 2025 started. Corrections: the following 61 corrections have been applied to the text. Page source correction edit distance v. 116, 223, not in source, 121, 228, 302, deleted, 180 addressed 185, 114, 161, 219, 273, 214, not in source, 189 plateau 1/096 Aeschylus 2 106, 107 Aegina 2 107, 148 2 109 115 Isa Asia 2 116, 122, 243, 320, not in source. 140, deleted, 153, 196, 163, 175 Pisation 1 211 He the 1 257 Drachmae 2 264 Pantomimic 1 275, 276, 12, 71, not in source. 1300 He be 1305. 1324 choose 1 I callicrates 27. Deleted. 113 Erecthium 171 Cratilla 275 Honor 175 Lambda Rho Kappa Tau Omicron 2 168 Beautiful 1 168 Bad Head 1 171 Agraulos 1 224 Linean 2 225 Areopagus 1 2 148 Important 1 258 Similar 1 261 Alcibiades 1 272 Yan U 1 298 310 Barathron 1 316 Boletarion 1 316 Propitiatory 2 318 1 327 Phidias 1. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Aspasia updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you ASIS, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work. And C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84116-801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.